Regressor Instruction Manual. Chapter 1. My talent level is below average 1. Start the tutorial. What is this? I spat out curses while I looked around at the interior of a darkened structure. In the dim light, I could see some unknown patterns. It was a completely different shape than any building on Earth. It was the first time I'd ever seen anything like it, so naturally, my mouth fell open. I've never been inside a pyramid, but I'm sure it would look like this. In this unrealistic situation, I took a moment to roll my eyes. My last memory was of eating with my sister. What happened? What the hell? If I recall, it was like this. I got an unfamiliar KakaoTalk message on my phone. Point 1. Do you want to join the game? I thought it was a game invitation from a friend, and I just clicked the button without thinking about it. That was it. That was the only thing I could remember. My legs were trembling. I couldn't comprehend the situation. Suddenly, I found myself somewhere I'd never seen before in my life. It was no wonder that I couldn't understand it. What stood out was the atmosphere here. It was like a horror movie that would terrify most people. Before I could think of anything else, I heard several voices around me. Hey, where are we? Don't ask me, I don't know. Well, is anyone else here? What the hell is this place, and why are there swords and weapons here? If I knew that, would we be doing this? I think we're all in the same situation. Do you remember anything? Hey, is anyone there? Hey, people started talking. Someone was sitting on the floor, pinching their cheek to see if this was a dream. They were all different. It's not a dream. It wasn't a dream, and I wasn't alone. It seemed ridiculously smooth. When I swallowed for a moment, a sound rang in the small cave. Players are invited to this world. We sent an invitation to the player, and the player accepted it. You were chosen as a hero to save the dying continent. My God, what a hero. Quit messing around in there and come out, you bastards. Sir, I'll call the police. Sir, I'm calling the police. Is there a hidden camera? I'll sue. This is a complaint. But not everyone can head to the continent. The only people eligible to go are those few who pass the tutorial. What nonsense. Please pay attention to what I say next. It's directly related to your survival. I suddenly sobered up, because in this weird atmosphere, I heard the word, survival. Let me repeat that. Only those who survive this tutorial will be allowed to go to the continent. What, are you saying you'll kill me? It's up to you, too. What I'm talking about now is your survival. It's essential if you want to keep living. This is not a dream. This is reality you're faced with. I wouldn't recommend denying it. Because I have an obligation to help you as your guide in this tutorial. Don't mess with me, Christ, please let me out of here. I'm begging you. I heard a number of voices, but that damn woman's explanation kept going calmly. The guide will now begin. Firstly, where you are now is a starting point where you can wait before you begin the tutorial. You can think of it as a waiting room. The starting point contains essential items for you. Water, food, and the weapons you'll be using later. Weapon rarities can range from common, rare, heroic, and legendary, but all of the ones here are inferior to common weapons. 2. Some things definitely stood out. The water bottle placed in the corner was made out of leather, rather than plastic like it would be on Earth. That wasn't all. Of course, having never seen them before, the weapons were the most conspicuous. Bows and arrows, swords and shields, spears and maces. The presence of a wide variety of weapons that would be used in the Middle Ages was certainly alien. These are the real deal. They weren't fake. For the most part, the swords were dull and the weapons were old, but there were a few sharp ones. A sense of reality began to set in. You can protect yourself with the weapons here. The goal of this tutorial is to survive an attack. Besides you, there will also be monsters, the inhabitants of the continent. They will be targeting you, and you'll have to fight them. It was just like a fantasy novel. What was interesting was that fewer and fewer people were shouting. I began to focus on the sound of that voice. Well, I felt nauseous occasionally, but that was all. Of course, it might be difficult to face them with your own power. But don't worry, this is not the only thing prepared for you. What the hell is this? You are the chosen players. You came here with different personalities and from different places. This place will make your characteristics stronger and help you grow. You'll understand what I'm talking about if you say status window. For now, I didn't say status window. I felt like I should proceed carefully in situations where I didn't know what would happen. As expected, someone was muttering it in a timely manner. Status window, huh, what's this? Kyok, a woman screamed, shocked by what she saw in the air. The status window shows your current condition. Depending on how much you try, your stats may go up or down. Next is your class. You can be a warrior, mage, priest, or archer, and there are branches based on your later achievements. For example, a warrior can become a barbarian, and a barbarian can advance into a berserker. There are countless paths, and it's up to you which one to take. Class grades are common, rare, heroic, and legendary. However, if you are a mage or priest, you will inevitably need an affinity for holy power or magic. Please also understand that some classes cannot be selected. You'll be able to choose a class when you get missions, hidden quests, or enough experience. A class. The more I listened, the more similar it was to a story I've heard somewhere. It would be best to call it a system similar to a video game. It could be said that priests and wizards were uncommon here. If there really were monsters heading to this side, I thought most would avoid warriors. No one would want to fight on behalf of everyone else. I opened my mouth right away. Status window. Name, Jung. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 25. Disposition, careful strategist. Class, none. Stats, strength, 10. Agility, 11. Stamina, 11. Intelligence, 19. Endurance, 12. Luck, 21. Magic, 00. Equipment, none. I wasn't used to seeing the sudden floating screen. When I quietly opened my mouth, feeling like I was in a game, I heard a woman's voice again. The last thing is your attributes. Every time you get to a certain level, you get a new attribute. Attributes will vary from player to player and, like your class, are determined by your personality. The most important thing is the player's personality. As with classes, there are 4 grades: common, rare, heroic, and legendary, and as you go up, you get better performance. Attributes are also gained similarly to classes. As with your class, your attributes can also have a huge impact on your growth, so please choose carefully. In fact, I couldn't concentrate on the last part, because I could see the letters displayed on the bottom of the status window. Attribute, heroic grade. Do you want to read it? The words, heroic grade, were shining in purple. The attributes were clearly categorized into common, rare, heroic, and legendary grade. It was an attribute that could be developed later, depending on the player's personality. Okay, I didn't know why I had this in the beginning, or if this was even real, but it wasn't a bad start. Only, attribute, mind's eye, heroic. You can view statuses for yourself and others and see hidden talent ratings. I didn't know if this was good or not, but getting something at the start gave me a big advantage. The woman clearly said the goal was to survive. Survival. We had to survive. You absolutely must survive. It was natural that I felt I had to do whatever I could, regardless of whether this was a lie. Eula. When I thought of my sister who would be left at home alone, I bit my lip. All the reactions around me were different. Some people talked about their attributes with others, and I saw men touching swords or looking for shields. We didn't know what was going on, but the fact that there was a threat approaching meant we had to look for a way to survive. There was a woman sitting down and crying. A middle-aged man who kept yelling. I even saw a kid who still looked like a student. I also wanted to sit down and scream. But there was no time to sit down. Talent. I didn't know exactly what it meant, but it couldn't be a bad idea to check. It was a great achievement just to have an attribute. You were standing at a different starting point than the others. I had a strange expectation I'd be like the hero in a shonen anime or a fantasy novel, but I quickly shook my head. That's ridiculous. Check the talent levels of the player Jung. Name, Jung. Strength, growth potential, comment below average. Agility, growth potential, comment below average. Stamina, growth potential, comment below average. Intelligence, growth potential, comment below average. Endurance, growth potential, comment below average. Luck, growth potential, comment below average. Magic, growth potential, comment below average. Overview, the player has the lowest talent levels. There's no point in making an effort. No matter how hard you work, you'll never become more than third rate. Almost all the numbers are hopeless. It will be hard to develop when it comes to strength or magic power. At least intelligence and luck are fine, but I don't know, the player's future is deeply concerning. You don't have to wield a sword or try anything else. It's obvious what will happen anyway. I had felt a little anticipation, but this wasn't at all what I expected. The results didn't change when I rubbed my eyes and looked at them again. The ultimate goal was to survive. I never expected to be the main character anyway, and I made a clear distinction from fiction and reality, but those wretched figures still made me disappointed. Damn it, my talent levels were below average. Notes. 1. KakaoTalk is a messaging app for smartphones. Chapter 2. My talent level is below average 2. **T. This is the end of the instructions. The starting point will open soon. Monsters will attack, so please be careful. Damn, I couldn't keep up with it all. It was because there were so many things happening, and I couldn't even get the chance to feel sorry for myself. The sounds of unknown beasts could be heard from outside. Frightened people began to cling to the wall, while those who were armed tried to protect their bodies. It was the same for me. Weapons weren't by any means scarce. So it was only natural that I ran straight away to pick up a spear. There were still swords left, but I refused to fight monsters from up close. What should I do? *T, what to do? I thought about various different things. I'm not the only one to be flustered, of course. There were screams all over the place. The cries of the animals outside, combined with this closed space, created a scary atmosphere. Help me, please, get me out of here. Please. Quit playing around. Can't you just open the door? I'm going to sue all of you. I'll sue you. Come on and open the door. Wah wah, please let me live. Please, I'm calling the police. The police. Grab your weapons. Can't you hear the sounds outside? Grab your weapons. Why don't you hold it? You, men should quickly raise a shield. Hurry up. What are you doing? Now, can't you just end this fucking prank instead of making things weird? Are you kidding? Didn't you see the window in front of you? Go get a weapon. Hey, old guy, you think this is a joke? 1. A bulky man, who had been loudly shouting, raised a wooden shield. There were many calling for a fight, but this guy was a little more aggressive. Before I even activated anything, his information came into sight. Check the status window and talent levels of the player Park.gu. Name, Park.gu. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 23. Disposition, enthusiastic musclehead. Class, none. Stats, strength, 21. Growth potential, heroic ideal 2. Agility, 16. Growth potential, rare below average. Stamina, 21. Growth potential, heroic ideal. Intelligence, 10. Growth potential, rare below average. Endurance, 30. Growth potential, heroic ideal. Luck, 11. Growth potential, common below average. Magic, 0 growth potential, common above average. Overview. Overall, it's well balanced. You will grow well as a warrior with your high growth potential for strength and endurance. The potential for strength and endurance in particular are exceptional. It's not good to have low magic and agility, but they can be compensated for with other stats, right? Compared to player Lee Ki-young, you have great potential. You didn't have to tell me that. I couldn't believe this guy was 23. Although he had a huge height, size, and weight, he didn't really look fat. It was more like his whole body was covered in muscles. Unlike me, who only had 10 points in strength and endurance, he had 20 points in strength and 30 in endurance. I quickly realized that not only were my talent levels at the lowest, my stats were also at the bottom of the barrel. Like I read with mind's eye, he'd be useful as a warrior or a meat shield. 3. If you pretend to be friendly, you can definitely buy him as an ally. First off, I'll hang around him with a spear in my hand. When I practiced a movement with my spear, Park.gu looked pleased and began to speak. Are you going to fight too? That's right, I think so. Seems like there's something out there. It's better to do something instead of just sitting around. You just said something pretty cool, Hung SSI. Even though you look so weak. Thank you. Let's get ready for now. What he said was rude, but he looked satisfied. Just exchanging a few words was effective. I opened my mouth again. This time, I was talking to everyone. Denying the situation won't change anything. First, we have to deal with what's ahead. Outside, you can hear the monsters crying. Whether it's real, or hidden cameras, or a dream, we have to do something. We all have to take up arms. We have to make a stand. Stop messing around. I mean it. I wouldn't play this kind of prank, and I want it to be a joke too. Everyone, please pick up a weapon. Later if it turns out to be a joke, we'll deal with it then. There should be many people who can fight. It's unknown how many enemies will come, or what type. Someone muttered something. Well, let's get a weapon for now. I guess we have to take care of the things out there first and then look at the situation. Since this guy said he can win, I'm sure that will happen. Right, yeah, for now, let's fight. No one here was used to fighting, of course. But one by one, they started to lift up swords. Some were simply swayed by the atmosphere, while others armed themselves for protection. The mood in the room was gradually improving. Not bad. The way things were going really wasn't bad. Women should also pick up weapons. What? I'm not saying you should go out and fight. But I can't predict what will happen. You need to carry a weapon. You can't expect someone to always be there to protect you. That's reality. Oh, yes, I knew what I was saying. In the end, they looked unhappy raising their weapons, but that was all. There were still a number of people hanging around that weren't convinced. But I couldn't say that openly here. In the end, I swallowed nervously and waited for the enemies to come. Can we win? Of course not, but at least I was sure I could survive. The death toll would probably be high, but it was important to keep this base for now. Tutorial. She said it was a tutorial. The atmosphere was good, and everyone was willing to fight. Everyone's eyes shone with a desire to survive. I can do it. The starting point will open in a moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The starting point has opened. Good luck to all participants. But it was only my imagination that we would be able to do something, to be able to win, or to just somewhat hold on, or to expect a miracle to happen. Kyak. Instead of in the front, a stone gate opened in the back of the room, and a human-like monster bit a woman's neck as she tried to escape. Blood flew from the back over to here. Before anyone could register it, monsters rushed in from every direction. Ah, help me, run away, fuck, screams rang out in an instant. It was seriously pandemonium. Even the jerk Park Jihye, who had been encouraging us to fight, just watched vacantly with his sword and shield, perhaps because he hadn't expected such monsters to come. We were ordinary people who had never held a sword and weren't used to fighting. There was no way we could survive this. It was hard for everyone to face the reality before us. I started to speak to Park Jihye, who was staring forward in a daze. What are you doing? You want to die. Hung SSI. He was shaking, whether it was his legs or the hand he held a weapon in. But he bit his lip and swung the blade. It penetrated a monster's head with precision. Park Jihye held up his shield and pushed away the monster. It wasn't long before the formation collapsed. In a moment, a mix of allies and monsters ran out into the open space. You have to run. If I stayed here, I would die. Death. I would certainly be annihilated. I'm going to die. There wasn't time for other thoughts. Run. Ha. You fucking pig. Run. Can't you hear me? He started to shout at someone he saw. Park Dokgu's voice seemed to wake that guy up, and he picked up his shield and fled. I, too, threw myself out of that narrow space. I remembered the issues of food and water as I was on my way. It was a relatively close distance. It was impossible to know if there were any other shelters here, so we had to keep those things safe. Hung SSI. Where are you going? Get some water. Al, all right. The screams were clear even through the mixture of voices. I caught sight of a woman who was bitten on the shoulder by a zombie. Save me, sh*t. I felt troubled all of a sudden. But my two hands which held a spear didn't move to save her. I didn't look at her despair-filled eyes. As I picked up 2 or 3 leather bags, I turned my head to see monsters rushing like a pack of dogs onto her. It was thanks to her that I could leave, so it would only be right to express some gratitude. I'm sorry. After I muttered in my mind a half-hearted apology, I moved on. Hung SSI. As I turned my head towards Park Dokgu's shout, I saw a monster flying towards me. Puak, Gook. A sword flew from somewhere into its head. It was unclear if my luck stat had anything to do with it, but I definitely felt lucky. I felt like I made eye contact for a moment with the man behind the sword, but I didn't have the chance to check his information. What was for certain was the strange feeling I got. What was it? His face wasn't scared, nor were his eyes filled with a fear of death. He looked desperate, but he wasn't driven by just survival. Did I imagine it? It had been a very memorable face. As I passed him by, I saw Park Jihye waiting for me with his shield raised. Did you get the water? I didn't hear an answer. But looking at the leather pouch in his right hand was answer enough. He was the type who was good at doing what was asked of him. I think there's still somebody inside. Shut up and run if you don't want to be left behind. You son of a bitch. Can't you see the monsters back there? I see. Hung SSI. It was only a matter of time before we emerged onto a wide expanse. I could see both those who were caught while escaping and those who never got out. When I looked back, there weren't any monsters following us. They were all focused on their prey inside. There were intermittent screams, but I didn't want to hear anything, so I covered my ears. Save me, fight bok, gook, kyak. Help me, wah, help me, wah, uek. When I closed my eyes, I saw the people I left behind. Only, don't feel guilty, you didn't have a choice. Yeah, but, you couldn't help it, it wasn't your fault. It was a situation where you couldn't do anything. He must have known that too. Damn it, but that didn't stop a curse falling from Park Dokgu's mouth anyway. 1. Fun fact, is slang for a middle-aged man. Now you, too, can yell at your dad in Korean. 2. Turns out these use the same words as for weapon rarities class grades, so I've gone back to edit the first chapter to match. Chapter 3. Adaptation. Wow, what should we do now, Hung SSI? If I knew what to do, would I still be standing around here? I was still in a state of shock. When I gave him this unconfident answer, Park Deoku shut up and quietly observed me. Seeing that he didn't speak anymore, despite his non-stop chattering since the starting point incident, it seemed like he decided to acknowledge my words. We don't know exactly what this place is for now. We need to look around first. Why you want to go outside? Not right now. But then you are saying that someday we will go outside. I told you, not right now. We were in a hidden corner by a wall, which was hard to find in this maze. It was a little cramped for me and him to squeeze together in here, but it wasn't so bad. At least for now, it seemed like it could provide us with a minimum assurance of safety. Water, food and weapons. We had those things, but I didn't know if it was enough. The question is, for how long will we have to endure being here? And is it really safe here? I had a lot to think about. I never thought something like this could happen. You saw the status window and the monsters. It's not an illusion. It's not a video game. It's reality, but I also wish it were a dream. Yeah, the situation we were facing was, in fact, reality. I didn't mention the events that happened at the starting point. I'd actually seen people die, and I'd even seen monsters I couldn't even begin to describe. Denying reality wouldn't change anything. The main goal of this tutorial is survival, right? I think that strange woman said so. Then if we keep hiding here. It's not that simple. What else could it be? The problem is that we don't know how long this will last for. We took some food and water, but it's not enough for us to sit here for a week, and there's no guarantee that this place is safe. Who knows where those monsters we saw earlier are hiding? You think so? Yes, I think so. And even if we leave the tutorial now, how do we survive afterwards? What are you talking about? I'm not absolutely sure about it, but after this tutorial, we'll enter a place called the continent. I mean, this dungeon could be like heaven compared to that. There is no guarantee that the place we will end up in later will be safer than here. Simply hanging around here isn't going to cut it for sure. He clamped his mouth shut, because he couldn't deny my words. Of course, no one knew what would happen after this. But like that woman said, if we were really chosen to save the continent, it won't end simply with us waiting the tutorial out. Not only may we have to face the monsters we saw earlier, but also fight with each other. And we might face even more dire situations in the future. Right now, we're huddled up here, but when we finally leave, there's only one outcome anyway. Quote. Wow, what do you mean? That we will have to fight with those monsters? Have you ever played a video game? Is there anyone in the world who has never played a video game? A status window, stats, titles, equipment, class. Don't you think these terms sound familiar? Imagine that you are in a game now. What do you think we should do? I don't know. Level up. Become strong enough to defend ourselves. Strengthening your body and killing monsters will raise your stats and get you a class, like that woman said. The attributes will naturally unlock, and while it will be hard, we won't have to avoid those monsters anymore. Before we ran away, we picked up weapons, drinking water and food. Our situation is little better than others. Yes, but I knew he didn't like the idea of leaving this safe corner. In fact, all humans were the same. What normal person would want to face man-eating monsters? But there was no choice. Eat or be eaten, otherwise, you won't survive. This is what I think. Do you have any solution for this? If you don't have a solution, you have to create one. If you don't have a solution, you should create one. No, actually the solution for this problem is easier than one would think. We can kill them, but how do you defeat a man-eating monster? If you think about it, it's not like we have no way to win against them. I didn't remember much from the first battle. Anyone would be scared stiff if a wave of monsters suddenly attacked from all over. However, I still vividly remembered that sensation passing through my hand. That creepy feeling when a spear pierced flesh. I didn't stab at it with much strength. But my spear still pierced its skin so easily. My mind was just clouded by fear. In that moment, I was scared of monsters I'd never seen before and lost the will to fight. I lost it, Park Deoku next to me lost it, and everyone else also lost it. But it's not like we have no way to win against those monsters. If you think about it rationally, it's not like we can't win. You have to think about it in a simple way. As simple as possible. What are you talking about? Don't be afraid. You need to look at them the way they are. Of course, it won't be easy. I'm also shaking right now, and I don't know what to do exactly. You and I are the same. But if we are not surrounded or ambushed from behind, we stand a chance. Their skin is soft and they aren't particularly athletic. None of them followed us when we ran away. All of them rushed in at once into that room we were in before. Many people died at that starting point or whatever, because they were outnumbered. Everyone was also terrified and so couldn't react in a timely way. Nothing was certain until I saw it with my own eyes. But I think my guess might be right. Compared to the physical abilities of humans, they were equipped with sharp jaws and claws. Those are their physical advantages. Unlike those butt-naked monsters, we had spears and swords within the reach of our hands. In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that we were ahead of them in everything. If you think about it calmly, we can win. The problem was that Park Deoku couldn't see the big picture. Even after my explanation, he was anxiously swallowing his saliva. Idiot. It was then. Geek. I heard voices from somewhere. My natural reaction was to hold my breath. Park Deoku did the same. Geek. We didn't know if they were creatures which moved in herds or separately. But the sound was getting closer. It's coming here. *T. I cursed in my head. Can I do it? We would have to face it anyway. It felt like someone was squeezing onto my heart, but I ignored it and bit my lip. Because I knew that if we avoided this now, we would never escape this predicament of fear. Checking the status window of Monster Crawfish. Name: none. Title: none. You should try a little harder. Age: 5. Disposition: instinct. Class: none. Stats: strength: 11. Agility: 15. Stamina: 14. Endurance: 12. Luck: 10. Magic power: 00. I checked its information through the narrow gap where we were hiding. It worked. This ability could also be used on monsters. That was a tiny piece of good news. I can win. I had to overcome my fear. I didn't get a good look at it before, but now I could tell it definitely looked gross. Apart from the naked torso and lower body, it had green eyes and protruding jaws and teeth. I recalled in my head how, earlier, the same kind of monster bit the neck of a woman whose name I didn't know with those jaws and teeth. However, those are some terrible stats. It's not like I was in position to judge those stats as terrible, but they were definitely lower than I imagined. That should do it. I put more strength into the hand holding a spear. Park Deoku looked at me nervously, but I had no intention of backing off now. I had to show him that we could win. Ma, maybe it's better to not go out. Quote. I didn't answer, because my back was soaked with sweat. My hands and legs trembled. Damn, if I make a mistake here, I will die. But I can't stay like this forever. Sooner or later, eventually, I would have to face those guys. Even if I don't go out, I will die. I took a deep breath, and immediately rushed out. Geek. Damn it, I expected it to notice me at some point, but it was faster than I thought. Naturally, I thought I should swing the spear at the same time when it moves. But my hands didn't move as I wished. Fear stiffened my body. In the end I had no choice but to raise my spear toward the head of the approaching monster, screaming like some kind of devil worshipper. As if it expected this attack, the monster leaned straight down. Changing the course of the spear wasn't easy. As I tightened my trembling hold on the shaft and lowered the spear again, I accidentally struck it in its shoulder. Gaig. Phew. The feeling of tearing through flesh was unsettling, and I almost dropped my spear, but I didn't have time to be dazed. When I pushed the spear deeper, the monster jerked and hit the wall. I frowned at the sight of the struggling creature, but without wasting any more time, I grabbed a nearby stone and started smashing its head with it. Although I broke my fingernails while doing it, I didn't feel any pain. *T. Smash. Strange mucus and blood splashed on my hands and body, creeping me out. I couldn't stop moving my hand. *T. Smash. Die. Smash. Gaig. Smash. Ha. After its face had turned into a bloody mess, I was finally able to drop the big stone I was gripping in my hand. Ha. My heart was beating fast and my breathing was heavy. My arms were covered in its saliva and blood. It was the first time I'd killed something alive. When I shakily raised my head, my eyes met with Park Deoku's, who looked at me through the narrow gap in the wall. There was surprise in his eyes. He really didn't think I could do it. I also didn't think I could. Strength stat increased by 1. My expectations were correct. Park Deoku cautiously opened his mouth and asked, "What's your name?" "Lee Kyung." "Ki Kyung, can I call you Hung Nim?" Instead of answering, I gave him a small nod. Only. He was looking at me in a strange way. I looked straight at him and said, "If I can do it, you can do it too." "No, you can do it better." "I think I know what you mean." "Kyung Hung Nim, leave it to me." "Then, what do we do from now on?" It seems this guy the first picked wasn't so bad after all. There was still a lot of work to do. I looked at him, and opened my mouth. For now, let's try to escape from here. Obtaining a class. That's the first thing on the list. Chapter 4. Regressor 1. For now, let's try to escape from here. Obtaining a class. That's the first thing on the list. How do we get a class? I don't know. Park Deoku looked at me with a shocked face. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not so smart that I'd know everything. No, you are smart, aren't you, Hung Nim? At least you seem to be more trustworthy than those who only know how to study. Even though you look like a nerd. He was half right. I wasn't a very good student. So, how do we gain our classes? For now, the only way seems to be by hunting monsters. That woman said that our class will depend on our hard work. Oh, I think I heard that too. First, we have to act to make a difference, whether it's just swinging your sword while standing in place or catching monsters. If we stagnate here and do nothing, we will die. Saying this, I poured out everything I had in my leather bag on the ground. Park Deoku looked at me as if wondering what I was doing, but when I started to put leather on him, tying it up with sneaker laces, he seemed to realize my intention. He looked at me with a slightly moved face. It looks like armor, but Hung Nim, don't you need it more than me? He would be the one fighting in the front anyway, so I didn't have to make one for myself. It was at least one more layer of insurance to protect my own neck. Just now, I didn't go ahead of you only to gain nothing. However, it wasn't necessary to explain this to him. You are taller than me. I'm afraid that I might not live up to your expectations, but I will try my best. I nodded at his words. He definitely lived up to my expectations. In fact, even only looking at Park Deoku's basic stats, you could tell he was somehow strong. I didn't quite understand how our bodies affected our stats, but his stats were nearly twice as high as mine. I felt especially embarrassed when looking at his 30 points of endurance. His strength, shield and sword put together made his large body seem even bigger. Adding to this the clumsily made leather armor, and he looked just like a gladiator from some movie. But it was a very natural look for him. It was really not bad. However, this guy who finally gained some confidence, exceeded my expectations. Hung Nim, I know, the back of this big guy, who pushed two monsters away with his shield, came into my view. His face was still pale with fear, but even in this state he still hit them with his shield. He was just pushing forward with all his might, but monsters wedged between the wall and his shield could only aimlessly flail about with their clawed hands. While Park Deoku was holding them in place, I raised my spear and stabbed it into the monster's face, once again frowning at the strange sensation under my palms. That's right. Ha! Park Deoku wielded a sword in one hand, as he let out a short scream. He frowned, but didn't relax his grip on the sword. It was because from previous experience we learned that carelessness could get us hurt. Gaig. When the creature finally drooped down without any strength, I pulled back my spear. Ha! Ha! It's hard. It looked simple, but it definitely wasn't simple in practice. With Park Deoku's help it was much better compared to my first time, but there was originally a big gap in our basic stats. Spending a few minutes dealing with those guys was enough for me to be covered in sweat. Here, have some water. Thank you. With a little sigh, Park Deoku made a worried face and opened his mouth. Isn't your stamina a little too low? I've never exercised before. At least my stamina had increased since we started killing monsters. Only by one though. Park Deoku's situation was a little different. His original 30-point endurance had turned into 33 now. Compared to me, it was a huge achievement. I wasn't sure if talent affected the rate stats rose, but looking at it, I guess that was it. His endurance stat growth potential allowed him to reach the heroic grade and even beyond if he put his mind to it, so climbing higher at first shouldn't be too difficult for him. Damn it. Of course what I was feeling wasn't needless jealousy. What worried me was that Park Deoku might not need me. Looking at his innocent face, he didn't seem to think this way yet. I came to the conclusion that it would be in my best interests to survive while relying on him. By the way, maybe today we could look around a little more, Hung Nim. Look around a little more. By the way, when you speak, keep your voice down. Do we really need to be so careful? I think noise was the reason why so many monsters appeared at the starting point. That female guide also talked a lot. Yes, but I don't think that was the main reason. Those monsters seem dull but are sensitive to sound. It's only natural that they poured into that room, since people there were yelling at each other for so long. Perhaps, half of those people could have survived if only we started the tutorial quietly. You think so? Yes. So while in a fight, we need to turn down the noise a little. For now, we are dealing with only one or two at a time, but when 4 or 5 of them gather, we'll die. The reason we keep moving is that if we stay in one place, we might get surrounded. He cast me a look of peculiar admiration. If only you used your head a little, anyone could realize this. However, the fact that this innocent guy was looking at me like that made me want to laugh. I nodded and continued, it's possible that all the monsters from this area were lured to the starting point. Perhaps everyone else who managed to run away at that time, are in a similar situation as us. I thought the best way to organize information in my head was to discuss it in points like this, one by one. Let's stop for a while and eat. Yup, good idea. It was when I was sitting on the floor, quietly munching on tasteless food that I wouldn't even feed a dog that. Quote. I heard a faint voice from somewhere. I wanted to pretend I didn't hear anything, but Park Deoku raised his head and opened his mouth. Isn't this a human's voice? No way. Help me. The voice was getting closer. They had realized that there were other people here. It was a mistake. It certainly was a mistake. It was a mistake to carve out those marks on the walls with a dagger to prevent us from getting lost. I actually hoped that someone would come, but I never imagined it would be someone yelling at the top of their lungs, as if to wake up a whole town. Hung Nim, pick up your sword. It was too late to avoid it. Geek. Luckily, the monsters weren't many in number. It was nice to have new people join us, but it was also a very unwelcome situation. It would be a different story if they had drinking water and food. There was the problem of limited resources. This wasn't a charity. I needed comrades in arms, not a new burden. It would be ideal if they were someone willing to fight, with drinking water and food, and only a small number of them. And by the sound of this voice, they had already failed one of those conditions. It wasn't someone who was willing to fight. How annoying. I don't think you need to worry too much, Hung Nim. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of them. Easy to say for you. Park Deoku ran forward with his sword and shield. I also immediately followed behind him with my spear. When I stepped closer, I could see a woman being chased by 3 monsters. Half-torn clothes and overall a pretty face, but that was all her appearance had to offer. A civilian woman. I didn't care if she was scared and running away. She had no weapons and no food. After checking the abilities of monsters behind her, I used mind's eyes to observe the woman. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Jung Hayan. Name: Jung Hayan. Title: None. You should try a little harder. Age: 21. Disposition: Pure Advocate. Class: None. Stats: Strength: 10. Growth potential: Rare or lower. Agility: 11. Growth potential: Rare or lower. Stamina: 12. Growth potential: Heroic or lower. Intelligence: 22. Growth potential: Heroic or higher. Endurance: 14. Growth potential: Rare or lower. Luck: 23. Growth potential: Heroic or higher. Magic power: 10. Growth potential: Legendary or higher. Overview: You have above legendary grade magic potential growth. While your overall physical ability is low, you can experience explosive growth as wizard or priest in the future. You are currently unable to feel magic. It's not an exaggeration to say that player Lee Kyung has the potential of an ant in comparison. What the hell? It was hard to believe just how great the ability of this girl running out of breath was. In addition, I've never seen a human with the potential to go beyond legendary grade. Unlike me, whose magic power stat is still sitting on around 0, hers is already at 10. We have never dealt with 3 at the same time. Obviously, as soon as I checked her stats, the idea of discarding this girl immediately left my mind and a new plan formed. We fight. Can we win? We need to lure them to a more closed space. I think I know what you mean. It was more advantageous to fight while leaning against the wall than to be surrounded. Our escape route would be blocked, but I didn't think we would lose so fast. I tightened my grip on my spear. Having found us, the girl ran in our direction as fast as she could. When I gestured to her to come this way, she nodded her head, so it looked like she wasn't completely unable to comprehend anything. Wait in the corner. Oh okay. After the woman finally reached our side, Park Deoku heavily swung his shield as monsters turned the corner. Now, it seemed like Park Deoku managed to push them back for a moment, but then one of the monsters tried to rush towards him again. Hung Nim. With a blank mind, I pierced one of them with my spear, while the other one collapsed under Park Deoku's sword. The problem was that because of this move, Park Deoku's stance was broken. Certainly, dealing with 3 of them at once wasn't easy. The only thing I could do for Park Deoku, who was still holding up his shield, was to continue swinging a spear. The moment I bit my lips hard, suddenly, I could see a sword protruding from the chest of the last monster. Thank you. No problem. Someone helped us. When the monster collapsed, I saw a face I'd already seen once before. It was that man who helped me back at the starting point. I remembered his face that seemed a little desperate at the time. Only. What the? Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Kim Hunsong. Name: Kim Hunsong. Titles: The Regressor of Altanis, the swordsman who started the second round, the one who failed, the one who embraced sacrifice, the enlightened one. Age: 22. Disposition: well-meaning arbitrator. Class: Swordsman common. Stats: Strength: 19 growth potential, legendary or higher. Agility: 28 growth potential, legendary or higher. Stamina: 23 growth potential, legendary or higher. Intelligence: 18 growth potential, heroic or lower. Endurance: 22 growth potential, heroic or lower. Luck: 23 growth potential, heroic or higher. Magic power: 11 growth potential, heroic or higher. What is this? I couldn't help but widen my eyes at the sight of this status window filled with unexpected information. Regression: turning back time. For this guy, this wasn't the first time. Chapter 5. Regressor 2. I slowly read through his stats again. I hadn't misread it, checking the status window and talent levels of the player Kim Hunsong. Name: Kim Hunsong. Titles: The Regressor of Altanis, the swordsman who started the second round, the one who failed, the one who embraced sacrifice, the enlightened one. Age: 22. Disposition: well-meaning arbitrator. Class: Swordsman common. Stats: Strength: 19 growth potential, legendary or higher. Agility: 28 growth potential, legendary or higher. Stamina: 23 growth potential, legendary or higher. Intelligence: 18 growth potential, heroic or lower. Endurance: 22 growth potential, heroic or lower. Luck: 23 growth potential, heroic or higher. Magic power: 11 growth potential, heroic or higher. Attributes: Sword expert, heroic. Overview: truly amazing. If you don't agree with me even after seeing it with your own eyes, I have no words for you. This person's strength, agility and stamina can't be accurately measured. Their other stats also have incredible potential. Their potential for growth as a wizard is terrifying, but with a melee class they can achieve even greater heights. They already have a common grade class and new opportunities for growth are on the horizon. Compared to player Lee Kyung, no, this comparison itself would be blasphemous. Player Lee Kyung should feel honored to even be able to exchange a few words with this person. What is this nonsense? Even after blinking my eyes, the title of Regressor remained unchanged. Time travel? Really? It was natural to not believe in such a thing at first. But now, after seeing all those monsters, I was willing to suspend my disbelief even further. The swordsman who started the second round. I was too stunned to speak. If my unique ability, Mind's Eye, wasn't lying, then this person in front of me had already experienced this situation before. It would explain why he wasn't scared at the starting point earlier. Damn, I couldn't help but curse in my head. I knew the world was unfair to some extent, but I didn't expect to feel this unfairness even in a place like this and to this level. High stats, high growth potential, fast class acquirement and a heroic grade attribute. By the way, is it possible to check other people's attributes? As soon as I thought about it, the information immediately appeared in front of me. Attribute: Sword expert, gives a damage boost for all actions performed with a sword. Increases attack power by a certain percentage in proportion to the time spent wielding a sword. Closing square bracket. Good. I didn't know what formula was used for calculating extra attack power, but it looked like a good quality attribute which allowed the user to achieve better results the longer they trained. I had no idea what other attributes I would see in the future, but I had to admit his attribute was very good for building a foundation as a warrior. I bit my lip, unable to shake the feeling of unfairness, but if he really went back in time, then his attractive status window could be explained. Hung SSI, who? My name is Kim Hunsong. Park Deokgu. And this is, I'm Lee Kyung. This isn't the first time you've fought, is it? Yay, as you can see. Hung Nim made this leather armor for me, and I've already gotten used to hunting a little. I mean, I haven't fought much, but still. It was Hung Nim who went ahead first and smashed the head of a monster with his spear. Thanks to him I gained a bit of courage. You seem to be a little experienced with this. Well, it's all thanks to Hung Nim. Rather, it's him who seems to be experienced with this. Didn't you see how he stabbed that monster in the head just now? I was lucky. At Park Deokgu's words, this guy's gaze turned to me. Useless blabbing. It wasn't easy to pretend to be innocent. Especially when I had ulterior motives in my mind. When I met his gaze, I felt as if he was looking right through me. I felt like I was standing here naked, and it wasn't a good feeling. My body trembled at this strange sensation. Is it just my imagination or some kind of magic? I didn't know which one it was, but it didn't matter anyway. The one thing I did know, and could sense, was that there was something wrong. What? Maybe he knows that I was reading his status window. If you look like you are reading something in the air, surely it would look unnatural for others. His disposition in the status window suggested that he was well-meaning. However, the human heart wasn't just black or white. He returned to the past for some purpose. It was unlikely, but in the moment he decides we are his enemies, he might just swing his sword at us. No, I didn't want him to doubt me in any way. Just then, Park Deoku opened his mouth with a smile. Hung Nim, why do you keep staring at your status window? Did you get a class? Nice, Park Deoku, sort of, I will tell you in a minute. My heart was still feeling uneasy. Instead of talking straight to this guy, I set my eyes on that woman named Jung Hayan. Her eyes were wide open and she breathed heavily. When she saw I was looking at her, she opened her mouth. Thank you, it's nothing, we were also looking for survivors. Ah, get up, I will help you. Oh, no, I don't want to cause any more trouble. But she was already at her limit. I reached out to her without a word, and then she held my hand as if she couldn't help it. My face felt sore because of Kim Hunsung, who was looking this way. I quietly said to him, thank you for your help. I'm Lee Kyung. That was the first time I'd encountered 3 of those monsters at once. If not for you, we would have been in trouble. I'm Kim Hunsung. I remember your face from somewhere. You helped me a little at the starting point. I'm very grateful for that. Ah, it was then. Yes, back then I was running away. It was insane. Actually, I didn't remember much from then. Thinking about the situation at that time, it wasn't unreasonable to not remember. Suddenly, the scene of a woman being eaten by monsters flashed through my head. It was that woman I couldn't save. I shook my head, and said, are you alone? It must have been hard for you. For now yes, but I'm gathering survivors. Some of them are moving in groups. Yes, I'm gathering survivors. I heard a scream as I was passing by, let's go together for now. We've set up camp in a safe place. I saw Park Deoku looking at me quietly. He was wordlessly asking me what to do. Kim Hunsung opened his mouth again, as if he realized his words just now were a little rude. Oh, excuse me, would you like to come with me? Only then did Park Deoku nod his head. But I still had some reservations. How many people are there? About 30, I think. What about those who can fight? Not many. If Deoku SSI and Kyung SSI join, things will get a little better. I hope that you can come. It's worrying, just as I expected. I didn't know how well one's disposition in the status window reflected the heart of the person, but he was truly fit to be a well-meaning arbitrator. What a slob. To put it nicely, he was an angel. Looking at it another way, he was a pushover. If the only thing those people at the survivor camp could do was scream, then the situation would rapidly deteriorate. Perhaps they have no way to eat properly there, and live in fear all the time. Increasing the number of people wasn't necessarily advantageous. When 5 people gather, there would always be one fool amongst them. In a gathering of 30 people, the problem would be even worse. Obviously, that's not the end of it. The power to cope with sudden crises will increase, but if there are too many people to protect, it will only get more chaotic. However, in reality, I had no other choice but to nod my head. It was because I was full of questions. What is regression? How did you get a class? How did you manage to start in a different way compared to others? How do you use magic and what is the method of clearing this tutorial? Kim Hunsung knew how to attack this dungeon properly and, furthermore, had information about the continent. No matter how you look at it, it was best to follow him. I will go. Good decision. Let's get going then. More monsters may come here soon. Yay. Oh, right. This person is. My name is Jung Hayan. Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Hunsung. Quote. We roughly greeted each other. While supporting Jung Hayan, I started to slowly read this guy's face. His expression seemed a little different from when he was looking at me or Park Deoku. His gaze remained on Jung Hayan for a long time. It was a little surprising. A strange sense of accomplishment was hidden in Kim Hunsung's gaze. I wasn't sure if it was a good analogy, but he looked like a man who had found an oasis in the desert. Or as if he had found his long-lost family member. Maybe she noticed his intense gaze, because Jung Hayan also looked at him with caution in her eyes. If you stare at someone in this way, anyone would notice and become wary. He looked as if he was thinking, I was looking for you. No, maybe he was indeed looking for her. How are you feeling? I'm okay. Please, let me know if there's any inconvenience. And no, I'm fine. Jae Young is really okay. Leaving those two to talk with each other, I started thinking. Let's assume. It was a little funny to think like this, but let's just assume. If I were to live the same life all over again. I didn't know how this guy ended up in his first life. Maybe he was happy with it or maybe unhappy. However, if this regression was done on purpose, it's very likely that this guy has regrets from his previous life. The one who failed. It was one of his titles. Even if it wasn't his intention. Humans are creatures of regret. Even if it was me, I would think about the what-ifs, like if I could save that woman I saw at the beginning. If I had the strength, I might have made the choice to take that woman and escape together with Park Deok-gu. What if I knew what would happen, and also knew about all the talented individuals that will be important in the future? In my case, I would try to change things that I regret. But of course, I wouldn't do only that. From the very start I would take advantage of everything I could. I would gather talented people, treasures, classes, and all other things that could be used. And I would eliminate all enemies or threats that I might encounter in the future. It's funny, but, in this sense, if he has no reaction to me and Park Deok-gu, it means that we are not important characters in the future, nor are we a threat to Kim Hunsung in the future. We must have been just passers-by for him. May I call you Hayan SSI? Ah, yes, thank you, and please call me as you like. But this woman who was blushing at me now was different. Jung Hayan, a woman with explosive potential as a wizard or priest. If you think about it in connection with what I saw with my mind's eye, it is immediately obvious. She's a treasure. Now she didn't look like much. However, by aggregating the minute pieces of information so far and inferring further, I could come to a plausible conclusion. This civilian girl will rock the world in the future. Only, I wasn't sure what she would do, but it was guaranteed that her position would be very important. It could also only be my delusion. Maybe Kim Hunsung owed her something or had regrets around not saving her in his previous life. She might be just one of many passers-by, just like me and Park Deok-gu. But it's worth it. This woman, she was no longer a nuisance, but rather a precious treasure which had come rolling in. Right under my feet. Chapter 6 Regressor 3. In fact, Jung Hayan wasn't the only treasure. The same applied to Kim Hunsung as well. After all, he was someone who had probably once seen the end of this world. He knew what was going to happen and was willing to use this information to change the future. In a fantasy novel setting, he was kind of like the chosen warrior. There was no reason to not maintain a good relationship with him. I'm jealous of this bastard though. I wasn't jealous of all of the baggage he was carrying on his back. I was jealous of what he was going to get or use. It was already set in stone that he would climb high. I thought I should benefit from him as much as I could. How much further is it? Are you sure this is the right way? Yes, we are almost there. Park Deok-gu muttered bitterly, and Kim Hunsung answered him with a nod. It was strangely novel for me to witness how he observed our surroundings without even slowing down. He was also watching out for monsters. Clearly, his stats weren't that high for now. Taking into account the fact that he had an attribute, class and magic power, he was already on a much higher ground than anyone else here. Yet, if a group of monsters surrounded us and attacked together, even he wouldn't be able to cope. That's why you failed to protect those people. If it had been possible, then he would have made sure there were no casualties at the starting point. By the way, there are more survivors than I imagined. I was pretty sure most of them would have died. In fact, more people could have been saved. At first, I didn't know the weak points of those monsters, so I couldn't face them properly. If only there were more people who could fight. Yay, I feel the same way. At that time, running away was all I could do. If not for Hung Nim, I would be dead right now. Are all 30 people from there? Actually, no, it seems like there were other starting points at different locations. But they were quite far away from ours. So we are not the only ones here. Yes, perhaps, if we expand our search, we will hear more good news. Just now I was looking for traces of other people. I didn't know how the hell you could call that good news. You were looking for more survivors. Of course, I think that's what we should be doing. From his eyes, I knew he was telling the truth. The word, good, attached to his disposition wasn't there only for decoration. I had no way of knowing the full picture, but my head hurt just thinking about how those 30 people were supposed to survive together. This son of a bitch. Just from this, I could imagine how the survivor camp was running. You don't look good. Am I too heavy? Jung Hayan asked me, after seeing my darkening expression. Oh, that's not it. I just thought about something. If you feel uncomfortable. I'm fine. Yes, it's a little late, but thank you, for saving me. I smiled slightly at her words of gratitude. Supporting her was quite burdensome, but it didn't matter. It was because I thought I should score every little point from her while there was an opportunity. Jung Hayan's face was strangely red. It seemed like she wasn't used to making contact with the opposite sex. Rather than sticking too close to her, I tried to maintain a certain distance to lower her vigilance. While I tried to keep the smile of a good person on my face, Jung Hayan became more willing to lean on me. After we walked a bit further, we arrived at a wide space. Not bad. It was a pretty good place. There was only one entrance, what wasn't bad at all. There seemed to be some way to prevent monsters from entering, but I couldn't see it clearly from the outside. Amazing. How did you find this place? You already knew about it. I somehow stumbled upon it while I was looking for the right place for survivors to stay. You are very lucky. He probably used this place in his previous life. It was different from the starting point where monsters could enter from every direction. It was a little crude, but very much like a sturdy castle. It was highly unlikely he found this place by accident. It was way too far away from the starting point. Little by little, I was more and more confident that this guy really came back in time. It looks great, doesn't it, Hung Nim? I nodded slightly. I think this place could even fit more than 100 people. I don't think so. Maybe I exaggerated. With enough people, we should be able to stop monsters from entering. However, the lack of a way to retreat was also a weakness. If a big number of monsters attacked us, it would end in slaughter. All but a few lucky ones would die. I looked at Kim Hunsong, and slowly opened my mouth. It's blocked from every other side. What if a large number of monsters try to invade through this one entrance? That's why we are acting as carefully as possible. We are also dealing with monsters in the nearby area. You go hunting regularly? Yes, until we can find some other clues. I was very curious. Just who else was up for this regular hunting? As we gradually approached the entrance, I could see some woman coming out to greet us. She was a little short, but gave an overall charming impression. Hunsong Oppa, you are back. Ah, there are new people. I saw how she flinched a little at the sight of Park Deokgu, who had a robust body and was armed with sword and shield, but surprisingly, she didn't lose her smile. Nice reaction. She gave a good first impression. Jihye SSI, you were running a little late, so I was worried about you. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Lee Jihye. Name, Lee Jihye. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 29. Disposition, selfish ambitionist. Class, none. Stats, strength, 05 potential growth, common or lower. Agility, 09 potential growth, common or lower. Stamina, 09 potential growth, common or lower. Intelligence, 18 potential growth, rare or higher. Endurance, 08 potential growth, common or lower. Luck, 12 potential growth, common or lower. Magic power, 00 potential growth, common or lower. Trash, I muttered in my heart, unknowingly. She was trash to the extent that she was even further beyond help compared to me, but at the same time she was very similar to me. Overview. Congratulations, player Lee Kyung. You have finally found your soulmate. It's possible that the two of you will be the perfect match for each other. Low stats, low potential. Trying to wield a sword or wand is not recommended. Alternatively, it might be a different story if, captivated by each other's lousy talents, the two of you choose to live out the rest of your lives together quietly. But I don't want the two of you to get together. I would feel sorry for the second generation born from your union. I tried hard to ignore all the insults packed in there. It was clear that the status window message was trying to provoke me. I quickly turned off the status window, and then recalled this woman's information in my mind. Her disposition was very eye-catching when paired with her lousy talent level and poor stats. Selfish ambitionist. Maybe she was the same type of person as me. Unlike other people in this place, her way of interacting with Kim Hunsong was very conspicuous. She had chosen to rub onto Kim Hunsong in order to survive. Hehe, may I know your names? Park Deokgu, I'm Lee Kyung. Jung Hayan, please, take good care of me. Yes, nice to meet you all. In a moment, I will lead you to a place where you can rest. Are you okay, Hunsong SSI? Of course, please, take care of them, Jihye SSI. Yes, leave it to me, Hunsong Oppa. She clenched her fist in a cute manner, but knowing her disposition, I couldn't feel any warmth from it. Seeing how she scanned me, Jung Hayan and Park Deokgu up and down, maybe she was also calculating what role we would play after joining this place. In the case of Park Deokgu, who was carrying a sword and shield and had a huge body, it was an instant pass. As for Jung Hayan, who stumbled on her legs, and the miserable I, who supported her, it was most likely a failing grade. It was funny how she instantly stuck to Park Deokgu and chirped. Have you seen any monsters on your way here? Not only did I see them, but I've already killed a few. Oh, you weren't scared? A deliberate, slightly surprised expression. Well, of course I was scared, but, in fact, if not for Hung Nim, I wouldn't be here now. At the moment Park Deoku uttered those useless words, Lee Jihye's gaze shifted to this side again. I didn't know if she was the same as me, but I could see what she was doing right now. Ah, so you fought together with Kyung SSI. Sure, we fought together. Every time Hung Nim stabbed with his spear, one monster bastard dropped dead. Shut up, you pig. I wanted to shut up Park Deoku's mouth. I guess he thought he was making me look more impressive in this way, but to me, it was way too much favoritism. At least I didn't have to worry about being backstabbed by him, but still, it was very embarrassing for me. Lee Jihye was amending her evaluation of my person. As Park Deoku's Hung Nim, I was more important now. Oh, I see. I'm really glad to hear this. Our shelter will be a little safer now. A slightly raised tone of anticipation. However, I didn't feel good about it. Because, right now, other survivors were also staring at us. I checked all of them with my mind's eye, but there was no one special in my field of view. From this, I was able to identify just what kind of gaze those guys were sending our way. Relief. They were all relieved. The appearance of two guys with a spear, sword and shield made them sigh with relief. I expected something like this, but seeing it with my own eyes made me sigh. Kim Hunsung made this place very safe. For them, not for us. Chapter 7, Class 1. I wasn't a charitable person. Rather, I was the opposite of that. Lee Jihye, who was laughing while standing in front of me, was probably the same. People nodded at us, obviously pleased to see two warriors, one with spear and another with sword, join them. That's not right. At this rate I would become a meat shield. Well, I said I would lead you to a resting spot, but honestly, there's not much to show. There's only two sections here. One for men and another for women to live separately. That's enough. And it's proper. Thank you for saying that. I was a little worried. There's no need to worry about such a thing. Thanks for being our guide. That's kind of you. Hehe. Can I call you Deoku Oppa? If you want to. You are such a nice man. This naive Park Deoku was already halfway into the honey trap set by Lee Jihye. He sure felt good about being called Oppa by a woman 6 years his senior. Are you okay, Kyung SSI? You don't have to be so formal, call me as you like. From the corner of my eye, I noticed young Hayan's expression wasn't looking good. Then I will call you Kyung Oppa. Hehe. Hayan SSI, please, come this way. We have no set rules for living here, but Hunsung SSI will tell you everything you should know. I will take Hayan SSI with me, and teach her a few things. Have a good rest. Okay, Kyung SSI, see you later then. Thank you so much for today. Yes, see you later. Yup. Young Hayan bowed her head, and then went to the women's section together with Lee Jihye. It seemed like there were a variety of unspoken rules here, but frankly, I wasn't very interested in this. What interested me was how we would now proceed. Hung Nim, don't you think this place seems quite lively? That's true. Is there a problem? It's not a big deal. Just, it's nothing. Oh, is that so? I wasn't happy with the idea of becoming a meat shield to keep this place safe, but if I changed my perspective a little, it actually wasn't such a bad thing. Only in this manner can I get what I need. This place offered endless opportunities. Safe hunting with Kim Hunsung, help with getting a class and roping Jung Hayan onto my side. Perhaps it won't be smooth sailing, but that was a minor issue. The next morning, Kim Hunsung called out Park Deoku and I. Did you sleep well? Yay, thanks to you. Park Deoku responded briefly to Kim Hunsung's question. When it was only me and Deoku I couldn't sleep properly, so it was the first night in this place where I could relax a little. I roughly knew what this guy was trying to get at. Instead of getting dragged into this by him, I bit the bullet and opened my mouth first. I didn't see many people who could fight here. Most of them are women or injured. Or those who have no will to fight. Yes, it's quite embarrassing to admit. How is this place holding up? It was a pointed question to ask, but I was really curious about it. Only after a while did Kim Hunsung slowly start speaking. Actually, we are not doing that great. As I expected. I rubbed my chin and said. The lack of food and drinking water. No one to fight. And you, who has to take care of those 30 babies? Maybe even more, because their number will increase in the future. Quote. So far, you have been holding on, relying on food and drinking water you had stored in advance, but these resources will dwindle very soon, and there will be a need to find other solutions. Isn't that right? It will be very hard to get resources from the starting points scattered all over the place. Right now we have to deal with monsters in front of us, and yet, the unable to fight burdens behind us are increasing in number. They are not burdens. They might not be burdens in the future, but right now they are. Kim Hunsung didn't answer. Maybe he agreed with me to some degree. To be honest, taking into the account the circumstances, leaving this place doesn't seem like a bad choice. You are going to leave, Hung Nim. I shook my head at Park Deoku's words, and said. I didn't mean that, but if we stay here, it won't do us any good. Hunsung SSI, I wouldn't say that this friend of mine and I are that great. He might be helpful, but as for me, not so much. Actually, all I can do is to stand in place and stab my spear forward. Quote. But still, I can fight together with others and serve as support. The same goes for this guy. Thank you. I pretended to be casual, but it was quite difficult. We were tired, both mentally and physically, and I suspected we might reach our limit soon. Although you didn't seem to know me and Park Deoku, you must have been overjoyed to meet us. I'm not a volunteer. I think I roughly know what you wish to accomplish. Maybe all you want to do is let everyone survive and be safe. I can understand this way of thinking, but I'm not like you, Hunsung SSI. I'm not someone who is willing to be sacrificed for someone else who won't even share my hardships. You may call it selfish, but that's how I see it. No, I understand. Of course, you have your own needs. Communicating with him was smoother than I expected. I was worried he would stick to his righteousness, but thankfully that wasn't the case. Alright, then, firstly, we want dibs on a portion of the resources we find during future trips. He nodded slightly. Probably, he thought that wasn't such a big demand. And, quote, we'd like to be included in your plan for the future. Kim Hunsung's face stiffened a little. A moment later, he looked at me with an odd expression. He seemed to be a bit surprised. However, soon after, a faint smile appeared on his face. So you knew. That strange woman from the starting point gave us two big clues: attack and survive. It's just my personal view, but this second option seems impossible to achieve. Well, if a small number of people monopolized a lot of resources, then maybe it could work. But I don't remember her saying anything about the exact duration we would have to live here for. Quote. If there's no set time limit, gathering survivors isn't a good choice. Sure, they wouldn't get eaten by monsters, but they would starve to death. It's a foregone conclusion. I knew he was a regressor, so I was just telling him everything he should already know about. However, this guy seemed to admire my reasoning and the fact that I could deduce so much just by putting together small pieces of information. In fact, when I raised my eyes, I could see him lowering his head a little. I was right. In that case, I'm happy to work together with you. Likewise. I held his outstretched hand. There was a strange sense of trust in his eyes. He was aware that I wasn't strong enough. But in his mind, I might be the shining example of a useful talent now. For example, as a type of person fit to be an analyst or administrator. Hung Nim. I know. Ever since Kim Hunsung joined us, hunting had become much easier. That wasn't all. Now I held even more faith in what mind's eye was showing me. Deoku, I'm coming. Obviously, Kim Hunsung seemed to be very experienced in using the sword. Sometimes he deliberately made mistakes, as if he wanted to hide his skill level, but the way he reacted every time Park Deoku was in danger made it hard to see him as a person who only recently started using the sword. Good. While Park Deoku was holding several monsters in place, Kim Hunsung and I were dealing with them from the sides. They were sensitive to sound, so to get their attention Park Deoku was hitting his shield with his sword. I was still unused to wielding a spear, and my hands trembled. As I stabbed a monster rushing at Park Deoku, the spear fell out of my hands. But then Park Deoku finished it with a slam of his shield. Looks like a few more are coming. Let me take care of them. In the meantime. I know. Deoku, let's grab the food. I already took it. Kyung Hung Nim, what do you think he was doing when he lived on Earth? No idea, but I doubt he was using swords there. His skills are probably the result of acquiring a class. Oh well, you have to admit he is hella good at this. Using his high agility, Kim Hunsung was avoiding every strike and cut down enemies with precision. From far away it seemed simple, but in practice it wasn't simple at all. The reason why Kim Hunsung was going ahead alone sometimes was because Park Deoku already knew that he had a class. Ever since hearing about this, Park Deoku seemed to be a little nervous. He had yet to unlock any class, and he was feeling stressed about this. While Kim Hunsung killed the remaining monsters, Park Deoku observed him quietly. His eyes were full of amazement. There are fewer monsters than I expected around this starting point area. Maybe he cleared this area before. You mean Kim Hunsong? Yay, there's a lot of food here, but it seems like no one survived. Well, if there were survivors, there would be no food left. I didn't really think the three of us would be enough to secure resources from the starting point. You helped a lot. No, I didn't do much, did I? It's all thanks to that guy. No, it's not only thanks to him. If not for you, it would have been much harder for us to get here. I didn't say those words only out of comfort. It was true that Park Deok-gu made it much easier for us to come all the way here. No matter how good at fighting Kim Hunsong was, he was only a single person after all. It would be difficult for him to tackle all the monsters attacking him from every direction alone. Although Park Deok-gu was still in his growing phase, it was clear that his potential would allow him to become someone who could lift a heavy burden off his allies in battle. It was when I was checking my status window to see if any of my stats had risen that. Only, Hung Nim. I heard Park Deok-gu's startled voice at the same moment I saw a new message in front of me. Several classes have been unlocked. Please select the class of your choice. Good, it was faster than I thought. View unlocked classes. Warrior Common, Archer Common, Wizard Common, Commander Rare. One very attractive class came into my view. Chapter 8, Class 2. A Commander. This one line glowed blue, while the other three were white. I guess it was because of the rare grade. For now, I began reading the class descriptions from top to bottom. Warrior Common. A capable warrior fighting at the forefront of a battle is a must-have for every party. After changing to this class, you will gain basic knowledge on using all kinds of melee weapons such as swords, spears, axes and so on. Afterwards, you will be able to unlock other melee classes, such as Barbarian, Knight, Paladin, Cavalryman, Mercenary, and more. Strength, Vitality and Endurance are increased by 1 point each. Archer Common. An archer specializes in ranged attacks. After changing to this class, you will gain basic knowledge on using bows and arrows. In addition to being able to unlock adjacent class paths such as Thief and Assassin, you will also have a chance to advance to a higher grade archer class such as Spirit Archer or Magic Archer. Agility is increased by 3 points. Wizard Common. A wizard is a long-range class with the ability to use magic. After changing to this class, you will gain basic knowledge on using magic. Later on, you can unlock other classes such as Warlock, Alchemist, or Summoner. Magic power is increased by 3 points. The first 3 options didn't look too bad. Choosing Warrior would improve my 3 stats that were the most difficult to raise, while choosing Archer would allow me to learn how to use ranged weapons. For someone like me, who just wanted to chill at the back, it was a very appealing class. Likewise for Wizard, it would boost my magic power, which was still an unknown factor for me. However, what I was the most curious about was the rare class that appeared, Commander. Commander Rare. This class has little to do with combat skills. Instead of participating in actual combat, a person with this class reads the situation of the battlefield and gives orders from behind. Changing to this class would provide a wider field of view. It's not known what other classes you could unlock later. Intelligence is increased by 1 point. Honestly, until I read the description, my mind was set on Commander. However, now that I had learned the pros and cons of all the classes available, I felt a headache incoming. A commander's abilities weren't that bad. But what's the point of having a wider field of view here? And it only increased my intelligence by 1 point. When you take into account that all other classes offered me 3 extra points, I would lose out on 2 points. And that wasn't all. What about my path of development for the future? It was unsettling that there were no mentions of any possible class to be unlocked afterwards. I then remembered that Kim Hunsong's class was also a common grade 1, swordsman. It was very possible that he had unlocked some other classes with a rare or even heroic grade. However, as someone with the sword expert attribute, he set his sights on being a swordsman. He probably tried to follow the path he already knew instead of trying something new with lower efficiency. While I was thinking about this, I saw Kim Hunsong coming this way. Looks like you guys unlocked some classes. Yes. For this guy, who already knew his own direction of growth, choosing a class was just a formality. On the other hand, I had a lot to worry about because this choice would decide my future. Park Deok-gu then opened his mouth, asking for advice. Hung Nim, what is it? I'm just not sure about this. I have warrior and priest as options, both of which are of common rank. I also see a rare grade class, shieldman, but I don't know if it's good. You have priest in your options. For priest, I could change to paladin afterwards, and it seems like warrior can change to berserker, but wouldn't it be nice to have a rare class at first? Considering Park Deok-gu's potential was the highest for vitality and endurance, shieldman indeed seemed like the right choice for him. Shieldman, well, it says that this class is all about defense. It explains that there are bonuses to using a shield, but the problem is that it's unknown what other classes I could unlock later. Oh, and I would lose 2 points of my strength, but at the same time I would gain 3 points in endurance and vitality. It doesn't sound bad. It was Kim Hunsung who spoke before I could even open my mouth. He offered his advice even though he wasn't asked. You seem to be someone who has high endurance, your strength would drop, but such a big rise in endurance and vitality would be amazing. And even if you lose 2 points of strength, you will still be 4 stat points ahead. Indeed, in an online game, the presence of a tanker, a warrior who fights in the forefront, would be essential. Seeing Kim Hunsung's reaction, the system here wasn't that much different. Not only priests, but tankers were also valuable here. You think so? Have you unlocked any attributes yet? Not yet. As for me, I have a common grade class, swordsman, and an attribute that boosts my damage. At first, I wanted to choose warrior to increase my strength, but I had a hunch that a swordsman with great increase in agility would be a better option for me. Afterwards, I unlocked an attribute by accident, so I think my choice of class was the right one. He was the type of guy who expressed his opinion openly. The quality of the class itself wasn't too important. The most important thing was how well this class balanced itself with the stats, attributes and abilities of a person. So it was all about what had the best efficiency. Although he didn't insist on it too strongly, Kim Hunsung clearly wished for Park Deokgu to choose the rare grade Shieldman class. What do you think, Hung Nim? My opinion is similar. It's unknown if in the future you would get any attributes that increase your damage, but we have Hunsung SSI after all, and he can make up for your lack of attack power. And it would be nice if you could increase your stats by 4 points, but still, the choice is yours. That's right. How about Priest then? That's the worst choice. Priest was the worst option here. I just couldn't imagine him with this class. Maybe it could work if he later changed to something like Paladin, but Park Deokgu's talent for magic wasn't particularly great. After a while, for a short amount of time, Park Deokgu's body shined with a blue light. He had successfully changed his class. What did you choose? Just as you said, Shieldman seems to be the most suitable class for me. Is that so? I think that even now I can protect you pretty well, Hung Nim, but it would be nice if I could do so even better. And as for the offensive, I guess it's not bad to leave it to others. Playing with magic seems to be dangerous, what if I explode because of it? That said, being on the front lines is a little scary, but I think I can handle it. It's a good choice. Kim Hunsung also approvingly nodded his head, then turned to me. If you don't mind, can I ask what Kyung SSI chose? I was silent for a moment, before answering. I haven't chosen anything yet. I have 3 options for common grade classes. Warrior, Archer and Wizard, and also 1 rare grade class, Commander. Commander. I noticed his facial muscles stiffened for a second. It's a trap card. This barely perceptible reaction made me convinced that Commander was a trap card here. I see. Oh my god, Hung Nim. Commander. This class would be perfect for you. I just know it. Why yes. I mean, aren't you totally like some cool commander, Hung Nim? Just imagining you giving orders from behind like a boss, KHH, under Hung Nim's command I will surely win every battle. Park Deokgu was full of excitement, but honestly, I didn't see myself as a commander type. And also, I don't know anything about war strategy. I had never ever read any book about the art of war. I wasn't very good at playing chess or Go, and I didn't have a particularly outstanding mind compared to others. If you asked me about my experience in this area, I could only think about this short time in the distant past, when I played some online strategy game. I don't even remember what its name was now. In fact, with my character, I was more fit to be a scammer rather than a commander. I guess thief would be quite a fair option for me. I can't wait for you to give me orders, Hung Nim. This bastard, he was cute. Apparently, he already thought I would choose commander. It says this class would provide me with a wider field of vision and 1 point increase in my intelligence. As for other classes, you guys probably know about them. With this class, there's little to no gain. At least the other 3 would increase your starts by 3 points. I felt my throat getting dry. Becoming a rare grade commander was definitely a trap. You have to be a commander. Commander. I decided to ignore this idiot who was getting all excited by himself, and pondered more deeply on this problem. Having a rare grade class for now would be nice, but I'm also worried whether this class would enable me to advance to something better in the future. All the other classes are of common grade, but it's obvious they won't stay like this. Choosing your first class is very important, so I'm telling you Hung Nim, you should be a commander. Commander, please, command me. Quote. I think the archer class wouldn't be so bad for you, Kyung SSI. It would help us a lot, if you could attack from a distance, and later on you could change to something like Thief. Hung Nim, choose Commander. Commander, let me follow you. For now, it would be more helpful to increase your stats. There's nothing to argue about here. Hung Nim was born to be a commander. He has to be a commander no matter what. Archer would be better for him. Commander is better. Archer, Commander, Archer, Commander. Archer, Commander, Archer is better. Commander is even better. They were just making me more confused. Damn. I left those two guys to argue by themselves. Kim Hunsung seemed to know a little about the disadvantages of being a commander and he wanted to recommend the Archer class to me. However, he didn't know about my poor talent. Should I choose Archer? Choosing Commander went hand in hand with some potential problems, but Wizard was actually quite tempting for me. Although my magic power was truly a sad sight, I felt I could work around it, relying on my high intelligence. 1. What should I do? The most important thing was to make the best use of my strong points. Anyway, my mind's eye already told me that I was a hopeless case. Only, in the end, I had to choose a class that seemed to be the most efficient for me. As I made my decision, I closed my eyes and with a flash of light I could feel how my body changed a little. Phew, I successfully changed my class. Kim Hunsung and Park Deokgu spoke at the same time. Commander, Archer, Chapter 9, Pure things are easily dyed. Wizard, why not Commander? Both of them reacted pretty similarly. Park Deokgu looked really disappointed. Kim Hunsung was obviously a little dejected, but otherwise didn't seem to think it was a bad decision. Although an archer's ability to use bows was very attractive, my low agility wouldn't allow me to utilize it well. I didn't know if changes could happen in the future, but right now my ability stat had little potential for growth. There was no point in forcing myself to do something that didn't suit me. Naturally, even if I had chosen Archer and became a thief later on, I would still have to worry about this very same thing. In fact, the same could be said about the Wizard class. I already knew that I wasn't going to be a skilled magic user, but I have to take advantage of my strengths. I figured that the best path forward would be to make use of my high intelligence. Considering the various ways this class could branch out, there had to be a class where high mana wasn't a barrier to growth. May I ask why you chose Wizard? I shook my head slightly, and said, just a hunch. I had no other choice. Even if I had chosen Commander, I would have only gained one extra stat point. Gaining a 3-point boost to mana, which was still uncharted territory to me, seemed like a boon in comparison. I see. He seemed to have been convinced. I felt a little bitter. If only he could see my growth potential, he would know there was no hope for me. Acquired basic knowledge of elementary magic. Due to the effect of the class, the mana stat increased by 3 points. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Lee Kyung. Name, Lee Kyung. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 25. Disposition, careful strategist. Class, Wizard. Class effects, basic magic knowledge. Stats. Strength, 10 growth potential, common or lower. Agility, 11 growth potential, common or lower. Vitality, 12 growth potential, common or lower. Intelligence, 19 growth potential, heroic or higher. Endurance, 12 growth potential, common or lower. Luck, 21 growth potential, heroic or higher. Mana, 03 growth potential, common or lower. Equipment, none. Attributes, mind's eye. Overview, you're still hopeless. But I applaud you for getting a class. Selecting Wizard may well be a very good choice for you. If you hadn't, it would be difficult to feel magic given your talent. The extra 3 points of mana may look promising, but I recommend that you don't raise your hopes on being a good wizard. You will only be left with disappointment. This son of a bitch. For some reason the overview message didn't criticize my choice as much as I thought it would. It was still insulting, but at least I got an approving nod for learning to use mana. There were many changes to my status window. I also felt like I roughly understood what it meant to acquire knowledge on the basics of magic. New knowledge poured into my head. All of it was literally only foundational knowledge, so there was nothing too complicated. It explained the concept of magic, how to move mana, how to cast spells by using mana, and it also provided an introduction to the concepts of chimeras and incantations. It's not that bad. It was a little different from what I had imagined. I couldn't quite pin it down in words, but I felt like I was solving some formula I'd never seen before, or like I was building a tower with my mana. Knowledge of things that were completely unfamiliar to me, such as chimeras and incantations, continued to accumulate in my mind. For now, at least, it seems like it was worth it. Unlike the benefits of the commander class, I could use this power as soon as I adapted to it. When I slowly closed my eyes and felt the mana inside me, it welled up immediately. My level of mana was only in the single digits, so I felt really grateful that it moved according to my will. While I was still operating mana in my mind, Kim Hunsung, who had been observing me, opened his mouth. Let's go back then. We've already been delayed by a lot. As for food, 2 bags are enough for us. Alright. After packing up 2 bags, Park Deoku handed the rest over to Kim Hunsung. He nodded, and revealed a look of gratitude. Perhaps he thought we were being considerate of him. We had retrieved about 12 leather bags full of food from this starting point. If you thought about Park Deoku's contribution in attracting the monster's aggro, only asking for 2 bags was a bargain. Thank you for your consideration. Well, there's no need for thanks. Without Hunsung SSI, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to even get these 2 bags. Given everything you've done for us, it's only natural that we repay your help in kind. But, alright, let's go feed the people. Okay, I understand. What are you going to do about the others, by the way? We can't keep helping them like this. Those who aren't willing to fight would only get in the way. I don't want there to be any unnecessary victims. It may be good to put them through training to adapt to the circumstances, then take them to hunt monsters one by one. I don't think that would work. If you thought about it, Park Deoku had also completed this kind of training to adapt. But I didn't bother to say this out loud. It might not work, but for now, I think we could try it out with just one other person, with your permission of course. Would you guys be okay with that? I don't mind, but how about you, Hung Nim? I'm also okay with this. Can I suggest someone right now? Do you have anyone in mind? I was thinking of Jung Hayan, if she's fine with it. Kim Hunsung nodded his head happily. It was no exaggeration to say that Jung Hayan was like a lottery ticket that was certain to win a jackpot. I had already confirmed her talent with my mind's eye, and Kim Hunsung most likely knew about her future achievements. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw his delighted expression. The way back to the shelter was quite comfortable. Due to the fact that we would inevitably leave the shelter unprotected whilst we traveled to the starting point, we had cleared out the area beforehand. As we approached the shelter, several people, including Jihye, ran out to greet Kim Hunsung. Hunsung SSI. Deoku Oppa and Kyeonji Oppa also worked hard. Let us take those for you. I could see those guys taking bags from Kim Hunsung as though it were only natural. One man, who seemed to have an injured leg, snuck his hand towards our side as well, so I shook him off, and said, "We will carry our bags ourselves." Oh, yes. I drew a clear line between us and their system of distribution. Funnily enough, I could clearly see an expression of disapproval on his face. He seemed to be thinking something along the lines of, "Who do you guys even think you are?" The corners of my mouth rose for a moment, but he likely didn't see it. Not minding my actions, Kim Hunsung was quietly speaking with Jihye. "This is the food that we obtained from the starting point. I want Jihye SSI to distribute it amongst the people inside the shelter." "Alright, leave it to me, Hunsung SSI. By any chance, were there any survivors?" "I don't think so." I see. That's too bad. Maybe some of them are still alive nearby. Sooner or later, we'll have to search that area again." Right. There probably wouldn't be enough food. Kim Hunsung had only brought 10 bags. 30 people wouldn't be able to eat their fill after sharing it amongst themselves. I could still hold out for now, but I was already feeling hungry myself. Park Deoku and I, carrying our 2 bags, walked past the leeches surrounding Kim Hunsung and headed inside. Inexplicable gazes followed us all the while. While walking, Park Deoku spoke with a hint of uneasiness. "Hung Nim, you really won't share with them? We are not volunteers." "Well, I know that, but I don't feel very good about it. And the expressions of those people who went out to greet us were kinda. Why do you care about how they look at you? I just don't like it. They're the ones who should be thanking us for risking our lives and bringing them food, Deoku. The idea of even supporting baggage like them is laughable. The place we're staying in right now is Kim Hunsung's shelter. We're not one of them. We helped them as much as we were helped, and we even gave up some food that we were supposed to get. It's the least we could do. Kim Hunsung knows that, which is why he hasn't said anything. If they want better treatment, they can also pick up a sword." Well, maybe if I were in their shoes, I would also have had a hard time doing that. Maybe Kim Hunsung wants them to be motivated by us. I'm not sure what the outcome will be. So when they see us taking so much food, they would realize they also have to fight to be treated likewise. That's the desired effect. That guy wasn't stupid. It was possible that he was hoping for something along those lines to occur. While we were trudging over to the place where we usually stayed, I couldn't see Jung Hayan anywhere. I had wondered if there was any work for those who didn't go out hunting, but I couldn't see anyone who was actually idle. Some were cleaning up their surroundings, while others moved heavy stones to fortify the shelter. Perhaps Jung Hayan was also doing some kind of work. It was obvious who had managed this place while we were gone. Lee Jihye. She was in charge of these people. It was her job to distribute food and report any issues to Kim Hunsong. She was also the first to come out to greet him. While thinking about this, I felt the corners of my mouth rising up for a moment. Deokuya, what is it? Do you remember Jung Hayan? Are you talking about the lady with the injured leg who was clinging onto you earlier? That's right. I took out some food from my bag and handed it to Park Deokgu. I want you to give this to her, and see if she's okay. Hung Nim, why are you, Something about his expression didn't seem right. I understand. Very well, you can leave it to me. This guy caught onto my intention at once. We hadn't been together for long, but he was already starting to get better at understanding what I wanted from him. He understood that I was trying to get her. Of course, I didn't mean it in a romantic way, but it was surprisingly easy to make people think otherwise. Especially in a situation like this. From what I could remember, Jung Hayan's disposition was pure advocate. Kim Hunsong's disposition, well-meaning arbitrator, appeared to be slightly similar, but the two were clearly different. Pure and well-meaning were clearly different. Pure things are easily dyed. What did you say? It's nothing. Perhaps this small experiment would be enough to prove what I had said. Chapter 10. Jung Hayan 1. An invisible hierarchy was forming. Even beasts that were incapable of speech would create a class-based system among themselves. It would be stranger if, in a situation like this one, there were no subtle differences in ranks. As long as it was a place people inhabited, it was a natural outcome. First of all, at the very top of the pyramid was Kim Hunsong, the man who had built this place. I didn't know what had occurred whilst finding this shelter, but the people here certainly placed a lot of trust in Kim Hunsong. I would have had a similar reaction. Of course, it was a natural reaction for someone who had suddenly fallen into an unknown land crawling with monsters. The fact that there was a guy willing to pick up a sword and stand up against those monsters was very reassuring, especially since that guy was foolishly kind. It was no wonder then, that people admired him. Next up was Lee Jihye, a woman who had an unexpected windfall from being with Kim Hunsong. Unlike Kim Hunsong, who frequently roamed outside, she spent most of her time in the shelter, managing food distribution, guarding the shelter, and other essential tasks. There were also some people who could be considered part of Lee Jihye's unit that held significant authority. Of course, while Kim Hunsong was here, they couldn't abuse or openly take advantage of their power, but it was inevitable whilst he was gone. Then where are we, Hung Nim? You could say that we're right under Kim Hunsong, because we have the strength to fight and retrieve food. It's probable that they're dissatisfied with us right now. But at first, of course, they were sweet to us at first. But I'm sure they didn't like what happened yesterday. It was like implying that we want to be independent. To put it bluntly, it's not our job to feed you. That was likely the last nail in the coffin. But part of the food they took was ours. Isn't it natural to say, thanks, instead? Of course, there are people like that too, but it's human nature to try to keep new powers in check. Even if it's just within a small group of people. Does that mean that Kim Hunsong is keeping us in check? No, Kim Hunsong doesn't think of this place as his own in the first place. Then who the hell is so wary of us? People who think this place belongs to them. It wasn't Kim Hunsong who was pretending to rule. It was Lee Jihye, the one who was profiting off of him. I think I know what you mean. Kim Hunsong is the figurehead of this group, but she's the one controlling it. In the first place, Kim Hunsong doesn't have time to manage this place since he spends most of his time outside. Where might is required, the one with strength is king, and where food and shelter are a priority, the one grasping them is king. Kim Hunsong has power, but it's that woman who has food and shelter. You mean Lee Jihye? I nodded slightly. That's right. Quote, quote. One more loaf of bread is enough to win people over and you can send away those you're wary of. Power is created by discrimination. Jung Hayan is probably one of the ones who aren't favored by Lee Jihye, that's why she was separated from the group and sent out to do rough work. Since when have you been paying so much attention to Hayan SSI? In the future we will have to keep an even closer eye on her. Park Deokgu nodded quietly. Watching over Jung Hayan was just the beginning. It was an impulsive judgment based on Lee Jihye and Jung Hayan's dispositions, selfish ambitionist, and pure advocate. Even so, I thought that I could perhaps really achieve the results I wanted. Asterisk. Hayan SSI, you need to do your job properly. Yes, okay, everyone is working hard. Hayan SSI isn't the only one who has it difficult. In a situation like this, we all have to work together. If you keep up this attitude, we'll have no choice but to reduce your rations. Yes, it doesn't matter if you say yes or no, as you may have heard, things aren't looking bright. It's not easy to get food from other places, and we also don't know how long we'll have to stay here. If a monster comes while Hansung SSI is out, we'll be slaughtered. That's why building walls is so important. Yes, I understand. I'm really sorry. Tisk, if you don't want to get kicked out, don't slack off and work hard. As more survivors are found, there won't be any space left for Hayan SSI. I just don't understand why people who've just joined are so selfish. I'm sorry, it's nothing. Just do your job properly. Yes, okay, I understand. She could see the man who anxiously spoke out turning away. Subconsciously, she lowered her head. She wasn't sure what she had done wrong in his mind, but he didn't seem to like anything she did. No, it was natural to not like it. It was no wonder he was unhappy. It has been a few days already, and she still wasn't able to fulfill her assigned workload. Stupid. She had always heard words such as slow or slug-like, but she hated herself for not being able to move faster even in this situation. It hurts. She looked down slightly, and saw her ragged hands. Her fingernails were almost gone. It was painful, but she could definitely empathize with what she had just been told. Everyone is working hard. Everyone was doing their best to survive. Hansung SSI, Hyung SSI and Deoku SSI, who were out fighting against monsters, as well as the people who were building walls together. Compared to before, when she had been frantically running around on her own, not knowing when she would die, this place was akin to heaven. If Hyung SSI hadn't helped her at that time, she would have been killed by monsters. As she remembered how she had clung to him almost the whole way here, her face flushed red. That was the first time she had been in such proximity with a man. As she recalled that memory in a daze, she raised her head when she heard a voice coming from beside her. Hayan SSI, I know you have it hard. Let me take that. Ah, Seokwu SSI. He's probably also been under a lot of stress lately. Is that so? Yes, Hansung SSI has been going out a lot lately, so building fortifications is very important right now. Jihye SSI must be thinking the same thing. We don't know how long we are going to be here, so we have to do everything we can. You'll have to understand. I know. You seem to be particularly sensitive today. I think Hayan SSI is one of the hardest working people here. I'll talk to him later. Let's go eat together first. Yes, I heard yesterday that Hansung SSI got food from the starting point. Oh, really? Yes, I heard it from Jihye SSI, so it must be true. That's a relief, hehe. Yu Seokwu, he was a man who spoke his mind. Of course, since he was in charge of her, helping her benefited him too, but most of the time he seemed to just want to chat. By the way, isn't this work hard? Oh, of course it's hard, but there are definitely others who have it rougher. But still, it's not an easy job. You know, you could cheat a bit. No, I can't even finish the work assigned to me in the first place. I can't cheat. Seokwu SSI is injured, but you still work with us. I'm overseeing everything, so I don't have to do much, haha. Actually, I have no problem with this, haha. While chatting about various things, they arrived at the food distribution table. She could see a few people lining up. Park Deoku and Lee Kyung were nowhere in sight. It was possible that they had already finished their meal or had left to go elsewhere. It hasn't been long since they came back from hunting. Surely they would want to rest. Line up and stand here. You can wait for your turn. Yes, yes. After receiving the food, they settled down in a nice spot. She could see others who were gathering together to eat. A brief thought crossed her mind to sneak over and join them. However, perhaps because of her timid personality, it wasn't easy for her to talk or hang out with others in the first place. These circumstances are hard for them as well. Yes, I mean the others. It's tough for everyone. No one can afford to take care of anyone else, and in the case of Hayan SSI, who came here a bit later, they're probably even more reluctant. I guess so. And I can't do my job properly. No, Hayan SSI, you work harder than anyone else. With time, when you get used to it, everyone will accept Hayan SSI. Just like I do now. Thank you for taking such good care of me. Oh, it's nothing. I just want to get closer to Hayan SSI. Oh, so do I. Thank you for always helping me. Now that she thought of it, she had received a lot of help from this person. From the very beginning, he had been the first to approach her and help her make connections. He had made her time here a lot smoother. Thank you. It happened while she was placing a piece of bread into her mouth. She could feel Yu Seoku grabbing her hand. She tried to pull back, but he didn't let go. She turned her head and saw Yu Seoku looking at her. Let go of me. Please. What? Let go. Why, all of a sudden? But just now. That's not what I meant. She looked around hurriedly, but there was no one else there. It felt like Yu Seoku's always smiling eyes had changed a little. His smile was nowhere to be seen and a look of ridicule had taken its place. Hayan SSI. Why yes. Did you think that I was doing you a favor? What are you talking about? If you are taking something, you also have to give something back. You really don't know sh*t. What are you saying? Why are you being like this? You know how much I've done for you, don't you? I don't know much about that. I appreciate your help, but... Only, are you really that stupid? Or are you just pretending to be stupid? Should I be more direct? Just let go of my hand now. It hurts. It hurts. If you want your time here to stay pleasant in the future, you better be nice to me. You stupid woman, you still haven't figured it out. His eyes were scary. She had never seen anyone look at her like that before. She didn't even know why things had turned out this way. What she knew for sure was that she wanted to get out of there. As she desperately tried to pull her hand away, she heard a loud voice from behind her. Hey, Hung SSI. If you don't want that hand of yours to be broken, you better let go. Chapter 11. Jung Hayan 2. Hey, Hung SSI. If you don't want that hand of yours to be broken, you better let go. Kwajik. In that fleeting moment, she was unable to comprehend what had occurred. As soon as that huge shadow had fallen across her face, she had closed her eyes. But that scream had been real enough. When she opened her eyes, she saw Park Deoku, who was silently looking down, and Yu Seoku, who had fallen to the ground, screaming. Deoku SSI. I had no idea we had this brand of scumbag here. Alright, it's not broken, so don't be such a crybaby. A large fist cut through the air once more. The sound of an impact rang out as the blow fell precisely on Yu Seoku's head. It was almost unreal to see him sent sprawling to the floor as though a heavy, blunt weapon had struck him. Quit pretending. I didn't even hit you that hard. Someone might think you were a wailing newborn with all the racket you're making. A big foot struck out, and Yu Seoku's body was thrown into the air. He had been kicked. Seeing him crashing into the wall, Jung Hayan was afraid that the situation would spiral into something bigger. It's okay now, so please stop. You're going to hurt him. Deoku SSI. The glare he shot in Yu Seoku's direction was vaguely terrifying. However, if she didn't stop him now, then perhaps Yu Seoku's death would really come to pass. Seeing Yu Seoku hunched over and trembling on the ground made her anxious. Don't worry too much, Noonam. All I did was give him a little shove and a kick. Well, this Hung SSI is just a crybaby. That wasn't why she was anxious. She could see some people rushing over after hearing Yu Seoku's screams. Stop. What are you doing? Seoku SSI, are you okay? I'm fine. The most conspicuous of them was, of course, Jihye. As she led her herd towards them, abject confusion shone in her eyes. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Violence is forbidden within the shelter. That man sexually harassed Hayan SSI. So I gave him a beating. Is that true? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. It's not. What? Oh, of course, it might have looked misleading because I grabbed Hayan C's hand, but he was mistaken. You're still running your mouth. Alright, that's enough, Deoku Oppa. Like I said, violence is prohibited here. Even if Seoku SSI did something wrong, hastily swinging your fists at someone without hearing them out first creates disharmony amongst group members. This way of doing things is not right. Before anything else, you need to determine if anything wrong is even taking place. Seoku SSI, did you really grasp Hayan C's hand to then sexually harass her? No, absolutely not. I never meant to do such a thing. Then what Deoku Oppa saw? I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding. Oh, of course, it's true that I expressed my feelings towards Hayan SSI, but I mistakenly thought that Hayan SSI had accepted them. I think that's what happened. Really? Yes, really. Please repeat exactly what you said. I told Hayan SSI I wanted to get closer to her, and Hayan SSI reciprocated. I guess I was just mistaken. Hayan SSI, please clarify. Is what Seoku SSI just said true? Several gazes landed on her. Of course, this wasn't something she could suddenly get used to. It was because their gazes were far from being friendly. She quickly realized that there was no one on her side. As her arms and legs started to shake from tension, Lee Jihye's face, and her stare as though urging her to hurry up and speak, came into her view. For some reason, she had trouble opening her mouth. That's true. But after that, Sok Sioku SSI, F forcibly pulled my arm, and, that if I want to have a pleasant time here, he spoke like that, I was a little surprised. Please speak properly, Hayan SSI. I can't understand what you're saying. Take it step by step. So it's true that Sioku SSI said he wanted to get closer to Hayan SSI and you agreed. Sorry, yes, but I didn't know what he meant, I didn't know. I asked whether it's true. It's true, but. Excuse me, Hayan SSI. Yes, so isn't it Hayan SSI who acted misleadingly and allowed this situation to develop? Come to think of it, you've been hanging out with Sioku SSI ever since you came here. Am I wrong? That's true, but it was always Sok Sioku SSI who approached first. This is what happens when your behavior is problematic. No, well, that's. Do you think it is acceptable to create this type of misunderstanding and then back down like that? The same goes for Dioku Oppa. I can't believe you hit a person without even considering the actual situation. When she turned her head a little to look at Park Dioku, she noticed a tinge of confusion on his face. He was likely thinking, maybe I made a mistake. Is he telling the truth? Noonam, I did agree that we should get closer, but. She was so bewildered she didn't even know where to begin. She had no idea how to respond to this situation which had popped up out of nowhere, or how she could fix it. Her face flushed and her eyes filled with tears. Do you think crying will solve anything? I'm sorry. It's not a matter of whether you're sorry or not. To be honest, the mood in the shelter hasn't been good recently, Dioku Oppa. Of course, I appreciate you giving a helping hand to a woman in a situation like this, but don't act so rashly unless you know what's going on. I think you were a little too reckless this time. Yeah, especially when it's a situation where it's unclear who the victim and perpetrator are. I'm sorry. Am I the one you should be apologizing to? Apologize directly to the victim, Sioku SSI. Sorry. What's going on here? What's going on here? I already knew the answer. It was a situation that I could read with ease. I was expecting something to happen sooner or later, but not like this. I had never imagined that they would launch an offensive filled with accusations at this scale. Park Dioku wore an embarrassed expression and seemed to be on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Jung Hayan was shedding tears like a waterfall. Of course, there was no such thing as justice here. At a glance, the assailant and victim were clear. Well, it was none of my business if Jung Hayan really tried to take advantage of Yu Sioku, however the fact that Jung Hayan was in a tight spot was a matter of considerable importance. At my appearance, Lee Jihye was the first to speak. It's good to see you, Ki-young Oppa. Presently. Are you out of your mind? Sorry, Jihye SSI, are you out of your mind? What are you? Do you think this is some kind of local playground? Do you think no one will hear you when you're making such a large commotion? Just because we leave the shelter regularly to clear outside, that doesn't mean we can't take care of internal matters as well. She seemed to have realized that she had made a mistake. So the situation right now is. I saw it from afar, so I roughly know what's going on, Jihye SSI. Just as Jihye SSI said, in a situation like this, where the assailant and the victim have yet to be clearly identified, even I would be scared if I were cornered by a group such as this. And yet, what situation do we have right now? But that woman is clearly the one at fault. Jihye SSI, can you say for sure that Sioku SSI is wholly innocent? I was fairly certain that she couldn't. The moment those words left her lips, it would become her, not Yu Sioku, who would bear the responsibility for them. And so, she had grown hesitant, displaying an anxious and flustered appearance. And based on Hayan C's reaction, I don't think that is the case, but most of all, Hayan SSI isn't that kind of person. I can guarantee that. My guarantee was over the top. Completely over the top. Right then, I was just talking nonsense. It was such an embarrassing remark, even I wanted to laugh at it. Jung Hayan, who probably felt that she wasn't worth the hassle, was likely extremely grateful for a statement in her defense. But others wouldn't feel the same. When on earth would I have gotten to know her so well that I could even vouch for her? Aside from her pure advocate disposition, I had no other reason to vouch for her. As a matter of fact, there were many points worthy of mention. In the first place, it was wrong to question the victim from a standpoint that they had done something wrong when the crime involved sexual harassment. There was no way that Lee Jihye, a woman, wouldn't know that. Her insistence on siding with Yu Seokwu was likely done with the intention of furthering the exclusion of outsiders and consolidating her existing power. Or maybe the goal was to screw with Jung Hayan from the start. I wouldn't mind refuting her logic, but simply pushing my agenda forward in this case would work just as well. No, not just as well. Because I'm in control. I was the one in power here. What I meant was that my authority was heavier than anyone else's here. Hayan SSI doesn't deserve this. There was a great contrast between Jung Hayan, who stared at me whilst wiping her tears, and those who glared at Jung Hayan with hostility clear in their gazes. Perhaps in their minds this was a very unreasonable situation. Someone who appeared out of the blue and browbeat them into letting go of the situation was also seemingly overly partial to one person. Of course, I wouldn't be the hated one. I looked toward Jung Hayan. A woman favored by the powerful. She was bound to become an object of hatred, a person whom everyone else could not help but direct their dissatisfaction at. Especially for someone like Lee Jihye. Everyone's still just standing around. Yu Seokwu SSI needs to get his injuries treated. However, after that, I will ask him to explain the exact situation again. For now, let's move Seokwu SSI first. Why yes sir. Jihye SSI, please clean up this place quickly, so that you can start your daily activities. It will soon be time for Hunsung SSI to return. Monsters might start rushing in at any moment. Sadioku, please patrol the surrounding area. Alright, Hung Nim. Also, Hayan SSI, I'd like to speak with you for a second. Yes, some people were whispering, Lee Jihye was biting her lips, and Yu Seokwu seemed to be rather fretful. Only, I could clearly see what all of them were thinking. I could make out some of their words, but no one openly disapproved of my actions. What, that woman, bitch, there was a much better prey than me, after all. Come with me. Yes, rather than someone powerful, the kind that was easy pickings. Chapter 12. Lee Jihye. Sit down, please. I could see her hesitant expression. It was clear she hadn't calmed down yet. As she wiped her tears away, shoulders shaking, she looked a little like a young child. In the first place, she was an ordinary 21-year-old girl. She had never experienced such a situation before, so it was no wonder she was like that. I couldn't fully comprehend exactly what it was that she was feeling, but it seemed like she hadn't really understood what had happened yet nor come to terms with the situation at hand. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you are apologizing for. But I'm the one who. Hayan SSI didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I didn't see what happened, but, for now, could you go through what happened? I didn't mean it that way. I know. Please, just tell me what you can. Take your time. As I smiled and spoke to her, she slowly began to speak. In fact, I already had a rough idea of how the story went, and it was rather predictable. The problem was that I couldn't understand her words at all. It was hard for me to figure out what she was saying through all the sobbing and tears. Thanks to the system, I knew her level of intelligence wasn't low, but perhaps it wasn't based on simple thinking capability. Seokwu SSI suddenly. Yes, I see. He grabbed my hand and I screamed. But it didn't matter whether I could understand her or not. It was more important to empathize with her. It was more important to listen to her reasons, why she was crying and why she was upset, than to judge who was at fault. I'm on your side. I didn't say it out loud, but she probably thought that way. That's what happened, and all of a sudden, Dioku SSI came, and he hit him, and then Jihye SSI. I see, and at that moment, Kyung SSI came. Yes, the issue was that this lamentation of hers was taking quite a long time. Finally, after a few more minutes, her tedious story came to an end. It must have been difficult. And no, I'm a little better now. It definitely seemed like she was a little calmer now. Her shoulders, which had trembled occasionally, were set back in their original place, and her tearful expression was replaced with a slight smile. She had regained some composure. Thank you, Kyung SSI. You don't have to thank me. It's just the circumstances. And no, I mean, you said you believed in me before. Why you've been helping me ever since we first met. I don't think I've done anything for you. Don't worry about it. May I ask why you're so nice to me? It was difficult to decipher the origin of this question. I wasn't sure if she was simply interested in me or wary of me. I thought it was probably the latter. Most likely, Yu Seokwu approached her in a similar manner. Let's give her a reasonable answer. I just did what I thought was right, but if I had to give a reason. Yes, I have a younger sister at home. Perhaps it's that Hayan SSI reminds me of her. Actually, I didn't really think this. Eula's personality was completely different from that of Jung Hayan before me, and it was hard to find any resemblance other than age. But I thought that it would be the appropriate response. Ah, she's probably around the same age as Hayan SSI. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Hayan SSI. I have 2 older sisters, but I lost contact with them a long time ago. A dark expression surfaced. I thought it wouldn't be a problem if I pried a little more. Your parents, they are not around. We have something in common. You too, Kyung SSI. Yes, she looked oddly delighted. We are a little alike. Yes, it seems so. It was good for us to have something in common. The corners of my mouth went up when I saw her quietly clasping her hands. I considered whether it would be better to be more active or step back from here, but unfortunately, I wasn't sure of the correct answer. After thinking it over for a short while, I continued from my earlier train of thought. If it wouldn't be too much trouble. Yes, I'd like you to be a little more comfortable with me. It's purely my selfishness but… yes. Chow, we can start by speaking more informally. Yes, alright, then informally. Just speak casually. Yes, I mean, alright, Opa. She seemed to be shy. I was able to confirm once more that Jung Hayan wasn't skilled in socializing with others. As I quietly faced her and observed her with my mind's eye, her overall stats came into my view. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Jung Hayan. Name, Jung Hayan. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 21. Disposition, pure advocate. Class, none. Stats, endurance, 11 growth potential, rare or lower. Agility, 11 growth potential, rare or lower. Vitality, 14 growth potential, heroic or lower. Intelligence, 22 growth potential, heroic or higher. Endurance, 14 growth potential, rare or lower. Luck, 23 growth potential, heroic or higher. Mana, 10 growth potential, legendary or higher. Overview. This person has the potential to improve their magical abilities beyond legendary grade. While their overall physical ability is low, they can experience explosive growth as a wizard or priest in the future. They are currently unaware that they can sense mana. Even if the both of you become wizards, it's inevitable for them to become a wizard on a totally different scale from player Lee Kyung, so don't lose sleep over it. Her strength and vitality had increased by 1 and 2 compared to what I'd seen before. It seemed she'd been hard at work fortifying the walls. It was also interesting that her mana value was at 10 points. Unlike me, who only gained mana after becoming a wizard, she had had it from the moment she was summoned here. She couldn't feel it yet, but it was possible that I could do something to help with that. It happened while I was thinking about discussing mana and magic. Excuse me, Kyung Opa, could I speak with you for a minute? It wasn't Jung Hayan's voice. The owner of this voice coming from behind me was Jihye. The expression on Jung Hayan's face shifted to anxiety. In fact, I had predicted that Jihye would approach me. It was just a little faster than I anticipated. Certainly. This woman had a good head on her shoulders. Are you going to switch to my side? The side which was more advantageous had already been determined by the events which had taken place earlier. On the surface, it may have appeared to simply be a case of judging who was wrong between Yu Seokwu and Jung Hayan. However, it had also been a power struggle between Jihye and I. It was likely that Jihye knew that too. No one had sorted us into a hierarchy, but she had realized nonetheless that I stood above her. Disposition. Selfish ambitionist. There were 2 patterns of behavior that emerged when someone like this woman or like myself encountered a new power. To reject it, or to join it. She'd acted faster than I had expected. She wasn't losing out by siding with us, but that shouldn't have been a decision made lightly. I opened my mouth and spoke quietly, looking not to Jihye but to Jung Hayan. Could you excuse me for a moment? I think Jihye SSI and I need to talk. Okay, I understand. Oh Opa. It seemed she was a bit nervous as she placed a small amount of emphasis on her last word. Eventually, Jung Hayan stood up and Jihye took her place. I caught her looking back at us again and again. Apparently, she had enjoyed our conversation. How can I help you? I just wanted to apologize. I'm sorry for the commotion. It's fine. In reality, Jihye SSI did nothing wrong. No, Kyung Opa, it was my first time dealing with a situation like that, so I was a bit too impulsive and didn't consider the situation outside. I didn't think about you and the others struggling beyond these walls. It would have been better to resolve this matter quietly. It's alright. I would also have been flustered if I were in Jihye's shoes. On the contrary, I think I should be the one apologizing for being too sensitive. That's not it. Oppa just did what he had to do. Although she was fairly young, I wasn't used to being called Oppa by a woman older than me. What is it? Regarding Sioku SSI. I don't have any plans for what to do about Sioku SSI at the moment. Anyhow, his treatment comes first, there are other things that I need to get done in the meantime. Ah, well, that's a relief. I'm sorry to have troubled you with this. I was so flustered earlier that I couldn't make a proper judgment. I'd like to be the one to resolve this, if you'd let me. Could you leave this to me? I couldn't help but worry. I hadn't yet figured out how to deal with Yu Sioku. There were neither laws nor police here, so I wasn't sure whether to punish him, or even how. Hayan SSI. Now that I think back, I believe I was also overly critical of Hayan SSI. If you let me handle this. Please go ahead. It was my understanding that Jihye SSI was the one managing this place to begin with. I apologize for stepping in presumptuously. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. It's okay, I know what you're trying to say. I hope you don't mind what happened earlier. The point was that I also recognized some of her authority. This woman must have understood the implications of my words. I have no intention of stopping you. So, don't do anything to get on my nerves. Just lie low and stay out of my way. When I had finished speaking, I could see that her hand was furtively reaching forward. Objectively speaking, Lee Jihye was a beauty. I tried to keep my heartbeat steady, but it was difficult to keep still when someone was so close to my body. Rather, I was more curious about why she had approached me in this manner. I'm sure that it's hard enough for you to leave the shelter, thank you so much for taking care of us. It's not that bad. If there's anything I can do to help you, I'd like you to let me know please. Anything. Saying that, she stroked my thigh. At this point, of course, I could tell what this woman wanted. Anything, yes, whatever that may be. I couldn't help but be embarrassed seeing her coming on to me so much more aggressively than I had expected. This woman might be foolish, but she wasn't stupid. I don't think that anyone could mistake her for a moron. Her eyes showed a strange look of desire. A hunger for power, ambition. It didn't matter either way. I like ambitious men. To me, having power or ambition was a way of protecting myself. Of course, my motives didn't matter to Lee Jihye. All she cared about was the result. The question was, would getting closer to this woman benefit me? The only thing she had going for her was that she could control the gaggle of idiots. There may be other uses for her, but that was it for now. She must have approached me because she was well aware of that fact. The group may not be much use in the first place, but there was no harm in having it. Actually, there might be something useful to gain from her side after all. Perhaps the connection with Jung Hayan. What should I do? I was pretty sure that she hadn't actually fallen for me. If I couldn't realize that much, then I would still be thinking that she was just a thoughtless, dumb bitch. That's not it. Was she aiming for a contract? A simple relationship? There was quite a lot that Lee Jihye stood to gain. Reconsolidation of her power after it may have been shaken, as well as forming a bond with someone whose authority might be second only to the strongest within the group. It could also be useful to make the public believe that we weren't on bad terms. There was nothing wrong with getting closer to each other. Breaking people down into enemies or allies was a stupid way of thinking. What do I get out of this? How about Hayan SSI? The corners of my mouth raised and I pressed close to her. Only, I could see that Lee Jihye's face held a strange mixture of excitement and anticipation. Good, it was a sensation I hadn't felt in a while. Our lips brushed against each other. It might have looked romantic at first glance. But our thoughts were different. Let's use each other. I smiled slightly as I said, we seem to be a little similar. Yes, I think so too. Chapter 13, Embarrassment 1. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Lee Jihye. Name, Lee Jihye. Title, None. You should try a little harder. Age, 29. Disposition, selfish ambitionist. Class, None. Stats, Strength, 05 growth potential, common or lower. Agility, 09 growth potential, common or lower. Vitality, 10 growth potential, common or lower. Intelligence, 20 growth potential, rare or higher. Endurance, 08 growth potential, common or lower. Luck, 15 growth potential, common or lower. Mana, 00 growth potential, common or lower. Overview. Congratulations, player Lee Kyung. You've finally met with misfortune. The perfect couple, forged from low stats and terrible potential, has been born. Make sure to use contraception. If the two of you really conceive a child together, I would feel sorry for the second generation born from your union. What couple? This woman was a little smarter than I'd previously thought. No, to be more exact, it wasn't that she was exceptionally brilliant. However, her ability to read the situation, decisiveness, and willingness to act were worth taking a look at. I understood why Kim Hunsung had entrusted the group to this woman. She was quick-witted and knew how to respond appropriately. The fact that she had thrown Jung Hayan, who she had been keeping in check over the past few days, over to me gave me a rough idea of what she wanted. She likely wanted to hold on to the main body while cutting off any loose ends. Of course, she may have other reasons, but I didn't need to know about those. I swallowed and examined Lee Jihye's stats once more. Her rate of growth wasn't bad. Compared to the last time I'd seen her, her vitality had risen by 1 point, her intelligence by 2, and her luck by a total of 3 points. How did she do it? The question was how she had increased her stats. In the case of intelligence, it was possible to infer that this stat wasn't based simply on one's critical thinking ability or existing knowledge. For instance, Jung Hayan, despite having high intelligence, was lacking in some aspects. On the other hand, Lee Jihye was the opposite. She was shrewd even though her intelligence stat was lower than Jung Hayan's. Perhaps one's magical aptitude or ability to understand the relevant knowledge was the basis of the intelligence stat. Her luck increase was strange as well. When I had last checked, her luck stat was 12. I didn't understand how her luck would have increased overnight. I had a hunch that it was connected to my high level of luck, but that was just a guess. I had to do a little more thinking about the way stats worked. You're up early, because I have a lot to think about. Lee Jihye stood next to me, making no effort to hide the fact that she was staring. She had seemed fine yesterday, but her expression seemed a little clearer than before. Deal with Yu Seokwu and keep an eye on Jung Hayan. If anything out of the ordinary happens to her, inform me right away. Should you be saying that to the woman you've kissed? Don't talk nonsense. Well, I'll take care of it. I think I know what you're planning, but what's special about this woman? She's a calculating bitch. Nuna doesn't need to know. I could see her face flush red when I called her Nuna. Her age was probably a sensitive topic. Lee Jihye bit her lips slightly. We hadn't turned into a loving couple nor teammates who would guard each other's backs overnight. To a certain extent, this was a contractual relationship. There had been no itemized list of terms, but we had both tacitly agreed to make use of each other and went through the process of forming that arrangement. It was a contract that could easily fall through at any given moment, but for the time being, it would let us believe in each other at the very least. The question was how long this relationship would last. There was no problem if we respected each other and kept each other in line, but no one could say what the future held. I sighed lightly and began to speak. By the way, why did Jihye SSI choose me? I told you, Ki-young Oppa. I like ambitious men. She wasn't the only one who had to live up to expectations. Just as I could discard her at any moment, she could easily do the same. What mattered for now was my own growth and Jung Hayan. Lee Jihye wouldn't brag about our relationship randomly. Because it was in her favor too. But she might hint at it if she was in the mood while working. It was important to know how it would affect Jung Hayan. Being socially inept meant that she inevitably struggled with expressing and being receptive to emotions. She didn't have any parents, and lost contact with her sisters a long time ago. In other words, Jung Hayan was not only unfamiliar with forming relationships with others, but was likely starved for affection. I had to increase her attachment to me and in the process, her dependency. Lee Jihye would help me with that. Things were handled faster than expected. There had been no trial or anything of that sort for Yu Seokwu. I wasn't sure if he knew that Lee Jihye had sided with me, but Yu Seokwu quickly admitted that he was at fault, and was given a suitable punishment that everyone agreed upon. Of course, to some extent, Lee Jihye's influence played a role in this outcome. What was amusing was that she stuck to an attitude of, I was powerless in this matter. In addition to directing their anger towards me, she stealthily began to manipulate public opinion into believing that some of the blame rested on Jung Hayan's shoulders. I was unable to help because of Lee Ki-young. He values Jung Hayan. Those were the unspoken words that could be inferred from her behavior. Due to this, Jung Hayan was forced to bear the hatred of everyone else. While watching Lee Jihye's process of manipulation, I couldn't help but feel that Lee Jihye was more awful than I thought. This is a woman who's good at bullying. If I could describe this in terms of a stats, then it would be beyond legendary. I didn't lift a finger to stop her. Ultimately, this process succeeded in providing the optimal environment for Jung Hayan to be thoroughly isolated and harassed by those around her. In this situation where everyone hated Jung Hayan, there was nothing she could do to redeem herself. Eventually, there was only one place she could turn. Thanks to this, I had been listening to Jung Hayan's weeping for days. So, Hick, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Oh, Opa, I'm too much I know you're busy. No, not at all. Thank you for telling me this. If you work a little harder, the others will likely recognize your efforts. Of course, I already know that Hayan is doing her best. To be honest, it wasn't easy to pretend to be a good person. But, it'll be alright, we're going to go hunting together from now on. I've already discussed it with Hansung SSI. It's just someone like me, will that be okay? Of course, I smiled slightly and patted her on the head. What I'd accomplished so far could be called an achievement. It seemed that the time I'd spent wasn't meaningless, if she was this scared by the thought of interacting with others. I had the urge to take a picture to commemorate this before we left. But I already knew that I couldn't hurry this process. Slowly, I didn't want a relationship that could crumble as easily as a sand castle. The ties binding us together needed to be stronger. Oh Opa, I'm glad you're here. If I were alone. No, you don't know how relieved I am to have Hayani next to me. How is your mana circulation going? Have you made any progress? Yes, it seems to be working for now. I think I can feel it inside me. If I send it through my arms, I might be able to strengthen. What about casting magic spells? I'm still not sure. In fact, chatting with Jung Hayan wasn't just for the sole purpose of improving our relationship. Much like Park Deokgu, who was struggling to get used to his new class and familiarizing himself with shields, I needed time to acquaint myself with the wizard class. The frequent excursions Kim Hunsung had been taking on his own recently may have been made with the intention of giving us that time. Visualize. Magic was the result of visualizing what one wanted to do with mana. The process of spell casting was an essential aid to visualization. I also had a hard time implementing magic for the first time. The basic knowledge was in my head, but I found it difficult to achieve the result I wanted. I needed to build a tower with my mana. A solid tower without any cracks or air inside. At the same time, I thought of the action that I wanted to realize in my head. I pictured flames rising from my fingers. Hear my voice. Respond. Flame. At the same time, a small flame rose from my finger. Jung Hayan watched it with a slightly surprised look on her face. Wow, I think it's important to clearly define what you want to achieve in your mind. It's more convenient if the spell is simple, but I don't think it matters if it's a little long. The point is that it coincides with your thoughts. The disadvantage was that most spells that were easy to visualize were useless. Thinking about those spells that could only be dubbed chuni-like, I felt my face heating up. I see. In my case, rather than manifesting magic itself, I'm thinking of harnessing mana to enhance myself. You'll probably find your own preferred method as well. I mean, it may seem difficult now, but it'll be a bit easier if you get a class. As expected, I understand. It might not be possible to use magic unless you have a class. Given that Kim Hunsung, who had quite a lot of mana, was unable to use magic, it seemed that you couldn't overcome the limits of your class. The reason for giving Jung Hayan all of this knowledge, despite that fact, was obvious. I favor her. There was no easier way to get close to someone than by teaching or learning from them. Even if I told her in advance what she would later learn, I wouldn't lose out. You might not be able to use magic until you get a class. Still, let's practice building up your mana step by step. Yes, I'll leave it to me. Oh Opa, I'll do my best. I nodded naturally. Mana has increased by 1. Intelligence has increased by 1. Good. It's possible that the more you use it, the more mana you'll have in the future. Personally, I'm looking forward to it. Yes. Then, shall we stop here for today? Actually, there's something I don't understand. Oh, yeah, I mean recently, I've had another surge in my mana. As I listened to her explain, I checked out Jung Hayan's stat window. I was curious about the progress she'd made so far. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Jung Hayan. Name, Jung Hayan. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 21. Disposition, pure advocate. Class, wizard common grade. Stats, endurance, 11 growth potential, rare or lower. Agility, 11 growth potential, rare or lower. Vitality, 14 growth potential, heroic or lower. Intelligence, 22 growth potential, heroic or higher. Endurance, 14 growth potential, rare or lower. Luck, 23 growth potential, heroic or higher. Mana, 15 growth potential, legendary or higher. Equipment, none. Attribute, how to be a wizard. Rating, heroic. Only. What? Wizard. What stood out was the class title of wizard. Because my mana isn't circulating well. The brightly smiling Jung Hayan once again caught my eye. What are you? I couldn't help but notice that something was wrong. Chapter 14. Embarrassment 2. Because my mana isn't circulating well. What the hell? I glanced at her facial expression once more, but it remained unchanged. The bright smile she wore was incongruous with the pitiful appearance she had previously displayed. I checked her status window again, but naturally, nothing had changed. I hadn't been mistaken. Class: Wizard Common Grade. Jung Hayan had already gained a class. Since when? Roughly 3 days had passed since I had last checked Jung Hayan's status window. The timing almost perfectly overlapped with the day I started giving her lessons on magic. She had been discreet about it, but it was possible that she had gained a class the moment I first began discussing magic with her. Attribute: How to be a wizard, heroic grade. Complete acquisition of basic knowledge on elemental magic. Mana has permanently increased by 2 points. The potential for growth has increased explosively. What the hell is this? Even her attributes were over the top. As soon as she understood the underlying principles of the class, she received an attribute associated with it that was heroic grade. It felt like a slap in the face. This was the first time I'd ever seen someone who, just by comprehending the basics of magic, gained not only a class but also a new attribute. If it was possible for others, Kim Hunsung would have chosen this method. Jung Hayan had to be a unique case. As I fell into thought for a while longer, Jung Hayan began to look at me showing traces of anxiety. Oh Oppa, sorry, I was just thinking, you asked me about mana circulation, right? Why yes, I tried what Oppa said, but it's still really hard. It couldn't be difficult. Maybe it's because the amount of mana you're using is a little bit too much, that's weird. I could see her hand reaching forward. I grabbed Jung Hayan's slightly outstretched hand and began to pour in my feeble mana resources. I tried to push through and gather up her mana, but Jung Hayan's mana did not even budge. It wasn't simply because my mana was lacking. She's blocking me. My attempt to help her circulate her mana was intentionally suppressed. It was only when I began to frown that I felt Jung Hayan's mana moving in the direction I wanted. As expected, you're amazing, Oppa. Seriously. Try to imagine it. Sorry. Imagine the spell. Something like a flame rising from your hand. You can do what I did before, right? Why yes. The amount of mana required to fulfill the conditions for using this spell was perfectly accumulated. It should have been easy for her to imagine a small flame after getting to this point. But then her mana instantly fell apart. It wasn't because she had taken too long or simply failed. Jung Hayan, herself, deliberately broke it down. It's still too difficult. Why am I like this? Oppa is trying so hard to teach me. Even her tearful act was a sight to behold. What's going on? No, it could be because you are still classless, so it's normal to fail. If we go out hunting, you'll improve. Okay. She didn't react to the word, classless, that I had snuck in. See, can we try it again? No, it's already pretty late. Let's call it a day. I have work to do for the time being. Do you have plans? Are you seeing Hayan SSI today as well? Park Hayan was a woman that Lee Jihye had attached to me. After what happened that day, Lee Jihye sent me a person who could act as a link between us. I'd been told that she would be useful for me in many ways, but that was something I had yet to witness. Until now, all I had heard from Park Hayan were stories about the group's situation and internal affairs. As I was debating on how to respond, I heard another voice. Kyung SSI, do you have a minute? Just give me a moment, please. Park Hayan. I couldn't tell whether her timing was good or bad. However, I saw that Jung Hayan didn't show much a reaction. Why, you already had something planned? I wasn't aware. No, I didn't make any arrangements to meet with Hayan SSI. Something must have happened. Would you excuse us, please? Yes. Jung Hayan slowly withdrew from her seat and then Park Hayan came in. I didn't remember calling for her, so I wondered why she had sought me out. I could feel Jung Hayan staring at Park Hayan. I did want to take advantage of her jealousy, but not in this manner. Hayan, I'll see you tomorrow. Yes. As soon as Jung Hayan disappeared from view, Park Hayan sat down quietly. Did something happen? I've heard something interesting. Like what? Like the fact that the next time you go hunting, you'll take a few of the people here to accompany you. Yes, that's correct. If you don't mind me asking, could I be one of them? She was quite direct. Naturally, I'd already scanned Park Hayan with my mind's eye, but there was nothing particularly outstanding when it came to her abilities. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Park Hayan. Name: Park Hayan. Title: None. You should try a little harder. Age: 27. Disposition: Calculating Diplomat. Class: None. Stats: Strength: 10. Growth potential: Heroic or lower. Agility: 11 growth potential, rare or higher. Vitality, 20 growth potential, rare or higher. Intelligence, 10 growth potential, rare or higher. Endurance, 10 growth potential, common or lower. Luck, 09 growth potential, common or lower. Mana, 00 growth potential, rare or lower. Overview. This isn't the time to be disappointed about the lack of people with prominent stats or unique characteristics. Overall, this person is well balanced. It seems likely that they could grow well as a melee fighter or as a long-ranged class, such as archer. Her disposition was calculating diplomat. Even without reading into her status too deeply, I could roughly guess what kind of person she was. I observed her for a while and then said, I don't know. I recommended Hayan SSI at first, but are you the type that prefers younger women? I could be even better. Isn't it boring to play with such a little kid? Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, that is not the case. How about you just give me a chance? I think our relationship would be so much more beneficial. I had no clue what relationship she was talking about. By the looks of it, it seemed she'd overheard our chat earlier. Park Hae-young seemed to believe that I was very interested in women. Certainly, her abilities were pretty good, and her growth potential didn't seem too bad either. If she was able to develop and grow stronger, she would possibly be of use, but I wasn't a fan of her calculating disposition. However, she should at least understand that all arrangements need to be reciprocal. For what reason? After all, you need someone who can fight, right? Thanks to Dioku SSI and Kyung SSI, the situation here has changed somewhat since you arrived. There are only a small number of us still waiting on Hunsung SSI to help us. This place is one where women can be as strong as men, and we can use the system to enhance our physical abilities. Yes, that's correct. Everyone is afraid of the monsters, but more and more people are beginning to think that they can do something about them. They've been banding together to go out as well. From Kyung-si's perspective, it can't be a bad thing to have more people who are able to fight for themselves on your side. If Hayan SSI is able to return stronger with special abilities, then the state of affairs will surely accelerate. You make it sound like I'm dividing everyone into different factions. Did I hit the nail on the head? No, I don't really care about things like that. Is Jihye SSI aware that you're here? She probably does. Who knows what Jihye SSI is thinking? And the reason you're here to speak with me is, I just thought it would be nice for us to talk. I dislike the fact that you only favor that young Hayan girl, and if you refuse to take me on then I'll have no choice but to wait until my turn. I see where you're coming from. What you've said so far has been reasonable as well. I believe that we might be able to work something out once Hunsung SSI has returned. I'll try to speak with him about it. However, if Hunsung SSI decides that it's infeasible then this proposal may be rejected, so please don't set your hopes too high. Just hearing you say that is more than I could hope for. I look forward to cooperating with you, then. Likewise. That's hilarious. Seriously, shish, listen, hey. There were voices all around her, but she couldn't make out their exact words. Instead, she was more concerned about Kyung Oppa. Hayan SSI, what are you thinking about? I mean, it's nothing. You can take a break if you're tired. You must have a hard time using your body that way, phew. Won't working here be too difficult for you? Sorry, look at you pretending you don't understand. I don't. She might have been unsure of the meaning behind their words, but she could sense their hostility. It wasn't overt or very strong. However, this was something that she was extremely familiar with. In retrospect, it had been like that ever since she was young. Compared to her two sisters, she had been much more foolish, slow and incompetent. Her eldest sister had always taken care of her and her second sister had been incredibly intelligent. After so many years of watching out for her, the reason they'd cut off contact with her was probably because she was so dumb. Something reeks. He has a pretty unique taste. She's not that pretty, pretends she doesn't have a clue, in the end, she's just a fox. Shish, stop it. Hey, he'll hear you. What are you going to do if he runs over here? Well, let's see if he does. He's probably already tired of her. No, doesn't it make sense that he'd be tired of her? Her hands shook subconsciously at those words. Kyung Oppa. He was the only person she could rely on in this entire place. Remembering the way they'd held hands earlier, her body began to tremble. Tired of her? Oppa wouldn't treat her like that. He was different. My heart is pounding. Her heart was racing as though it were about to explode. You remind me of my little sister. The thought of what she'd heard brought her a subtle sense of pleasure. It was an unfamiliar sensation. She'd never felt like this in her life. Her heart was pounding badum in her chest and her legs felt jittery. It was hard for her to get a hold of her emotions. We can meet again tomorrow. They could meet again tomorrow. Only, just the two of them once more, they could talk, and she could act cute towards him. It felt like she was experiencing the same warmth she'd received from her family once upon a time. It was addicting, like a drug. The reason why she'd kept her class and ability hidden was because she wanted to spend more time with Kyung Oppa. Her heart twisted at the lie, but she was scared of the consequences if he found out. As she looked subconsciously in the direction of Kyung Oppa and ignored the voices of those around her. Oh my, were you waiting? Park Hayan, who had been with her Oppa just a moment before, appeared. Chapter 15, Awakening. Why do you look so uneasy? You're a funny one, kid. Just look at you pretending otherwise. You're bothered by the fact that I met with Kyung SSI. I'm not like that, Hayan SSI. Oh, Oppa's business, it has nothing to do with me. Your expression says otherwise. I'm telling the truth. Seriously, don't make me laugh, you little bitch. You think no one knows what's going on in that head of yours? You look slow and stupid, but your head works fine. Who'd have thought that you would land such a big fish before you even got here? With a face like that, your skills must be better than I thought. I don't get it. No, maybe he's the one whose taste is peculiar. You know, there are people like that. People who are only interested in the incompetent and dim-witted kind. Phew. She couldn't fully understand Park Hae-young's words. You are making that face again. I really don't like it. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? You're making a fool of everyone here regardless. That's not it. Do you really think that Kyung SSI likes you? You think he cares about you? Don't get me wrong, you dumb bitch. It's a good thing that you're so fortunate. You just happen to be at the right place at the right time to catch his eye. You might not be able to see it, but I know exactly what kind of person he is. People like Kyung SSI don't trust others too much to begin with. They tire of others easily, and throw them away when they're no longer needed. Oh, Oppa isn't like that. And, that's just what you want to believe. Because it's in your favor. But what can I do if you've already made up your mind? I think I'm right, it might be okay for now, but things will change soon enough. From my point of view, you're rather boring, the kind one easily gets sick of. Phew, no one's ever told you that before. Jung Hayan bit down hard on her lips. She felt so confused. Her face felt hot. She wanted to shout, "What are you talking about?" and argue against Park Hae-young's nonsensical speech, but words escaped her. However, her body kept shaking. I don't think I've ever seen you make a face like that before. Are you mad? I must have hit the nail on the head. You've always been abandoned by the people around you, haven't you? No. No, it's written all over your face. If not, do you always have things snatched away from you? Either way, you're just pathetic. Do you really believe you're always going to be his first priority? What do you think will happen out there when you're not paying attention? Park Hae-young's face slowly drew nearer. Before long, Jung Hayan heard a faint whisper near her ear that caused her to exclaim subconsciously. Kyung SSI was better than I thought. Don't lie to me. Oh, you fell for it. Jung Hayan's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to say something to refute Park Hae-young, but she felt choked up. This woman was right. She had been abandoned by her parents and her older sisters. All of her loved ones and the friends that had been with her for so long had drawn away from her. Maybe she really was the type of person that others got sick of. She always made mistakes and had trouble speaking properly. Being bullied had become a part of her daily routine, so it was more convenient for her to just be alone. Still, not Oppa. Her Oppa wasn't like that. He wasn't the least bit similar to the others. His very nature was different from everyone else she'd met before. He said that she was like a family member to him. That she reminded him of his younger sister, and he wanted to look after her. He was always mindful of her and was taking care of her every day. Dioku SSI also told her that. Every day, her Oppa would tell her that he cared about her. He was always supporting her, saying that she could do better, even if she made a mistake. Even when she asked silly questions, he would smile and answer her patiently. That can't be true. I guess that's what you're hoping for. I'll be honest with you, it's likely that what I'm saying will happen. I'm going to give you a warning, Dongsang. If you want to gain anything out of your current relationship, you'd better leech it out quickly before you're discarded. Otherwise, everything will be snatched away from your grasp. Stop it. Oh, Oppa wouldn't. How annoying. Park Hae-young's mouth curved into a smile, and, at the same moment, Jung Hayan felt a pressure on her shoulders. She had been pushed down. Jung Hayan fell on her bottom. She looked up, but all she could see was Park Hae-young's back, who was already walking away. At the same time, voices poured in from all sides. Serves her right. What just happened? Anyways, it looks like our naive whore will be abandoned soon. Stop it. Hey, she will hear you. Stop what? Didn't you hear what just happened? Soon, she's going to be all alone again. Who is she going to cling to then? I don't think there's anyone else who would compete for her anymore. It would have been better for her to just stay with Sioku SSI, she should have known better. That's why she's all alone. What's she going to do now that she's on her own? That couldn't be true. It can't be true. There was no way Oppa would ever forsake her. There was no way her Oppa, who had said he would always be with her, would ever abandon her like that. There was no way that Oppa, who told her she was like a family member to him, would abandon her. Well, is that really the case? But Park Hae-young's voice resounded in her ears. That's not true. What was that, just now? Did she just yell? She must be really angry. It's about time for her true nature to show up. Tisk. That couldn't be true. Oppa would never just abandon her. Oppa was different from the others. He was always warm and kind. Your sisters abandoned you, too. And no, your parents also abandoned you. He isn't like that. Oppa is different. Oppa is different. Surely, he was different. It was very difficult to calm down her heart. She felt like she couldn't breathe. She was short of breath and her mind went blank. Tears welled up in her eyes, but they didn't flow down her cheeks. She heard people laughing to themselves. The sound no longer bothered her. It would have to be something even worse to faze her. Her steps were headed towards where her Oppa had been. Wait a minute, okay. There's something I want to find out first, so I'll meet you after. She was sure that he would meet with her. Young Hayan felt like she needed to see his face to calm down. As she was frantically hurrying over, she heard a distant voice. It was Lee Jihye. Please gather for a moment, everyone. Yes, when Hunsung SSI, Deoku SSI and Kyung SSI leave tomorrow, they plan on recruiting someone to go with them. I believe Hunsung SSI will provide more details, and the person who is nominated today should also prepare themselves. Now that she thought of it, she'd heard that they would be heading out together. Naturally, this meant that she could be with him a little longer. Jung Hayan wasn't sure why she'd forgotten that. Now there was more time for her to stay by Kyung Oppa's side. That's a relief. As she turned to look closer, she saw Kim Hunsung, Park Deoku, and Kyung Oppa approaching together from behind Lee Jihye. Oppa. He had a serious expression that differed from his usual demeanor, but seeing him made her feel more steady. Her heart thumped badum, but she didn't have a headache nor feel dizzy. The lingering feelings of frustration vanished just from making eye contact with him. Though she didn't understand why, her face turned red. He saw me. He was definitely looking in her direction. Once the chatter had died down, Kim Hunsung quietly began to speak. I apologize for bringing you here while you're all so busy. I'm sure that you're aware that it's becoming increasingly difficult to survive in this location. Food rations are decreasing day by day, and the number of survivors joining us continues to rise. We have food and drinking water scavenged from the starting point, but it's not enough. We believe we need to widen our range of activity. We need more people who can fight. Of course, I know you're scared of the monsters. Some of you aren't used to fighting, and others may not want to leave this place. But for now, you have to take action. I don't want to jinx it, but if this doesn't happen, in the long run we'll all suffer. So, we've decided that it's better to take each of you out one by one. After Kim Hunsung spoke, Kyung Oppa stepped forward. Kyung SSI, yes, I understand that you're afraid. However, there are some things that can only be gained by fighting. As you know, this is not like the Earth that we knew. I'm sure you all recognize what the status window, system attributes, and class mean. Flame. Flames rose from the palm of his hand. The eyes of those around Jung Hayan widened. I don't know exactly how it happened, but my status window reports that my class is wizard. I don't have much magic to work with yet, but I'm no different from you. I was afraid of the monsters, so I ran away and hid because I didn't want to encounter them. At first, it was just by luck, but you can succeed if you set your fear aside and fight. When the group gets stronger, we all get stronger, and eventually we'll be able to leave this place. We need to take the initiative. Oh, for now, we'll pick some people to lead by example. Hayan SSI. And Hayan SSI. Yes, I look forward to working with you. I'm taking these two with me for now. Once they reach a certain level, we'll regroup and take the next person. Do you have any questions? I'd appreciate it if you could explain what the criteria was. To relieve your anxiety, the selection criteria is random. We'll go hunting by ourselves instead. I won't prevent you from doing so, but I cannot recommend it. The buzz of the crowd grew louder, but Jung Hayan could no longer make out their words. Instead, her eyes were locked on Park Hae-young. She'd known that other people would be going with her, but she hadn't expected it to be that woman. Congratulations, Ani. Don't get hurt. Hansung SSI, Hyung SSI, and Dioku SSI will be with us, so it'll probably be okay. It's a little scary, but we need to push past this. It's better if we have more people who can fight. Jung Hayan wasn't envious of the fact that Park Hae-young was surrounded by people who were congratulating her. However, she felt odd for some reason. Don't take her. As she quickly glanced up at the platform once more, she saw that Oppa was also looking at Park Hae-young. There was a faint smile on his lips. The voice she had heard earlier resounded in her ears, and her breathing became shaky. He's the type to tire of others easily. Park Hae-young hurried onto the platform and began shaking hands with the others. You're going to be thrown away. To have him taken away from you. Your sisters left you too. Only, your parents as well. Stop it, stop it, stop it, you'll end up, stop. Thrown away, hated. At that moment, Hyung Oppa held Park Hae-young's hands. Something collapsed inside Jung Hayan. Chapter 16. In every 5-man band, there will be one deadweight one. Not bad. It wasn't a bad choice to show them magic. Kim Hunsung and Park Dioku were definitely strong. However, the line between whether that strength came from the system or from their own inherent physical abilities wasn't particularly clear. When pitching the possibility of gaining new powers right away, it was only natural that merely picking up a shield wouldn't appeal to them as much. Magic, on the other hand, was a bit different. A ball of fire formed from nothing. It was a sight that completely went against common sense, enough to cause anyone to doubt what they had seen. That was the best way to get them to stop hiding in this shelter. When Kim Hunsung saw the crowd quietly gaining enthusiasm, he murmured. It was a success. There might still be difficulties lying ahead. Those adverse to fighting will still be afraid. There will also be some people who overcompensate, thinking they'll be able to get new powers. But it's still better than them falling behind and starving, Hung Nim. Yeah, that may be true. Park Hae-young approached the podium, receiving words of congratulation every step of the way. If Hae-young SSI and Hayan SSI return successfully, perhaps the status quo will change at a faster rate than expected. The result of this expedition was incredibly important to Kim Hunsung. I wasn't sure whether our attempt to clear the dungeon would succeed, but Kim Hunsung was correct in thinking that he alone wouldn't be enough. Firstly, he was only slightly superior to Park Dioku in terms of ability. His mana was powerful, but not to the extent that he could deal with dozens of monsters at once. As much as he might want to take matters into his own hands, taking care of the shelter should be left as the responsibility of the people within it. It's an unnecessary burden. If it weren't for his predisposition, Kim Hunsung might have advanced even further. While I was lost in thought, Park Hae-young had come up to us and shook our hands one by one. Nice to meet you. Same here. I had to admit that she was quite good at socializing. Looking at her with a business-like smile, I could feel Park Hae-young touching the back of my hand to send me a signal. Jung Hayan was still the priority over her. As I turned my head, I saw Jung Hayan staring at me quietly. What? Her expression was subtly different from anything I'd seen so far. Jung Hayan's tranquil eyes as she watched Park Hae-young sent a chill down my spine. Damn it, I had goosebumps all over my body. What was that just now? Hung Nim, what's wrong? You've broken out in a cold sweat. I'm feeling a little under the weather, so. Well, tomorrow's the day of our expedition, so get some rest. It's not as though you need to study here every day. Alright, Tisk, who said they weren't a nerd? He's not eating enough nowadays. It's not like I'm worried about Hung Nim. Well, my share isn't a lot, but it's a little better than nothing. Whatever Park Dioku was muttering didn't interest me much. I quickly turned my head to glance at Jung Hayan once more. She looked the same as usual. I asked myself if it had just been my eyes playing a trick on me, but I was sure that hadn't been the case. I could see her looking at me and smiling foolishly. What? Something was wrong. I couldn't pinpoint it exactly, but I swallowed with a sense of unease. Let's go over this one more time. Dioku SSI will be in front, followed by Hunsung SSI and Hae-young SSI. Hayan SSI and I will bring up the rear. Our plan of attack is simple. Block them with a shield in front, and we'll ward them off at the back. There aren't many of them around the shelter right now, so we'll go a little further out and hunt. Any questions? Nope, none here. Oh okay, we had already run through the same briefing several times. It was different from when Park Dioku, Kim Hunsung, and I had first gone out. This demonstrated the importance Kim Hunsung placed on this expedition. It wasn't just about bringing along 2 new recruits. The success of this hunt would impact the future course of the group in the shelter. If everyone returned safe and sound, those in the shelter would gain a little more confidence, and as a result, more complex attack and incident response arrangements could be formed. The hidden objective of increasing the number of people on his side would be achieved as well. You want to even the odds. Kim Hunsung's goal was quite similar to mine. To win over Jung Hayan. Of course, logically speaking, he wasn't actually after her specifically. His purpose was to build lasting relationships with those he knew would become strong in the future. Jung Hayan. In conclusion, there were two objectives: the group's safe return and becoming closer to a wizard with legendary talent. There was no reason to oppose the current plan or to act impulsively. We need to monitor the situation. The look I'd seen in Jung Hayan's eyes put me on edge. I hoped it was just my misunderstanding, but I felt a need to keep them separated and a watchful eye on Jung Hayan. Wouldn't it be better to put Hayan Nunam in the center? Being in the same position as Hung Nim is the most. No, we'll keep it as is. This is the best placement for her. Well, if Hung Nim says so, hey, Hunsung SSI is stronger than we think. To begin with, solely hunting them from the front is ideal. If Hayani is at the back, she'll have Hunsung C's protection as insurance. So long as we're not surrounded, this will be the most efficient way to proceed. Yes, that's correct. Kim Hunsung nodded as though he agreed with me. I didn't know if he felt otherwise, but I didn't care. Kim Hunsung's brow furrowed as he looked at Jung Hayan, then spoke quietly. You don't have to worry too much. Pardon. Ah, yes. Then do I just need to chill with Kyung SSI? Hayayoung SSI, please provide assistance to Kyung SSI. A spear would be a good fit for you. Yes, I understand. Let's get going then, like I told you before. Where? I'll let you know. I already had the layout of this place mapped out in my head. Park Deoku gave me a look of gratitude. I didn't know if it was because he lacked interest in his surroundings or if he was too reliant on me, but it seemed like he was too lazy to use his head. He looked very reliable when he stood holding a large wooden shield. In terms of appearance, I would give more points to Park Deoku over Kim Hunsung. His equipment consisted solely of the sloppy leather armor I had put together and the shield I had picked up at the starting point, but he didn't look too shabby. Let's get started, then. Let's do our best. Everyone gave a slight nod. Both Park Hayayoung and Jung Hayan seemed to be a little nervous. It was only natural that they'd be afraid of meeting the monsters they had encountered at the starting point in person. I passed some words of comfort to Park Hayayoung, who was right next to me. Don't worry too much. Is it that obvious? They won't overwhelm us like they did at the starting point. We've already cleared out this area to some degree, so all you need to do is remain calm and stab the monsters that Deoku blocks with your spear and then it'll be over. I know it's scary but it's possible for us to make it through fine. You're a lot nicer than I thought. Of course, I had to be. If you panic, I'll be the one who dies. Who knew what would happen in the midst of battle? It was possible that, while blindly attacking with her spear, this woman would stab me. Glancing behind me, I saw Kim Hunsung speaking with Jung Hayan. As expected, he seemed to be asking about various things, but Jung Hayan didn't look to be interested in Kim Hunsung at all. She looked to be having a hard time communicating, as she kept her head lowered and answered his questions with short responses. It reminded me of how hard I had worked to get closer to Jung Hayan. I smiled when our eyes met and Jung Hayan nodded with a happy expression. It made me feel better, at least, to think that I had the upper hand in my relationship with her. Oh, are you going blind? I'm not your partner. I'm just checking our rear formation for a moment. Also, don't talk too much while we're on the move. Yes, I know. It was then. There's one. Get ready. Huh, understood. Kim Hunsung's voice came from the rear and Park Deoku murmured a reply from in front. Park Deoku's body seemed tense. While Deoku SSI is keeping it at bay, Hayayoung SSI will take care of it. Kyung SSI, be prepared in case anything happens. We nodded. Though Park Hayayoung looked calm, she still showed signs of fear and tension. We were present too, but Park Hayayoung was the one who would have to finish it off. It would have been strange if she wasn't afraid. We could only hear one voice coming from the left. Deoku ya, it'll be coming from the left. I understand, Hung Nim. Park Deoku immediately rounded the corner and pushed it back with his shield. Gwajik. As this sound rang out, the creature was stuck between the dead-end corridor and the shield. Park Hayayoung followed behind, flustered. Gaik. *T, its face is as irritating as ever. What are you doing? Her arms trembled and her legs shook. I could tell from a glance what had happened. Even a dog that couldn't piss would be more useful in this situation. How? Jab it. Hey, take care of it quickly. It's hard to hold out like this. The calm look she had been sporting earlier was nowhere to be found. Her eyes were alive, but her body didn't seem to react. In this kind of situation, no matter who it was, even if they were aware that they weren't moving, they would still be unable to act on that fact. Idiot, you were only pretending to be strong. I loosely grasped her arm from behind. As I held Park Hae-young's trembling hand gripping the spear, the tremors in her limbs began to slow. I figured it would be more effective to deliver my message quietly than to scream in this kind of situation, so I whispered in her ear. If you do something like this again next time, we're all going to die. Do you understand? Yes. Strengthen your grip. Quote. I pressed her hand tighter. The spear slowly moved towards the torso of the punk Park Deoku was blocking and Park Hae-young's arm followed. I was the one pulling it forward, but the sensation should have transmitted to her hands as well. Puik. With that sound, unknown liquids began to gush out. Repulsed, Park Hae-young tried to let go of the spear, but I grabbed her arm once again. It's not dead yet. Don't relax. Gaik. That punk, out of pain or anger, was still struggling, and tried to scratch Park Deoku as he kept it back. I gripped Park Hae-young's hand again and jabbed the spear from above. As expected, it was a horrible sensation. Think of it as meat. Why yes. Puik. Gwajik. I struck with the spear over and over again. It had long stopped twitching, but this method was effective enough in forcing her to adapt to the situation. After a while, Park Deoku set down his shield and moved away from the monster. I also loosened my grip on Park Hae-young's hand. The monster had fallen apart. Even so, she continued to stab the spear into it. It was unknown whether it was to free herself from fear, but her lips were pressed tight and her knuckles were white around the shaft of the spear. I understand. The very act of taking away life was a foreign concept to begin with. No matter how much you told yourself that your opponent was a monster, it wouldn't make a difference. It was only after a long stretch of gruesome noises that there was an exhausted gasp. It was natural that she would have all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. I approached Park Hae-young, who had collapsed to the ground, and spoke carefully. Well done. She didn't reply. Chapter 17. In every 5-man band, there will be one dead weight too. Oh, am I alone in thinking that the monsters have disappeared today, Hung Nim? It may be because Hunsung SSI has cleared the perimeter. If not, it's possible that they were driven away. You mean there might be another group of survivors? Well, that Park Deoku fellow mumbled as if anxious. It was just a guess, but it wasn't without cause. Given how quiet our surroundings were, it wasn't wrong to assume that they had been attracted by a commotion elsewhere and flocked there instead. Kim Hunsung seemed to have similar thoughts, but of course, he probably felt that it would be unreasonable to take Park Hae-young and Jung Hayan with us to scout out the situation. He likely judged that it was too dangerous for us to progress hastily without knowing how many of them were clustered together, their exact numbers or location. Finally, Kim Hunsung gave a slight nod and said, I think it would be best if we camped here today. Yes, we should. We were able to find a good spot to set up camp and rest fairly quickly. Of course, we didn't have any tents, but having an enclosed space gave us a certain sense of security. Hae-young SSI and Ki-young SSI will take first watch, followed by Hayan SSI and myself. Lastly, I will also take the final watch with Deoku SSI. Will you be alright? Yes, I'll be fine. There was no reason to stop him if he chose to take that on himself. Taking the first watch isn't bad. Unlike those with high physical attributes, I, with lousy abilities, needed to get a lot of rest. Given Kim Hunsung's physical strength and mana, standing guard overnight wouldn't be a problem for him. Get some rest. Hung Nim, thank you in advance for your hard work. Take care. I nodded brusquely, hearing their voices. Once everyone else, including Jung Hayan, had entered the inner stone chamber, Park Hae-young slowly began to bawl. It was as if she was losing her mind. She pretended to be indifferent, but personally, I expected it to be a big shock to her. The monster's screams, the terror of being guided into killing, the impact of a striking spear, and the sensation of doing it with her own hands. It made sense that she would be scared. Perhaps she was reminded of her time at the starting point, or the sight of blood and guts spilling out from the monster's body was too shocking. There was still time before our watch began. I thought it wouldn't hurt to give a few words of comfort. Don't think of it as a big deal. Pardon, now that we're here, it's something that everyone will have to go through. It would be better to think of it just as an experience you've had a little earlier than the others. Yes, compared to when we'd started out, she seemed rather lifeless. At first, I thought I could. It will be the same for everyone. You'll probably feel better once you've gotten used to it. What was it like for Ki-young SSI? I don't really remember it. The only thought in my mind was that if I didn't do something, I would die, so I took it down with a rock. It was terrifying, but looking back, it was what I needed to do. My hands and entire body were covered with brain matter and guts, and the smell made me gag. When it came to living or dying, there was no choice. Doing things half-heartedly, when my life was on the line, was a gamble I didn't want to take. I figured that Park Deoku wouldn't run away without me, and I wanted to inspire him into action. At that time, blood had rushed to my head. Ah, it's funny, I thought you wouldn't have been bothered by it. Well, since you're helping us out, I'm saying that you don't really have a choice in this. As I'd expected, she seemed to be a little bit disappointed. I wasn't lying, I thought I would have been able to do as well as you wanted me to. I thought so too. Her disposition wasn't bad and she acted within her abilities. I thought there would have been some returns if I showed her kindness, so I had forced one more person into our group. However, reality left a lot to be desired. Seeing Park Deoku, Kim Hunsung, and I casually going back and forth outside, what we had set out to do might have seemed easy. From my point of view, there was no reason to invest in Park Hayan. I had Park Deoku, who was a strong guy. Though he was a bit nervous at times, he could hold his own. I'd only intentionally tried to help Park Hayan as insurance. However, if she kept getting frightened like this, she wouldn't be of much use to me either. I was a little happy when you held me from behind earlier. Thinking back to it, I also remembered her shaking and trembling like an idiot. At that time, I had been cursing her out in my mind as well. But I couldn't do anything but nod my head sharply. I was a little out of it, so I might have come across a little coarse, I hope for your understanding. Yes, oh of course. In addition, that will be the first and last time I'll help you. You will be on your own next time. Yes, I could see Park Hayan watching me. Well, I didn't know if she wanted to have a staring match. The silence stretched on. After a while, when I was about to speak again, a voice came from behind us. Oh Oppa, Kyung SSI, Hayan SSI. It's time to switch. Kim Hunsung and Jung Hayan came out. I hadn't expected time to pass by so quickly. You're here a bit early. You should sleep a bit more. No, it's fine, I just woke up, I'll try to wake you up in the morning. Thank you very much, Hunsung SSI. I approached Jung Hayan, who stood at a bit of a distance from Kim Hunsung, and patted her head lightly. She ducked her head and blushed. Jung Hayan was back to normal. Seeing that the look in her eyes when she saw Park Hayan didn't seem unusual, perhaps what I had seen last time was just my imagination. Thanks in advance, Hayan ah. Sorry, yes, Oppa. Her exclamation was a bit loud. She clasped her hands over her mouth, perhaps out of surprise. It was a little cute. Nodding faintly, I immediately moved inside. At a glance, I could see Park Deoku snoring away. You sure sleep peacefully. It would be a blessing to be able to sleep like that in this kind of environment. Park Hayan went over to the spot she had claimed earlier and lay down, and I also settled down a little ways away from Park Deoku. My head was full of idle thoughts. I wondered if, after this hunt, the group in the shelter would follow in our footsteps. What Kim Hunsung was thinking. If there really was a way out of this place. When it came to our final assault on this place, what would we do and how would it turn out? Jung Hayan, who had already gained a class, the truth about Kim Hunsung's regression, what had happened in the past, what kind of relationship I would have with Lee Jihye after the tutorial. I asked myself what I would do if I was unable to fall asleep, but I guess that concern was completely groundless. We'd walked a lot to begin with, and mentally, I was a little stressed, so my eyes closed quickly. What time is it? Perhaps because my bed was slightly uncomfortable, I woke up in the middle of the night. I could hear Park Deoku slowly getting up. He was probably going outside to stand guard with Kim Hyungang. There was the sound of Park Hayan tossing and turning for a while, and then that of Jung Hayan coming back inside once more. Sleep well, Noonam, Doc Deoku SSI, thank you in advance for your hard work. I felt like they talked a little more after that, but my eyes had slowly drifted shut once again. As their voices grew quieter and quieter, my consciousness grew dim. What woke me up again was a strange sensation on my lips. It was as if there was something gripping onto my hands. I tried to get up right away, but I couldn't move my body. Rather, there was a sense that someone was staring fixedly at me. Jung Hayan's voice came to me in an almost imperceptible whisper. On. I couldn't make out what she was saying because I wasn't fully awake. Of course, at that point I realized who was watching me. My hazy mind became clear. Naturally, my drowsiness fled instantaneously. I opened my left eye slightly and, glancing upwards, I made out a black shadow looking down at me. I didn't know what it was, but I wasn't so stupid as to get up in this situation. I knew then that Jung Hayan's quiet whisper didn't mean she was talking to me. What's happening? Even after I tried to squeeze my eyes shut, I kept hearing noises. There was the sound of rustling clothes, the sensation of a body brushing against mine, and even the soft touch of lips. What is this? I had never been so bewildered. I wasn't sure if she had some strange kink or if this was a side effect of being pushed too hard lately, but one thing for sure was that she was having a really good time. Only it was a little too much a good time. For now, it seemed best to cheer her on. It wasn't a bad result, as building a close relationship with Jung Hayan had been the top priority in the first place. However, the ideal relationship I'd had in mind was that of Oppa and Dongsang. I never wanted to be in this kind of situation. It wasn't until a little while later that Jung Hayan collapsed a little way away from me. There was a rustling sound that kept me awake. Whether it was a good idea or not, out of curiosity, I opened my eyes slightly. I could see Jung Hayan's back as she silently looked down at Park Hae-young. She watched Park Hae-young sleep for a long time. She just stood there, staring at her, without moving an inch. Is she sleepwalking, or what? I wasn't sure when things had started to get messed up, but it was clear that something had gone wrong. First of all, there was the fact that she hid the truth about her class. The look on her face when Park Hae-young was selected to go on the expedition with us was also on my mind. At that moment, it occurred to me that there had to be a cause for this abnormal behavior. It was then that Jung Hayan's head swung in my direction. It was only for a second, but our eyes met. I felt a familiar sensation. A shiver ran down my spine. I shut my eyes reflexively, but I couldn't tell if I'd been caught or not. Wait, but why was I hiding? Why am I afraid? I didn't know why, but I had flinched. Was it the influence of mana? If not, was this similar to the concept of killing intent shown in manhwa? Subconsciously, my mind kept replaying the expression that Jung Hayan had worn before. Since she wasn't saying anything, it seemed like she hadn't realized I was awake. Still, something felt off within this space, which had fallen terrifyingly quiet. I didn't understand how things had turned out this way. I couldn't hear the sounds of rustling, breathing, moans, or movement that I had heard before. I could hear Park Hae-young breathing intermittently, but no sound left Jung Hayan's mouth. I tried to fall asleep, but something kept me awake. Not far from me, I could sense someone quietly lying down. Only, perhaps it was Jung Hayan. A second felt like a minute. After who knows how long, a voice came from outside that spelled either fortune or disaster. It's time to wake up. Chapter 18. In every 5-man band, there will be one dead weight 3. Never before had I ever found a voice telling me to get up more pleasant. Yes, understood. The first one to rise was Park Hae-young. After that, I could hear Jung Hayan tossing and turning. As I was deliberating on when to get up, I felt a touch on my shoulder. Hung Nim, Park Deoku, nice. His timing wasn't bad. Perhaps because I wasn't able to sleep well, I suddenly felt a wave of tiredness wash over me. Even so, I squinted my eyes open and sat up. Is it time already? We're planning to get going a little bit earlier today. We've decided to venture a little further out for hunting before returning to the shelter. That's fine. I deliberately didn't let myself turn away from Jung Hayan. I knew it would be more awkward to avoid her. When I glanced at her I could see that she was smiling brightly in my direction. She seemed so different from the day before. I couldn't believe they were the same person. It was like she was another person. Which one is real? I didn't know if her current expression was genuine, or if what I'd seen last night was her true self. For now, I thought it was best to cool off, so right after shooting her a small smile, I began to compose myself. I'm tired. Since I couldn't sleep well at night, my mind was blank. When I went outside, Kim Hunsung looked in my direction and began to speak. You look tired. Just a bit, I'll be fine. It would be good for us to go further out today. Would that be all right? I don't believe it's going to be a problem. Currently, there doesn't seem to be many creatures nearby. I'm a little bit worried about the people staying at the shelter, but I don't think it's likely for anything to happen to them in the meantime. However, if we think there will be too many for them to handle. Yes, of course, we'll make sure to head back right away. That was a reasonable judgment call. By the way, which way? I scoped out the left path last night, and it wasn't any different. Not only did he take the watch twice, he even searched ahead. Thank you for your hard work. If there are workers who are as diligent as this, someone like me gets to have a good time. I thought that it was possible for there to be something on the right pathway, but it was still too early to tell. Hae-young SSI and Hayan SSI. I'm all set too. In terms of positions, if we find monsters like yesterday, then Hayan SSI will come forward to replace Jung SSI instead. Alright, let's get going. Yes, it seemed like the march ahead would be a tiring one. What worried me the most was Jung Hayan's presence. I had no idea what was going on, but the behavior Jung Hayan had demonstrated recently was abnormal. It was so out of the ordinary that anyone would notice. Her appearance was at odds with my impression of her. My top priority was to determine the root cause of it. I had an inkling of the cause, but I couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Jealousy. The problem with this idea was that Jung Hayan and I had barely spent enough time together for me to jump to that conclusion. The strength of relationships weren't always proportional to the time spent together, but it was undeniable that that was still an important factor. Of course, the situation we both found ourselves in was somewhat special. This place wasn't some cafe or restaurant. In a cheap B-list movie, for instance, a man and a woman facing a crisis would develop feelings that seemed like love over a short period of time. Perhaps her feelings were the same. Jung Hayan's past came to mind. Looking back at her personal history, it was possible to form some reasonable deductions. Her parents were gone, and she lost contact with her sisters a long time ago. Given that she had been abandoned by her family, I understood why she wanted to lean on me a little more. She wouldn't have grown up in a kind environment. It's a simple deduction. However, for some reason, I had become a lifeline for her to clutch onto. I would have been a kind person she could always trust and rely upon. Perhaps those feelings had evolved from mere emotion to obsession. Originally, what I had also been aiming for was to take on the role of her confidant. It was easier to draw in a person with cracks in their heart. Shall we test it out? It was a classic, cliché approach, but it was worth a try. While walking side by side next to Park Hayan, I slowly opened my mouth and pulled her shoulder slightly. Careful. Ah, yes, she looked a little nervous. It looked like she thought I had prevented her from almost tripping over a rock. She seemed to be trying to thank me for it, but my goal wasn't her reaction. I glanced at Jung Hayan from the corner of my eyes. It was only natural to see that she was staring at Park Hayan. Kim Hunsung and Park Deokgu didn't seem to notice, but perhaps because of the effect of my attribute, I could see it clearly. Jung Hayan's eyes were filled with some kind of indescribable emotion. I can use this. Her animosity wasn't directed at me. I thought it might be a bit too excessive to call it ordinary jealousy, but if you considered Jung Hayan's sincerity, it was still within a tolerable range. If I gave her carrots and sticks in moderation, Jung Hayan would be a faithful family member who would throw herself away for my sake. Numerous thoughts filled my head as we walked. Before I knew it, we had covered quite a fair distance. I think there are some nearby. From here on in, we need to keep our guard up. Ahem. Alright, Hung SSI. Perhaps from this point, everything in this area had already been seen by Kim Hunsung once before. It certainly smelled different from before. It felt like the strange stench emanating from those creatures was everywhere. What stood out more than that, however, was the faint trace of mana I could sense in the distance. I didn't know what type it was, but I could definitely feel something different about it. Perhaps this was what Kim Hunsung was after. I think I sense something. What are you talking about? Hung Nim, do you see them? I can feel a faint source of mana ahead of us. I'm not sure what it is, anyway. It's suffocating to have no magic. Hung SSI, can you feel it? I'm not sure, but since Kyung SSI is a wizard, he would be more adept at sensing differences than us. It wouldn't be a bad idea to check it out for now. There may be some hints on clearing this place. Kim Hunsung certainly lacked the talent for acting. The faint mana ahead of us seemed to be related to clearing this dungeon. Well, we're heading in that direction anyway, but there's no harm in being more cautious, so I'll take the lead. Be careful. There was no need for caution. If Kim Hunsung had sensed that there was something wrong with this place, we wouldn't still be here. As I carefully stepped forward, I could see at a glance what the source of the mana was. Stairs. Those stairs led down. They were literally just stairs that went down to a lower level. It was only then that I could see that this dungeon had multiple levels. Looking at Kim Hunsung nodding, he seemed to believe that his contrived setup was convincing. As ridiculous as it was, it didn't seem like a bad idea to play along. It's a common setup, but does this mean that the further down you go, the more difficult it gets? I think that there might be some connection to clearing the dungeon here. Do you think so? Hung Nim, I'm still unsure, but we haven't found any other clues so far at this level, where there's the starting point. Dumping us in this vast place only for us to deal with monsters when they told us to clear the dungeon seems unreasonable. It's highly likely that going down from here is only the beginning. I don't know what will happen, but at the very least there may be more clues than what we currently have. Kim Hunsung listened to me and nodded when he heard my words. I feel the same way. It's too much for us right now, so let's start with keeping note of this place for now and go down another time. We didn't come here to clear the dungeon today. We might find something that could help us down there. It's also possible that there are different monster species below. I'd hate for even more irritating punks to come out. Me too. Regardless, Kim Hunsung had successfully alerted us to the existence of the underground entrance without acting unnatural. For someone like him, this might feel like a big achievement. However, the growth of Jung Hayan and Park Hayan was more urgent. Only when we had readied a number of people able to fight, could we go down the road. I've roughly got it down in my mind. Then, from now on, will we be scouting for monsters around here? I think we'd better do that. Let's start a little way from this point. Okay, Hung SSI. Like yesterday, we looked for those creatures with our eyes blazing, and were able to find some in our immediate vicinity. Perhaps these monsters had originated from here and had spread out as they got further away. There were 3 monsters close by. I glanced at Kim Hunsung and saw him nodding. If Dioku SSI takes on 2 of those guys, Kyung SSI will quickly take care of one of them and I'll handle the other. We'll use the last one as a training dummy. Hayan SSI and Hayan SSI can take a similar position to Kyung SSI. Yes, okay. Park Dioku and I clenched our teeth and sprung forward. Park Dioku took the lead to see if he could draw their aggro. I also ran ahead, leaving behind Park Hayan and Jung Hayan who both looked nervous. I watched from behind as Park Dioku pushed one back with his shield and fended the other off with his leather-covered arm. Kim Hunsung looked somewhat relaxed as he ran towards one of them and succeeded in cutting off its arm. He's extremely fast. I'd expected him to be a little faster because of his high agility, but his speed was beyond my imagination. At the same time, I applied a bit of mana to the end of my spear and threw it at the one Park Dioku was holding onto. Puak. Blood gushed out as the sound resounded, but I couldn't afford to relax just yet. It's not dead yet. When I went to stab it with my spear again, Park Hayan was next to me, holding onto her spear as though she wanted to do something. Not bad. For now, the most important thing was that she had the will to act. There was no need to look over at Kim Hunsung. Perhaps he would try to take it down with a moderate amount of strength so that he wouldn't appear strange. That just left the one we would be using as a training dummy. Even before Park Dioku had moved to capture it, Park Hayan, who seemed excited, began to extend her spear. Dumbass. She was obviously stupid. Only, as you'd expect, the monster was outside of Park Dioku's range when the spear was deflected. I'm sorry. Gah. In every 5-man band, there will be one dead weight. Dioku ya. This saying I'd heard somewhere had some truth to it. Yak. Dumb bitch. Chapter 19. In every 5-man band, there will be one dead weight for. Kyak. It was only natural that she was surprised. The monster's mouth opened wide as it lunged forward to devour her. If she hadn't suddenly run out, spear in hand, she wouldn't have drawn its attention. Those things weren't intelligent and anyone observing the situation clearly would be able to see that Park Dioku was able to hold back the attacking monster. However, instead of staying level-headed, Park Hayan, this fucking bitch, chose to air out her fears like this. Damn it, Park Hayan had completely flipped the situation on its head. Those things were sensitive to sound. An ordinary conversation wouldn't carry far, but such a loud scream would naturally make them aware of our presence here. All the monsters in the vicinity would probably come running. Perhaps Kim Hunsung thought the same as he promptly smashed in the head of the monster he was dealing with, then stabbed the one Park Dioku had captured in the chest. His speed seemed a bit outside the boundaries of human capabilities, but Kim Hunsung likely didn't have the luxury of paying attention to that when the situation was rapidly deteriorating. I could see that monstrous thing still quivering, but that wasn't the issue right now. We need to get out of here right now. Damn it. Sorry. Kyung SS. Hayan SSI. Hayan SSI. If anything happens, we'll have Dioku SSI cut a path. Well, what about Hung SSI? I'll try to draw the monsters away. If you leave a mark, I'll find you. Kyung SSI. It would be better for you to take a detour rather than heading straight to the shelter. I nodded sharply. If we led all the monsters after us to the shelter, it would be like offering them an all-you-can-eat buffet. Kim Hunsung seemed to be trying to solve this situation on his own, but his expression didn't seem to be good. Even though Kim Hunsung was a regressor, he was still a rookie at this point. He might be capable of dealing with them to a certain extent, but if they overwhelmed him with numbers, it would be extremely difficult to take care of them in such close quarters. Hung Nim, which way? We're going to turn around a bit before returning. All right. Seemingly realizing the severity of her mistake, Park Hayan looked at me, her face pale. She likely realized that if she messed up further, there would really be an opportunity to scream her lungs out soon. Get up. Why yes. Stick together and run as fast as you can. I understand. Hayan was silent. She was looking around blankly, with an expression as though she were thinking hard about something. Hayan yes, Oppa. Her body language suggested that she wasn't particularly scared. Seeing her like this, I was reminded that Hayan would become a strong wizard in the future. Hayan was also a wizard, so, should the situation become too much for us to handle, she might be able to help us. Our chances of survival are high. We could make it through this. Then, I pray for your success. Well, be careful, Hung SSI. I'll be alright. Park Deoku immediately took up his shield and began to run. Park Hayan also followed us with a look of terror on her face. Though I still felt irritated, now was not the time to argue. Instead, I began to construct spells. Concentrate mana into a tower. I had very little to speak of, but it might save us if the situation took a turn for the worse. Can you run and cast? Hung Nim, don't talk to me, my head hurts. That was how hard it was to concentrate on spells. Trying to move your feet and hands to do one thing while completely thinking of something else would be difficult for anyone. It's difficult. My wish, the tower of mana I kept trying to build collapsed. I couldn't concentrate properly. It felt like my head was going to explode, my brain was being overloaded. Just make one slowly. It was feasible enough if I pretended there was nothing around me while I wove the spell. I slowly built the tower up once more. We hadn't even met those fucking monsters yet anyway. There was plenty of time to construct it. Lord, my wish, answer my call, please give me the strength to burn my enemies. I couldn't help but lengthen the invocation. It was annoying as hell, but the spell, which was clearly imprinted in my mind, was manifested in my hand. A sphere of fire. The fire sphere, which was the size of a human skull, appeared in my hand. Oh, that's amazing. When did you learn something like that? Don't talk to me, Deoku-ya. It's hard to concentrate. It was hard work to construct spells and keep them going. The wobbling tower of mana needed to constantly be repaired and balanced to prevent its collapse. It's extremely complicated. In media such as manhwa, anime, or novels, this kind of magic always looked like something you could do easily. But in reality, my head felt like it was about to split apart when I used it. It made me wonder if intelligence was a more important prerequisite than mana when it came to becoming a wizard. Where next? Left. I was irritated that even in this situation, I had to give directions to Park Deoku. Gaig. I could hear the voices of monsters in the distance. They were still a fair bit away, so I couldn't really distinguish their exact numbers. How many? About 2. Take care of it on your own. I'll try, Hung Nim. Even if you can't kill them, it doesn't matter, just clear a path. Leave it to me, Kwajik, Puik. These sounds rang out. Naturally, Park Deoku's back felt quite reliable as he continued to run forward. He seemed a little like a tank. Next, right. Gaik. How many? It seems like there's no end to them. I stretched my arm out right away. Fireball. The sphere of flames that I had been holding in my hand halted, then began to fly in a straight line. I hadn't expected it to recoil then move in a line. Perhaps because of wind pressure, my hand was buffeted towards the sky for a moment. However, even as the enchantment flew forward, my mind didn't stop casting the spell. I didn't want the spell I'd worked so hard to build to fly off somewhere weird. Boong. The sphere impacted the body of one shish tty monster, then spread out in all directions. Kwajik. As they were struck by the sphere, the monsters were blown into the air by the flames. Wind rushed towards us in the aftermath of the explosion. Naturally, Park Deoku blocked it with the shield. Seeing the majority of the monsters flung to the walls, screaming as they caught fire, or incapacitated, he looked at me with an expression of surprise. It was a tight space, and luckily they had all been crowded together, but I was surprised by the scale of damage from the magical attack. Whoa, Hung Nim, who, left drained of mana for a moment, my legs began to shake. However, we somehow managed to clear the way. Again. That's when I felt that something was weird. Ah. Park Deoku also subconsciously looked back, and stared at me with a look of shock. Hayan, Park Hayan. The two of them were no longer with us. When was the last time you saw them? Oh, only a moment ago. I thought they were following us. I contained my surging irritation and bit back the curses that were about to spill from my mouth. This was my fault. I had no idea when the two of them had been separated from us because I was busy trying to construct the spell in my head. The fact that even Park Deoku didn't notice was a bit unexpected, but I was sure that they weren't far behind. The important thing was whether they knew the way. Jung Hayan might remember, but I wasn't sure about Park Hayan. I felt that that bottom feeder wouldn't have memorized the path. Just following us must have been hard enough for her. How could I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Diokuya. I should have paid more attention. Shoot too. What do we do now? That was a question I wanted to ask myself. If Park Hayan was the only one who had been separated from us, of course, I would have abandoned her. The issue was that Jung Hayan was with her. She was a lottery ticket that was guaranteed to win big. Losing her in a place like this was so absurd, I wouldn't even be able to laugh. I didn't like gambling, but when necessary, you had to act. I'm sure they're still alive. Then, if they were thinking clearly, they'd have made a mark for us to spot. Let's turn back for now. Good thinking, Hung Nim. There was a high probability that Kim Hunsung was taking care of the monsters trailing behind us. What we had to focus on was the hungry swarms closing in on us from all sides. It was hard to recite spells. My mana levels were already at rock bottom, but I thought it might be possible for me to do something once more if I squeezed out every last drop. Can you think about the last time you saw them? The last thing I remember was them running away with us. I saw. I didn't hear any screaming. I also couldn't recall it that well. I remembered that the two of them had been following me when I was reciting the spell. It seemed safe to assume that they had disappeared while I was maintaining the magic. For now, let's get going. Okay, I was anxious at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was strange. Although Park Dioku was dim-witted, he wasn't so stupid as to miss the two people following us suddenly disappearing. Neither was I. In the first place, Park Dioku's agility stats weren't high. I wasn't sure about Jang Hayan, but it certainly wasn't to the point where Park Hayan wouldn't have been able to keep up. It wasn't a situation where a monster would grab them by the ankles. They may have been caught by a trap in the dungeon itself, but the probability of that was low. This was the road we'd passed through in the beginning. If there was a trap here, Kim Hunsung would have given a word of warning. Suddenly, I remembered the way Jung Hayan had looked at Park Hayan. I don't think that's it. It was too early to reach a conclusion, but if Jung Hayan had wanted to keep her away from me, it would explain things somewhat. She couldn't have been able to tell which spell I was casting, but there was a chance that I wouldn't have noticed her weaving a different spell while I was concentrating on mine. At that time, I couldn't have spared any attention to anything else while I was trying to maintain the spell. Park Dioku, who had no mana to begin with, wouldn't have noticed what Jung Hayan was doing either. Kim Hunsung, who was far from us, was out of the question. I hated to think about it, but I thought I could make a guess on the prime candidate who would want to create a situation where Jung Hayan was alone with Park Hayan. Only, the question is why. I didn't want to assume the worst, but I couldn't help but feel uneasy. As I was running forward with Park Dioku, I began to feel a faint trace of mana just like when I had found the entrance to the dungeon below. Bitch, Diokuya, hurry up. What happened? It had just been a rough guess. However, the faint sense of mana was strengthening my hypothesis. Chapter 20, Incident, Hayan SSI. Yes, Jihye SSI. Please listen to what I have to say. Go with Kyung SSI. Pardon, I believe it would be advantageous to make things more convenient for people like Kyung SSI in various ways. Not just today, but going forward as well. I'm not sure what you mean. The decision is all yours, Hayan SSI. You can do whatever you think is manageable. I don't care if you're just a pack mule, you wouldn't make a bad handmaid. Quote. That last bit was just a joke. But thinking about it seriously might not be a bad idea. The situation here isn't that good. Not only are we lacking in rations, but there are a limited number of people who can go hunting. Hunsung SSI has been helping us by disposing of the monsters around here regularly, but who knows what the future holds. The reality is that we can't afford to make assumptions about the future. We have to think about the possibility that the men who go hunting might die and never come back, and ask ourselves what we would do afterwards. Quote. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get acquainted with a capable man. Don't you think it's better for people like us to take out an insurance policy? If things go well, you never know what might happen. Perhaps you could get special treatment like Jung Hayan SSI. I see what you mean. There's a rumor that they'll be taking Hayan SSI out on the next hunt. Wouldn't it be a good idea for Hayan SSI to give it a try? Thank you for giving me so much advice, but, is there a reason you're being so nice to me? Well, it's just a passing fancy. But if things go well, I'd like you to return the favor. I'm not the kind of person who likes to gamble. Shish tty bitch. Lee Jihye, that fucking bitch. She continued to curse out Lee Jihye internally, not that it changed anything. After all, she had been the one to make the mistake. Rather, everything had been her choice to begin with. Both agreeing with Lee Jihye's words and following Lee Kyung as a guinea pig, everything had been done with the expectation that it would work out. She had done something stupid right off the bat and had made up her mind to make up for the mistake. Pushing herself to seem like a useful person by wielding a spear had been a huge blunder. Unbeknownst to her, the scream that had then erupted from her mouth had been an even greater mistake. She could see Lee Kyung and Park Deokgu continuing forward before her. Lee Kyung never stopped chanting spells aloud and Park Deokgu rebuffed the monsters lunging at them with his huge shield. Maybe because of her fear, her legs felt wobbly, but naturally, collapsing was out of the question. I'll die. She knew that she would die if she stopped running. Glancing to the side, she saw that Jung Hayan was also following behind, muttering quietly to herself. Idiot. She was lucky enough to catch Lee Kyung's eye, and lucky enough to gain her current position amongst this group. No other woman would be as lucky as her. After making such a big mistake, if they made it back alive, then it was almost certain that she would have to resign from this group. When Park Hayan thought that she was just a teaching aid for Jung Hayan, she tasted something bitter in her mouth. In the first place, she didn't know how Jung Hayan could be so calm. Kim Hunsung, Lee Kyung, and Park Deokgu, who continued to unflinchingly attack with swords and spears, even in front of monsters, were also incredible. In her case, Park Hayan couldn't overcome the feeling of killing or her fear of dying. It was laughable that she had thought it might be easy. However, Jung Hayan's case was a bit different. It was her first time here, just like Park Hayan, and the first time she had was directly facing the monsters in person. The lack of fear in that quiet gaze was unmistakable. Park Hayan had wondered if Jung Hayan was crazy when she kept talking to herself, but she didn't seem to be shaken. You can't break down like this. In this new reality called the tutorial, they had to build up their strength to survive. She took advantage of Lee Kyung and Kim Hunsung because she knew it was impossible to do so by herself. If you think about it, anyone branded with the label of being unable to hunt obviously would not be able to grasp the same power those two held, and over time, would become just like cold, leftover rice. Only one option remained. I have to get close to them somehow. If she made it back alive, ties with Lee Kyung had to be made at all costs. She had to stick to him by any means whatsoever. Of course, the presence of Jung Hayan next to him was annoying, but over time he would recognize her worth. It was obvious that she was better than that stupid woman. Park Deokgu and Lee Kyung, who were gritting their teeth and never stopped running, veered to the left. At that moment, she realized that she could no longer see them. She felt as though she had been possessed by a ghost. She didn't understand what was going on. When did that happen? Obviously, she had been running after them. This kind of situation could be called nothing but running into a ghost wall. 1. She couldn't remember when or why they had vanished. Jung Hayan was also quietly staring at the wall blocking off the passage. Do you know where Kyung SSI and Deokgu SSI went? She cautiously tried to speak with the other woman but didn't get a reply. It had been a mistake to ask in the first place. She's as dull as a doorknob. Even Park Hayan had lost sight of them in an instant. If she couldn't tell where they had gone, there was no way the blind bitch next to her would be able to. This woman had probably only been trailing after her. Gaik. The voice of a monster sounded in the distance. Naturally, she began to tremble instantly. She knew that she needed to leave this area but her feet were glued to the spot. Because she couldn't figure out where to go. Perhaps by now, Kyung SSI had noticed that they were lost. If they hung around a little longer and waited, those two would surely come to find them. She was sure they would. At the ridiculous sight of Jung Hayan, who was muttering nonsense even in this situation, Park Hayan could barely hold back her laughter. The power, to protect myself, from my enemies, who try to steal from me. It seemed to be a prayer to someone, but her actions were completely beyond comprehension. Lee Kyung, who had concerned himself with a woman like this, also seemed to be out of his mind. Wind blade, chic. She heard a sound as though the air was ripping apart. Shut up, you moron. Can't you hear the monsters? It was when she tried to take a small step forward. Her balance gave way out of nowhere. Against her own will, her body crumpled to the ground. At the same time, she felt an unbearable pain in her left leg. Bright red blood began to spurt from her leg and splash to the ground. She could see her left leg had been separated from her body and was lying away from her. What happened? A scream tore free from her mouth before she could even think. Yeah, somebody, anybody, please help me. Help. It's useless. Hiya Jung SSI. My leg. I've be blocked off the surrounding sound with mana. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Why you don't need to worry about the monsters coming here. You can relax. Please help me, please. Why you're more stupid than I thought. Hayan SSI, why you caused trouble for Oppa, and why you ruined my outing. Shut up. Fuck. It hurts. Can't you see my leg right now? Quickly bring Hyung SSI here. Park Hayan continued to grip her burning leg with her hands. She couldn't think clearly because of the blood pouring out from her body. She took off her jacket and tied it around her leg to stem the bleeding, but it was hard to tell whether this rough treatment would be enough. Her jaw shook. It was only natural for her body to tremble. She couldn't understand why her leg had fallen off in the first place. She didn't even want to comprehend the truth. However, figuring out whether this was a nightmare or reality was a more pressing matter. The pain continued to burn as though her body was on fire. Her vision became blurred by her tears. When Park Hayan looked up slightly, she saw Jung Hayan smiling brightly at her. She was holding something in her hands that was made of some strange material. Wind blade. Suddenly those words flickered through her mind. Park Hayan was in disbelief, but it was clear that an emerald green wind was swirling around Jung Hayan's hands. For what reason? Why? How could she? Even before those thoughts ran through her mind, she was filled with an instinctive fear. Hayan SSI. Yes, Hayan SSI. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? I didn't want to do this. I couldn't help it though. Because you keep trying to take my Oppa away from me. I couldn't help it. I'm not doing this because I like it. What are you talking about? I hate it when you pretend you're clueless. Hayan SSI, why you should have known you were fawning over my Oppa, didn't you? Why you should have realized you were trying to take him away, didn't you? You said you were going to take him away, didn't you? Insane. She was out of her mind. Park Hayan was baffled that she somehow hadn't noticed it before. The woman before her was definitely crazy. The corners of her mouth lifted up and her eyes seemed to be filled with the light of madness. It was just meaningless chatter. Quote, lies. Really, you're lying. Do you know how much you hurt me? It felt like my heart was broken when you talked with Oppa, held hands with Oppa, and leaned on Oppa. Maybe why you can't even comprehend how I felt. I can understand. I can understand. So, help me. I won't appear in front of your Oppa ever again. Sorry. No matter how much I think about it, I can't even look at you. Hayan SSI, you should hurt as much as me. I really can't forgive you for trying to take my Oppa away. And if you're alive, I'll feel so nervous. Yeah, there was a gruesome sound as her other arm was cut off. She felt a great deal of pain. She writhed, but nothing changed. All she could think about was that she had to get out of there somehow. Though she struggled to crawl away, it was impossible through the pain and fear. Save me. Please, I was wrong. Help me, please, No, don't do that. It will only make you weaker. Please, I was completely wrong. It's all my fault, it was because of my mistake. Ma magic can do this too. It's better to keep your mouth shut because you're so noisy. Only, her voice couldn't escape, it felt like something was strangling her. Tears began to pour from her eyes. She continued to struggle because of the pain racking her body, but it was futile. Then, I'm sorry. As she continued to struggle, she could hear a voice from somewhere beyond her line of sight. Hayan Oppa. It was the man responsible for all of this, Lee Kyung. Chapter 21, Relief. Hayan Oppa. I had a feeling things would turn out this way. The scene before me was even more horrific than I had imagined. Jung Hayan was smiling serenely while Park Hayan was writhing on the floor with her legs and arms cut off. I felt the contents of my stomach rise up subconsciously, but I forced my nausea down. I could see Jung Hayan's eyes wavering. When I had seen the wall made of mana, an even greater sense of apprehension than I had expected had overcome me. What should I do? I wasn't sure how to react. Before things spiraled even further out of control, racking my brains to find a solution as quickly as I couldn't think of anything other than Jung Hayan. Park Deoku might not fare much better in this situation, but if only he were here instead. He couldn't feel mana. It had been a mistake to tell him to check the left path and come here on my own. I was trapped in this situation of seeing what remained of Park Hayan's form as she pleaded for help with her mouth blocked by some unidentifiable spell. I had no clue how Jung Hayan had reacted to my appearance. When I glanced at Jung Hayan, her expression looked as though her soul was escaping her. She, too, was frozen by the sudden encounter. In reality, I wasn't much different from her. I was also caught between two options. Is it fine if I run away? If not, would it be better to feign ignorance? I had to consider this issue carefully. My body, feeling the sense of danger, was screaming at me to keep walking, but my brain betrayed that expectation. I began to weigh the pros and cons. I was sure that Hayan definitely felt goodwill towards me. In addition, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her feelings had become excessive over time. The motive behind her attempt to kill Park Hayan was also likely related to me. Rather, it had to be related. Maybe, before there would have also been bad blood between her and Park Hayan, but based on her behavior, there was currently only one answer to this whole thing. If I hesitated in front of Hayan here, perhaps her blade would turn on me. I refused to scuffle with a crazy woman who slung around spells I didn't know like it was nothing. I'd been going around in circles for so long it almost felt unnatural. In the end, I had no choice but to open my mouth carefully. It was the most reasonable choice. Hayan SSI, how did this happen? Please don't waste the opportunity I've given you. Please tell me the right answer. I can't help you any more than this. Why are her arms and legs? What happened? Don't forget to cover your mouth with your hands. You can't leave out the disbelieving expression. It was then that Hayan's face brightened slightly. Contrary to her expectations, she seemed to think that the worst-case scenario she had imagined hadn't arrived. She must have thought that I didn't know she was behind this. The choice of what to say was very simple. She should be able to find the answer easily. I'm also not sure about the details. All of a sudden. Trembling hands and legs, quivering lips and a shaky voice. She wasn't frightened at all. She just didn't want to let me know that she was the culprit. Perhaps it came from being unaccustomed to lying. Nevertheless, Hayan continued to speak. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I had been separated from everyone, I don't know how. When I came here, I found Hayan SSI, like this. Not bad. It wasn't a bad excuse. I took Hayan's hands into my own trembling fingers and pulled her into my arms. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Oh, Oppa. I was the one who had to worry about getting hurt. My heart was pounding like crazy. Not only was I constantly checking to see if she was casting any spells, I was also gripping tight onto my spear. As I did so, Park Hayan was looking at Hayan in horror. I could hazard a guess as to what she was trying to say. Run away, or, save me. There was a high probability it was the latter, but unfortunately, there was nothing I could do. To antagonize or disregard Hayan here would be an act of suicide. Her mind was definitely more worn out and fractured than I had assumed. She liked me, but since her obsession had led to hostility and murder, I had no idea how she would react if I said I didn't believe her. Perhaps that anger would extend towards me. I'd been handed a ticking bomb, but between someone who had useful talents and a piece of trash who wouldn't amount to anything, who should I choose? The answer was obvious. Anyone with eyes would know that it was rational to side with Hayan. That wasn't the only issue. I can't save her. I had no ability to save Park Hayan as she slowly died. Even if she was really a useful card, I had no choice but to discard this hand. I could empathize, but I was desperate, too. MMF. It was hard to turn away from someone who was desperately begging me to save her and not abandon her. I rushed up to her and began to use my clothes to tie the wounds. Hayan made an expression as though she was frightened out of her wits, but I was sure she knew. Park Hayan is dying. She's likely going to die very soon. The bleeding was already too excessive. There were signs that she was slowly losing consciousness and her eyes were no longer focused. There's a chance that the traps in the dungeon were activated. You weren't able to notice it though because we passed through a wall of mana. Hayan had created the barrier. Quote. Considering the mana I felt near the entrance to the level below, there could be trap devices scattered around us. I hadn't accounted for that. There were no such devices on the first floor. I could be sure that. Maybe the trap was triggered in the process of me casting my spell. There's a high possibility that the magic that's blocking her mouth is some other unknown trap. Fortunately, I don't feel any other mana around us, but Hayan had been the one to invoke the spell. Yes, you're right. I had already come up with a plan starring Hayan. The question was whether this bullshit would work on Kim Hunsong. That guy had already been here once, so he had to know that there were no traps on the first floor. Talking nonsense would just earn his suspicion. I had no idea whether I could help Park Hayan like this. How would he react when he found Hayan SSI? Caught in a trap. There were no traps here to begin with, and he was well aware of that. Struck by a monster. The cuts were too neat. Anyone who saw her would be able to tell that Park Hayan hadn't been attacked by a monster. The faint trace of mana around her body, as well as the mysterious magic still sealing her mouth, were definitely signs that Park Hayan was killed by something other than a monster. Kim Hunsung was definitely going to notice. I kept trying to bind the wounds, but it was a far cry from actual first aid. I had never learned basic hemostasis or first aid. The most I could do was pretend to do something. Damn it. In the end, I felt Park Hae-young's movements, as she jerked and squirmed, begin to weaken little by little. Just don't get discovered. Kim Hunsung couldn't be the one to find her. The best method was for monsters to come across her first, but that was something I didn't want to think about. Above all, I don't want that. I was reluctant to let that happen. You'd be right to think that this was the last shred of my conscience. I could see her starting to gasp. She was struggling to breathe. I quietly began to chant a spell. Lord, the power, to ward, with burning flames. Jung Hayan looked at me with an uneasy expression. Fire wall. It was magic that was invoked by drawing out mana that I didn't have. I was overcome by dizziness at that moment, but I bit down harshly on my lips to concentrate on maintaining my magic. Oh Oppa, it would be hard to take her away from here. She's already bled too much. If we all try to leave together, we'll die. I can't lose you too, so for now, we need to hurry and get out of here as soon as possible. We can't take the body with us. At least, like this, we can send her off properly. Yeah, this is the right thing to do. Park Hae-young was already on her last breath as the flames began to cling to her and swallow her up. The surging flames seemed to resemble a rowdy party. I stared blankly at the scene. It was the best choice. It was the most logical decision. Glancing at Jung Hayan's face, I had a feeling that she was struggling to hold back a smile. Nausea rolled in my stomach, but she wasn't the only one who had become a monster. I was just like her. For some reason, I felt ashamed. I wanted to watch the fire a little longer, but it would be suicide to stay here. Maybe because of the flames I had called, Jung Hayan's magic wall was torn down. As soon as I moved forward, I could see Park Deoku waiting there. Where's Hae-young SSI? Noonam isn't hurt. When I shook my head wordlessly, he nodded as though he knew what had happened. He had smiled slightly at finding Jung Hayan, but when I hinted that Park Hae-young was dead, his face became stiff. What about the other monsters nearby? I haven't seen that many, so I think that Kim Hunsung Hung SSI might have led them away. He's quick on his feet, so he can survive one way or another. That's good. That was truly a relief. The fact that he was so far away from us was a huge relief. By the way, what happened? It's a long explanation. I'll explain it to you later. It's a little hard to tell, and I understand, Hung Nim. To Park Deoku, it wouldn't matter if I gave him a rough explanation. I thought it would be better not to talk about Jung Hayan's story if possible, and as I kept running, I saw some monsters rushing towards us. Hung Nim, are you alright? I'm out of mana. Don't strain yourself. Park Deoku pushed them away from our group as we ran so that we were able to escape. My lungs felt like they were going to burst. Park Deoku and Jung Hayan were no different. We all looked exhausted. To be honest, I felt like I was going to pass out. Still, I knew I couldn't lose consciousness. I had to see this through to the end. Looking back with a slightly somber look on her face, Jung Hayan furtively spoke to me. Only, as expected, why you're sad? Her expression was poor and held traces of anxiety. Of course, I knew the correct answer to that question well. I'm glad you weren't hurt. The corners of Jung Hayan's mouth rose at my words. She smiled widely. Oh Oppa, I'm really glad you're alright. I only half meant it. Chapter 22, Design. I'm not sure if that Hung SSI, Kim Hunsung, is safe. He'll be fine. Once we had broken through the encirclement, Park Deoku bluntly spat out his worries. He gave off a keen feeling of apprehension. Ever since he had been told directly that Park Hae-young hadn't made it back, he seemed a bit restless. He looked worried about Kim Hunsung, who had drawn all of those other monsters away on his own. Perhaps he thought Kim Hunsung would meet the same fate as Park Hae-young and wouldn't survive. However, it was hard to imagine Kim Hunsung being cornered by monsters, no matter how outnumbered he was. When he was in action, it was hard enough just to follow him with your eyes, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to evade a bunch of monsters. There was a high probability that by now, he had escaped from that area and was worrying about the same things I was. One person ended up dead from a hunt which he had taken great pains to propose. Perhaps it would provide a convenient excuse for those in the shelter to curl up and hide a little bit longer. This expedition was one which should have been carried out without a hitch. Of course, Kim Hunsung didn't know that Park Hae-young was dead yet, but I thought that just the incident alone would be enough to cause a headache. It's unfortunate, I wasn't close to Park Hae-young, but I think she was trying to do her best. She almost got us killed, so if the worst that happens is her death, it can still be considered a success. That's true, but You should be grateful for the fact that we've come out of this alive. It couldn't be helped. She was at fault for pulling aggro from you while she ran wild without listening to us, and it was her who screamed and brought every monster within earshot running. To put it bluntly, if you or Hayan had died instead of her, I wouldn't have forgiven her. That wouldn't have been something that I could stop at calling unforgivable. I might have ended up wanting to kill her myself. Park Deokgu and Jung Hayan were a priceless pair. When I looked over, it wasn't only Jung Hayan, but also Park Deokgu, who was looking at me with a strange expression. Jung Hayan seemed moved, while Park Deokgu looked to be embarrassed. Well, the same would be true for me. It was Jung Hayan who had killed Park Hayan, but I didn't want to think about such things at the moment. With the exception of Kim Hun-sung, these were currently the two people I could rely on the most. Park Deokgu, a meat shield with high endurance and stamina, and Jung Hayan who had immeasurable potential. There was the downside that they were both too dependent on me, but in a way, that could also be said to be an advantage. The problem was that one of them was a ticking bomb that I couldn't control, but at the same time it was highly likely that her disposition would make her a powerhouse on my side. By the way, how will you explain this to the people in the shelter? Don't explain, and sleep. There was a mistake and one person died. That's all. If they're scared due to this. If they're scared, however much we might want to help, people will still die in the end. You have to remember that the fact is, right now, we're in the middle of the tutorial. We have to assume that the main game is several times more dangerous than anything we're going through now. Sometimes, I forgot that what we were facing right now was a tutorial. Because of the tension that if something went wrong, we'd croak. We had only just begun. One way or another, if Kim Hun-sung entered the main game, it might be teeming with weaklings, or there might be a lot of bastards who couldn't even be placed on the same level as the monsters we'd been facing. We can't become complacent. If we became complacent like the people in the shelter, we would die. With the exception of Jihye, who seemed to understand this fact, most of them were idiots. It was unsettling that not a single one of them could be useful. I couldn't understand why Kim Hun-sung was obsessed with those guys. I had thoughts that it might be related to his past life, but I couldn't afford to dig into his past now. We'll sleep here tonight. We're not returning to the shelter. It's too far. I thought we were almost there, HNG. I don't know how Hung Nim can memorize the way so well. This is pretty normal. I left a mark for us to spot when we started out. You even left a mark? This son of a bitch. I hadn't expected Park Deokgu to use his brains to begin with, but at this rate, I was sure he was just a musclehead. I was so dumbfounded that it might have leaked into my expression, as Park Deokgu flinched and Jung Hayan hurriedly began to speak. Here, there was a scratch which looked to have been made by a spear. A very small cut on the wall was clearly visible. Noonam knew too. You need to pay better attention to your surroundings. What are you going to do if there's a situation where you and I are separated like earlier? I don't think that's going to happen. It was a bit disconcerting to see him always trailing off at the end of his sentences. I wasn't sure if it was because he was flustered, but his eyes kept darting around to avoid mine. It was quite a spectacle to behold. It wasn't my intention to nag him there and then, so I followed suit and slumped to the ground, feeling drained. Jung Hayan clung to me like a cicada glued to an old tree. Park Deokgu's expression looked somewhat wicked. Then, I'll look around for a moment, Hung Nim. Is that necessary? If possible, I hoped that Park Deokgu wouldn't leave his spot. Who knows if there are any of those monster bastards around here looking for us? He wasn't wrong. Well, Hung Nim has used a lot of mana, Noonam, I think it might be better for you to take care of him a little. I'll leave it to me, Deokgu SSI. Don't get lost. I'll just be taking a look around. I nodded brusquely. Seeing him leave our current position quietly, I was mindful of the fact that I would be left alone with Jung Hayan. I knew she wasn't crazy enough to sling magic at me, but the scene I'd witnessed earlier kept coming to mind. Jung Hayan's hysterical grin as Park Hayan writhed on the ground with her limbs cut off. There was no way I wouldn't feel scared. Status window. Without thinking too much, I summoned the status window, and naturally saw my information. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Lee Kyung. Name, Lee Kyung. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 25. Disposition, careful strategist. Class, wizard. Class effect, basic magical knowledge. Stats. Strength, 10 growth potential, common or lower. Agility, 11 growth potential, common or lower. Vitality, 14 growth potential, common or lower. Intelligence, 25 growth potential, heroic or higher. Endurance, 12 growth potential, common or lower. Luck, 23 growth potential, heroic or higher. Mana, 05 growth potential, common or lower. Equipment, none. Attributes, mind's eye. Overview, your puny rate of growth is so minuscule it can now be compared to that of an ant's. Growth centered around vitality, mana, and intelligence can be seen. Did you work your brains a lot? In particular, I can see your intelligence grew particularly high. Don't get too conceited. Player Lee Ki-young's abilities are still inferior to even the secretions discharged by monsters. I didn't know who the hell's opinion this overview was based on, but I didn't like them. Without this ability, I wouldn't have been able to get this far, but this overview was enough to make me want to do something about it. Nevertheless, the improvements in my abilities were bound to make me feel a little bit better. Meanwhile, the 2-point increase of my mana stood out to me. Clearly, my intelligence was overwhelmingly high compared to the other stats. I didn't know what had improved exactly, as I still wasn't sure the exact nature behind stat growth, but perhaps my basic critical thinking skills were a little better than before. Luck. The value of this unknown luck stat had also risen by 2 points. I was glad to find that Jung Hayan's state wouldn't negatively impact my growth. It's not bad. It was pretty good growth for a scumbag at the bottom of the talent pool. At this rate, it would be hard to say I was that far behind the average person. Stats, yours must have increased. Yeah, has anything changed for you, Hayani? And no, not much, but my mana level went up a little. The same for vitality and strength. That's a relief. Checking the status window and talent levels of the player Jung Hayan. Name, Jung Hayan. Title, none. You should try a little harder. Age, 21. Disposition, pure advocate. Class, wizard, common grade. Stats, endurance, 11 growth potential, rare or lower. Agility, 11 growth potential, rare or lower. Vitality, 15 growth potential, heroic or lower. Intelligence, 23 growth potential, heroic or higher. Endurance, 14 growth potential, rare or lower. Luck, 23 growth potential, heroic or higher. Mana, 18 growth potential, legendary or higher. Equipment, none. Attribute, wizard in training, rating, heroic. Overview, be careful, nice boat 1. I had opened Jung Hayan's status window, just in case, but I couldn't find anything vastly different from before. What caught my attention was that her mana level had risen by 3. Her disposition as a pure advocate remained. If it said she was pure, then she was pure. I didn't have any complaints about that, but it would be nice if she could make it a bit more apparent. What the hell is this overview? For some reason, the words rang ominously in my ears. It's all thanks to Oppa. No, I didn't actually help you that much. I hadn't contributed much to her ability growth. When I laughed quietly, Jung Hayan also began to smile brightly. Her smile was a bit scary looking, but I couldn't make that obvious. When I patted her head, she bowed her head slightly. Park Hae-young's torn off limbs and her appearance as she smiled like a crazy bitch was no longer present. Once again, I couldn't help but notice that she liked me. At the moment, Jung Hayan was the person who concerned me the most. Because I needed to find a way to control this uncontrollable bomb. There are 2 options. Option 1, push her away very slowly. I didn't mean it in the sense of pushing her out of my reach. Rather, I would push for us to have an Oppa and Dongsang relationship, rather than one of lovers. This would reduce the intensity of affection to one between siblings instead of between men and women. It wouldn't magically get rid of her jealousy. In fact, it was the safest and most reasonable path. Option 2, quickly drag her to me. The second option was based on the affection between men and women. Not only believing, trusting, and following me, but further developing a relationship where she would unconditionally accept anything I said. It was a boatload of sh*t, but it didn't seem impossible considering Jung Hayan's present state. Actually, what I had in mind was the first option. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but there was still room for improvement in our relationship. As I stroked her head again, she gripped my hand on her head. Honestly, I was a bit taken aback. Park Deoku, who had gone out on patrol, had returned. Oh, what a nice atmosphere. Sorry. No, it's not that. Jung Hayan was a bit too flustered. Park Deoku spoke to Jung Hayan with the same shrewd smile as before. I thought I asked you to take care of Hung Nim, but Noonam is a little sly, isn't she? It's not like that. Park Deoku snickered and smiled excessively while Jung Hayan rose from her seat and crept over to the corner. Seeing her appearance, Park Deoku smiled widely and didn't hesitate to flop down right next to me. Oh, did I come back too early? What are you talking about? Well, aren't things going well with Noonam? I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Rather, come to think of it, he was 23 years old. Jung Hayan was 21 years old. I couldn't understand why he would call Jung Hayan Newnham. Anyone could see that Jung Hayan looked younger than Park Deokgu. You know that Jung Hayan is younger than you, right? Of course. Even so, what kind of dongsang would treat his Hung's woman disrespectfully? What? The word, bullshit, almost popped out of my mouth. Now that I thought about it, something was weird. What I wanted from Jung Hayan, in the first place, was a bond, not a love affair. It may be true that her environment had led her in a strange direction, but nevertheless, there was still a missing piece to the puzzle. I felt like the last piece had slotted into place. It was this. *T. A Cupid. Don't forget me if it goes well later. Actually, I didn't tell you, but since Hung Nim asked me to take good care of Newnham, I've been pushing her little by little. What? How can you? Hem, you look good together and it looks like she likes Hung Nim. You used to sneak peeks at Newnham. I've seen something like this happen so many times, I can't remember, foo, so you don't have to be too thankful. Quote. Only, I thought your taste was a bit unusual, but, if Hung Nim says so, then it's only right for me, the dongsang, to help. In my opinion, I think the goal is in sight. Actually, even though I look like this, everyone knows Park Deokgu, the love doctor in Gangwon-do. Ignorant of my feelings, the corners of Park Deokgu's mouth raised as he poured out his pride. I couldn't even speak because I was so flustered. I had no choice but to realize that it was meaningless to distinguish between the first and second option. Park Deokgu, you pig bastard. An almost flawless checkmate. I couldn't think of anything to stop the designs of a pig, whose brain was full of nothing but muscles. Chapter 23. Calculating Killer 1. I never had a choice to begin with. According to Park Deokgu's designs, Jung Hayan would be repulsed just by me choosing the first option. Rather, no matter what my thoughts were on the matter originally, it was highly likely that Jung Hayan was sprinting towards the second option on her own. See, when I heard Park Deokgu snoring beside me, I felt myself growing increasingly upset. In the first place, there was no way I could even entertain the idea of dating here. In this kind of place, where no one knew when they would die, it was senseless to consider feelings of that nature. Getting into a relationship was a whole other can of worms. I wanted to wholeheartedly reject the notion of an intimate relationship with a woman who might one day decide to tear me apart, but I can't. Ironically, the only way to avoid the ending where I was torn to death was to get closer to her. The most dangerous person was, at the same time, the most reliable person. I didn't enjoy gambling, but I was ready to throw the dice if necessary. I gave a brief nod to the reality I didn't want to acknowledge, and spoke to Park Deokgu, who was still snoring away. Get up. Zzz. Wake up, Deokgu ya. What? Morning already? We're starting a bit early. Hey, Newnham, please wake up. Quote. It looks like she's fast asleep. Newnham, it's time to get up. Quote. It looks like Newnham has turned into Sleeping Beauty, maybe she needs a kiss from her Prince Charming. Son of a bitch. He had taken on a teasing tone without knowing how I felt about it. I wanted to stuff his mouth with a fireball. Most of my mana had recovered just in time. I didn't know why, but just hearing that throwaway line was enough to drive me up the wall. Still, I had to wake up Jung Hayan, so I had no choice but to take a slight step forward. Hayan quote. Hayan it's time to wake up. Only when I patted her head lightly did she rise, blearily rubbing her eyes. It seemed she wasn't fully awake yet. Even though I could see her startle and become flustered after seeing me, I still felt an inexplicable, lingering fear when I looked at her. Oh, yes, Oppa, we're going to head back to the shelter as soon as possible. Okay, let's have a light meal and get going. Leave the arrangements to me. After a really simple meal, it didn't take long for us to get ready to move on. There's a saying that humans are adaptable creatures. Seeing everyone greet the morning in their own way, I could see that it was indeed the case. I don't know if that Hung SSI, Kim Hunsung, and the shelter are okay. We've been away for a while. They should also be alright. So long as those guys don't pointlessly decide among themselves to go out to hunt. Isn't it good if they can? We need more people to fight anyway. Of course, there was no reason to stop them if they could hunt properly. You think those guys, who've been hiding in fear all this time, would suddenly turn over a new leaf just because they've had a change of heart? Not only is it unlikely that they would band together to hunt, even if they did go out, they would all wind up dead if they couldn't get it together and do it properly. In fact, that would be the better outcome. What do you mean? I'm saying that we have to hope that things don't turn out the way they did with Park Hayan. The probability that those in the shelter would go out hunting was low. However, if they did form a party of their own and leave to look for monsters by themselves, then there was another, even worse possibility that we had to consider. Of course, I couldn't claim that my judgment wasn't flawed, but the worst case scenario is that they panic, start screaming, and led all the monsters to the shelter. Quote, quote. Quote. The people in the shelter would be none the wiser to the impending danger. They would all be busy with their lives. Terrified humans can't make rational decisions, and, ultimately, they wouldn't be able to stop the horde of monsters storming in, the entrance would be breached, and that would be the end of the shelter. Well, just imagining it is horrible enough. It really was horrific. That's probably why Hunsung SSI ordered us to return separately from him. There may still be some monster bastards that are still after us. Well, the more I think about it, the more I think that Hung Nim is really smart. I was never smart. It's not like that. It was just that I was constantly thinking about worst-case scenarios and how to react to them. As my feet rose and fell unceasingly, I instinctively felt a rising sense of apprehension. Just imagining the situation I had just described really happening made my mouth go dry. To be honest, it wasn't that I cared about what happened to anyone in the shelter, but the loss of economic or natural resources there would be a waste. At best, it was a well-established place. Since we still didn't know how long clearing the dungeon would take, the shelter was still a necessity. My mind was occupied by various thoughts as we walked down the eerily quiet pathway. This kind of silence was a bit heavy, so I chatted with Park Deoku and Jung Hayan, and the shelter came into view not long after. Strangely enough, the entrance had been barricaded. Li Jihye must have spotted us, as she emerged and began to clear away a heap of rubble. It must have been packed together tightly, as it took a while before she was done. Li Jihye approached us slowly, a customary smile on her face, and began to speak once she had drawn near. Kyung Oppa and Deoku Oppa are here. Hayan SSI and Hunsung SSI. Park Hayan is dead and Hunsung SSI will be back soon. Ah, I see. After hearing my calm response, Li Jihye closed her eyes for a moment before nodding her head and continuing to speak. By any chance, it's a long story. In the meantime, did you have any trouble at the shelter? May I speak with you in private? That had to mean that she wanted to speak freely. Li Jihye's expression didn't look good. Something was going on. Why was it that bad feelings were never wrong? When I turned a little and glanced over at Park Deoku, I saw that he was nodding as if it made no difference to him. In the first place, he would want to hear it from me later, so it didn't matter, but what concerned me was how Jung Hayan would respond. However, since it was also essential for me to hear what Li Jihye had to say, I had no choice but to pat Jung Hayan on the head once and speak to her. Do you want to go inside first and wait? I'll be there in a bit. Ah, alright, okay, Oppa. This was just because I was worried that Li Jihye would be torn limb from limb otherwise. For some reason, the way she kept glancing back at me over and over again as she went into the shelter made me remember Park Hayan. It was only when the two of them were no longer in sight that Li Jihye slowly began to speak. How did Park Hayan die? She brought it on herself. Screaming in a place where there were a sh*t ton of monsters. That's why Kim Hunsung isn't with us right now. Want to know the details? No, thank you. I can roughly imagine what happened. I noticed her glancing furtively at me. I didn't know if she was thinking about the way Jung Hayan had left, but I had the inexplicable feeling that she had a rough idea of what had happened. Of course, it was only a guess, but it meant that Li Jihye caught on faster than I expected. I'll sum it up quickly. What happened? Yu Seokwu, as well as a few others, went outside. I knew things would turn out like this. When? Yesterday morning. I know as well. I couldn't let them leave without permission. Then, why? To be honest, ever since Kyung Oppa and Hunsung Oppa left together, they constantly told me that they wanted to go out to hunt. I don't know if he made up his mind after seeing Kyung Oppa's magic, or if he had had enough of the situation he was in, but he left to go hunting with a few like-minded men. Idiots, of course. At first, I was able to convince them that it made more sense to go after Kyung Oppa returned, but quote, I'm just a powerless woman, aren't I? I now had a rough understanding of the situation. It seemed that my display of magic in front of them had adverse side effects. To begin with, Yu Seokwu was at a disadvantage after the trouble he had caused for Jung Hayan. It was no wonder, then, that he would consider his options given his status had dropped. Not only would he think about gaining incomprehensible powers, but he, himself, must have secretly thought about wanting to be like us. With the exception of Li Jihye, who was considered to be a manager, the power of Kim Hunsung, Park Deoku, and myself was absolute here. I sighed briefly before speaking again. Wasn't it your job to prevent this? I tried my best to stop them. Kyung Oppa's return was later than expected, so people got nervous. How could I refuse to let him go when he said they wanted to send a rescue team? Rescue my ass. Usually, those the ads wouldn't give a fuck. Is that why you barricaded the entrance? Yes. We don't have to die together, do we? That explained why the entrance was completely blocked off. If Yu Seokwu and the other self-proclaimed rescuers were pursued by monsters, they might have thought to ask the shelter for help. Seeing as she had blocked up the entrance and kept it shut tight, Lee Jihye also seemed to be thinking of protecting the shelter in her own way. I wish those stupid, trouble-making fuckers would just die. It seems like the wrong person died. What to do? People are definitely going to be scared. People who can fight. Do you still need more of those? The more the merrier. To be honest, the one attacking the dungeon was not me, but Kim Hunsong. The person who thought it feasible to fight and that we needed to bolster our forces was not me, but Kim Hunsong. He seemed to believe that we had no choice but to expand our forces before progressing to the lower floors. What about you? Even though my mind's eye had evaluated Lee Jihye as trash, she was better than that bitch Park Hayan. I didn't think she would be stabbing her spear willy-nilly or that there would be any screaming halfway through. Rather, it was highly likely she would calmly do her job behind Park Deoku's back. I would like to decline. Quote. It's terrifying and I don't want to get caught up in anything fruitless. The power that Kyung Oppa has shown is definitely amazing. Of course it's desirable, but needless greed is a shortcut to death. Quote. Do you think a Bepse can be like a stork? The Bepse will have its own Bepse way of life. 1. I think I knew what she meant. For some reason, Lee Jihye's story sounded just a bit like something that I could have written as well, and her thoughts were also reasonable. Only, rather than living on the battlefield, where I wouldn't even know when I'll die, wouldn't it be best to be with a capable man and live in peace? It was while we were talking about one thing or another that I sensed the presence of someone else somewhere. I turned my head naturally and saw that several figures were coming towards us. Yu Seokwu. The one walking in front had to be Yu Seokwu. However, the three figures behind him were humans I had never seen in the shelter before. I guess the one guy who wanted to die the most came back alive. He even brought back baggage. Chapter 24. Calculating Killer 2. How many people went out? 7 people. The one in the lead and coming towards us was obviously Yu Seokwu. It was difficult to make out the features of the 3 people walking behind Yu Seokwu due to the distance, but at the very least, I could tell that I had never seen them here before. 7 people went out, including Yu Seokwu, but 6 of them didn't come back, and now 3 different people were heading towards the shelter. The natural assumption was that something happened to Yu Seokwu's party while they were out hunting, and that they were helped by the people who were coming our way. In the process, everyone other than Yu Seokwu died. The probability of that was likely very high. Just by looking at their equipment, you could tell that they weren't some ragtag group. One of them was holding a small shield and sword, another carried a spear, and the last was holding a bow. Going by the atmosphere surrounding them and the bandages wrapped around their wounds, I was certain they had already fought several battles. Mind's eye, checking the status window and talent levels of the player Jung Jinyo. Name, Jung Jinyo. Title, N.A. Age, 29. Disposition, Calculating Killer. Class, Battle Mage, Rare Grade. Stats, Endurance, 25 Growth Potential, Heroic or higher. Agility, 23 Growth Potential, Heroic or higher. Vitality, 24 Growth Potential, Heroic or higher. Intelligence, 20 Growth Potential, Rare or lower. Endurance, 23 Growth Potential, Heroic or lower. Luck, 15 Growth Potential, Rare or lower. Mana, 08 Growth Potential, Rare or higher. Attributes, N.A. Overview, an undeniable talent, it's impossible for him to develop badly. Overall, he's so amazingly well balanced. Naturally, there aren't many things he couldn't do. If he dutifully pursues growth, it's possible that he will be able to rise to the top. His disposition is the kind I can get behind. I recommend not getting any closer. This person could be too dangerous for player Lee Kyung. Battle Mage. Just a glance at his abilities was enough to gain a rough understanding. His stats were perfectly balanced, and what stood out most was the existence of mana and his class. Mana. This was the first time I had seen someone who still had mana despite not being a wizard, outside of Kim Hunsong. My eyes were constantly drawn to the rare grade class, Battle Mage. His mana stat was 8, even higher than mine. The mere fact that he had mana meant that he had the capacity to ascend to the ranks of the strong. The most noticeable piece of information was his disposition. Calculating Killer. I had seen many dispositions thus far, but this was the first time I had seen such a disposition. The 2 guys next to him weren't much different. Their stats in themselves were only either better than mine or slightly below Park Deoku's, but overall, their abilities weren't bad. These guys' dispositions also did not seem to be as positive as well-meaning arbitrator or pure advocate. We'll have to prepare to receive some guests. They look like people who are capable of fighting. I don't know if this will turn out well. Go inside and get Park Deoku and Jung Hayan. Sorry. Quickly. Instead of responding to her question, I grimaced and immediately began to cast a spell. Thinking about what might happen, Jihye's expression also hardened and she began to head into the shelter. I also backed up little by little. Lord, answer my wish, my call, please give me strength to burn my enemies. They didn't seem to have any particular animosity as of yet. For starters, it looked like they were at ease whilst walking towards us. Just as Jung Hayan possessed a disposition of pure advocate, there was a possibility that there was a discrepancy between their dispositions and actual behavior. However, I thought it was better to be on guard for the time being. *T. I had already built up a tower of mana and chanted the spell. In this case, all I had to do was say the spell, but I suppressed myself from saying it. It's nice to meet you. My name is Jung Jinyo. It was because he said hello from a distance. When I saw him take a step towards me, I took 2 steps back. Range. I was well aware of just how fast someone whose agility level was in the 20s could move. In reality, even this distance was dangerous. The 2 people at Jung Jinho's side may not have noticed the mana I was restraining as much as possible, but Jung Jinyo, who possessed mana, had to be aware that I was suppressing a spell at that moment. At his greeting, I responded while maintaining the distance between us. Pleased to meet you. My name is Lee Kyung. I've heard a lot about you from Sioku SSI. Pardon me, I heard you became a wizard this time. You made flames rise from your hands. I'd really love to see that just once. You Sioku, you douchebag. Useless son of a bitch. Yes, it really is amazing. I already knew that this place gave us new abilities, it's just, this is my first time seeing a wizard. You don't have to be so wary. It was a strange situation where one wrong move could land me dead. It would be more strange if I wasn't on my guard. The sword, spear, and bow they were carrying agitated me. When I snuck a look at Yu Sioku, he had a slightly nervous expression on his face. I didn't know the cause behind his nervousness, but I thought it couldn't be a positive sign. Really, this place is amazing. I had heard that there were a lot of survivors remaining, but I didn't believe it. If it's a place like this, it makes sense that over 30 people could survive together. I was also very surprised when I first saw this place. It's all thanks to Hunsung SSI. How did you? Oh, actually, I found Sioku SSI along with a few other people surrounded by monsters nearby. Unfortunately, I discovered them too late to save the rest of them, but, somehow I was able to save Sioku SSI. It was good fortune. When I looked at Yu Sioku once again, that punk's nodding face came into view. Really, out of everyone he could have brought back, the fact that he had brought these bastards was almost embarrassing. There was an ominous feeling emanating just from his person alone. That kind of ominousness was in this guy. Perhaps it was an effect of the luck stat. My senses were screaming at me to not get close to him. That's a relief. Actually, I was extremely worried when I heard that Sioku SSI had left to go hunting. The rest of them, it can't be helped. If I had found them a little earlier, I could have saved them all. It really is such a shame. While I was glancing around restlessly, I could sense Jung Hayan and Park Deoku coming out. What happened? Hung Nim. They're newcomers. Only then did I relax a little. The way this guy looked, emerging with a heavy shield, was definitely a menacing sight for others. Of course, that was without even mentioning his stats. I thought that even Jung Jinyo might not be able to overcome his endurance and vitality levels. Jihye's profile, as she made a statement of siding with me, clad in shoddy leather armor and showing hostility to the 3 men before us, was quite reliable. Jung Hayan was also muttering something with her head lowered. I couldn't feel any significant amount of mana yet, but she had to have been preparing herself for whatever happened. I thought we'd be welcomed. This is a little unexpected. It was then that I realized I was making it too obvious that I had my guard up. My apologies. Given the circumstances, even without realizing it, I can't help but be wary of those I meet for the first time. If I was rude. It's fine, Kyung SSI. I completely understand. We have also been attacked by people looking for food. I think there's a group of bad guys moving around this area. We just barely managed to get away from them, but I don't think the same was true for their other victims. I spotted many murdered women on the way here. I wanted to ask if these guys had been the ones responsible. My attribute didn't tell lies. I didn't know whether this guy really had blood on his hands, but there was definitely a possibility that Jung Jihye would cause trouble somehow. To claim that a normal person could have a disposition like calculating killer was incomprehensible. It really was a terrible sight. The corpses were already half-eaten by monsters, so I couldn't check them properly, but I could see marks that were made by humans, not monsters, all over the bodies. There's no doubt that they were knife wounds. Is that so? Yes. There were also traces that arrows had been lodged in the back, perhaps while they were trying to escape. There were signs of resistance. One of the bad guys had to have been an archer. There were also stab wounds, possibly from a sword. It's probably fair to say that one of them was carrying a sword. By any chance, have you seen anyone matching this description? Yes. The guy quietly holding a bow next to him was, naturally, in my line of vision. I couldn't grasp his intention in making that remark. However, one thing for sure was that a strange tension was forming. Are you picking a fight with me? I wondered if he really wanted to start a fight. Park Deoku must have seen my expression, as he also stealthily took up his shield and moved forward. I moved aside to let him go in front of Jung Hayan and I wondered if he couldn't see Park Deoku. Maybe this guy. Are you confident? It was highly likely. Perhaps it was nothing but a figment of imagination, but it definitely felt like his target was me. The way Jung Jinho's arm kept moving to his waist bothered me. Park Deoku was probably also paying attention to that guy's arm. Perhaps they're active in an area where Kyungse's men don't frequent. It's possible. I've never heard stories about those kinds of people, nor seen any signs of them. At that moment, he was touching his waist, and his arm moved towards the handle of his sword. I spat out the spell right away. Rather, to be exact, I almost spilled out the whole spell. Kim Hunsung's voice was the only thing that stopped me from summoning a fireball. What's going on? That guy's hand, which had stealthily been heading towards the handle of his sword, moved to the side. It was quite a spectacle to see him wipe his hands on his pants then approach me with his hand outstretched for a handshake. I wasn't sure if this had been his intention from the start, but it was certainly true that Kim Hunsung's appearance had changed the mood somewhat. I cancelled the spell I had been preparing, then clasped that guy's hand. Regardless, it was a pleasure to meet you, Kyung SSI. The pleasure was all mine. Jinyo SSI. I turned my head slightly and saw Kim Hunsung's face as he came towards us. He must have had a hard time during the past few days, but he didn't look very tired. I could see his eyes trained on all of the people who had come with Yu Seoku with an indifferent expression. It seems nothing happened. It's a long story. Seoku SSI brought these. Nice to meet you. I'm Jung Jinyo. It was then that I thought that the look on his face seemed off. Only, Kim Hunsung's expression as he looked at Jung Jinyo was a bit stiff. I had a strange sense of déjà vu. His expression was a bit different, but it was similar to the time when he had met Jung Hayan. Do you know him? Kim Hunsung might know the Jung Jinyo of the future. Of course, I had no way to confirm this, but the rigidity of his expression and the anger in his eyes gave me a bit more certainty. Even his body was shaking. Kim Hunsung, why is he acting like this? He looked a little different from the Kim Hunsung I knew. Chapter 25. Calculating Killer 3. If I was going to get hit anyway, it was better to strike first. What's up with this guy? He seemed a bit different from the Kim Hunsung I knew. In the first place, Kim Hunsung didn't express his emotions very well. The only time his emotions had been on display was when he had first discovered Jung Hayan, and even that was fleeting. What is it? I began to wonder if, by any chance, he had gotten wind of what we had done to Park Hayan, but the person Kim Hunsung was watching was neither myself nor Jung Hayan. He was definitely staring at Jung Jinyo. It was my first time seeing him like this. He wasn't gathering mana, but his eyes were clearly showing hostility. His expression was one of vigilance. His hands and legs seemed to be trembling slightly, and, above all, his facial expression seemed to be greatly restrained. You know this guy. Kim Hunsung definitely knew Jung Jinyo. Of course, as to how he knew him, there was no way I would know. The simplest possibility I could think of was that in the future I didn't know. The odds were high that the two of them were tangled up together in some ill-fated relationship. Kim Hunsung didn't have any kind of ability that would let him see that guy's status window. Unlike me, he wasn't wary of Jung Jinyo because of his disposition, calculating killer. He was showing hostility and that he felt discomfort towards Jung Jinyo himself, as a person. Kim Hunsung's careful examination of Jung Jinyo took some time. Although he had been maintaining the awkward posture of reaching out to shake hands with Kim Hunsung the whole time, Jung Jinyo continued to smile while looking at Kim Hunsung. If you were unaware of Jung Jinho's disposition and only saw his face, you might think that he was just a good-natured fellow. Seeing Kim Hunsung's slightly dazed appearance, I patted his arm and spoke. Hunsung SSI. Ah, I'm sorry. My name is Kim Hunsung. The scene of Jung Jinyo and Kim Hunsung shaking hands slightly came into view. For some reason, that clenched fist kept catching my eyes. Killer, he's a killer. Jung Jinho's disposition, calculating killer. The delicate confrontation that had taken place before Kim Hunsung arrived. Kim Hunsung's reaction to Jung Jinyo. I could make several guesses. They were inferences that could be formed based on the presumption that Jung Jinyo was a psychotic killer. The first possibility was that Jung Jinyo killed Kim Hunsung or those close to Kim Hunsung. The second possibility was that he had never directly encountered Jung Jinyo, but he had heard rumors or stories about him. The probability of the first idea having happened was relatively low. If Kim Hunsung could show such self-control in the face of someone who killed him or his friends, I wouldn't call him a pushover, I'd call him a saint. By my standards, even now, he was close to a saint, but that wasn't relevant to the current situation. Perhaps he was conscious of the eyes of myself, Park Deoku, Yoon Hayan, and the others inside. If he was indeed conscious of us onlookers, then he might have already torn Jung Jinyo into shreds dozens of times in his mind. That's what I would have done in his shoes. Let me introduce myself once more. I'm Jung Jinyo. I've heard a lot about you from Seoku SSI. You're the one in charge of the shelter. We just happened to come across survivors, that's all. I heard you're working hard on continuing rescue efforts. Ah, yes. You really are incredible. Seoku SSI has been telling us over and over again that you're a powerful man, but, really, it seems that you're stronger than I thought. By any chance, may I ask what your stats are? You Seoku, that worthless punk, there wasn't a single thing he left unsaid. It's difficult to say. Ah, of course, you don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. We're a little further off from the starting point. We couldn't find any survivors, so we've been wandering around, and stumbled upon Seoku SSI. Is that so? Yes. Speaking of which, I mentioned it to Kyung SSI not long ago, but I never imagined that there would be so many people alive here. Kim Hunsung's expression remained unruffled. There was no vigilance or animosity. It was his normal expression. It might have been because he had already experienced this *T once, so he was used to hiding his own feelings, but Kim Hunsung was calmer than I had expected. I really wasn't sure why he was taking care of people around him like a pushover, but perhaps some unknown past was weighing him down by the ankles. I needed to reconsider the idea that the first possibility was relatively less likely. Kim Hunsung was more used to controlling his emotions than I had thought. Nevertheless, I personally wanted to rate the possibility of the second inference higher. Rumors or stories about Jung Jinyo. Jung Jinho's potential was capable of going through the roof. To use a gaming analogy, it was as though the foundation for a rancor had already been laid down. My mind's eye also believed that this guy had a high chance for growth. Considering this fellow's disposition, there was a high chance of him becoming a famous murderer or criminal in the future. He would have stirred up quite the storm. The second reason was that Kim Hunsung, who would also play a large role in the future, had, to some extent, heard about or seen Jung Jinyo, who would become a famous criminal in the future. Of course, there was a possibility that those roles were actually flipped, but given their dispositions, I thought the probability of that was weak. It was hard to picture Kim Hunsung's face enjoying murder. If it's alright with you, would you mind if we stayed here as well? Quote. We have some food supplies. If we shared with everyone, it might last for a few days. Of course, if Hunsung SSI doesn't like it. There was a moment of deliberation. However, Kim Hunsung soon nodded. No, survivors are always welcome. I'll help guide you separately. Ah, thank you. I thought it was an unexpected decision. Deoku-ya, you and Jihye SSI will guide these people. Hung Nim, is that okay? It doesn't matter, Deoku-ya. Call me right away if anything happens. If Hung Nim says so, follow me. It's not the most comfortable place, but it's better than roaming around out there. Kim Hunsung's decision was both unexpected but reasonable. Kim Hunsung also knew that it was best to keep your enemies close. I also wanted to give him a welcome in part. If he were simply a lunatic psycho, it would be better to not let him in, but considering the way he had tucked his tail between his legs after seeing Kim Hunsung, Jung Jinyo was also the type of guy who knew how to pick his battles. Instead, he was a bit crafty. The ominous or vaguely unsettling atmosphere I had felt around this bastard earlier had already vanished. He had judged that there was no chance of winning with Kim Hunsung present, and took a step back. Perhaps he didn't have any intention of attacking Park Deoku and I at first, but the anxiety I felt before Kim Hunsung came was real. Thanks. Nevertheless, I was very grateful towards him. The corners of my mouth lifted automatically and formed a faint smile. If this fucker was calculating, then somehow or another, I could use him. It's advantageous. This situation can definitely be exploited. It was a little out of the blue, but it wasn't a bad thing. Rather, the luckiest person on earth might have been me. All thoughts of killing him had already vanished from my head. Thanks, Jung Jihye, you motherfucker. In a way, that guy showing up here was a huge stroke of luck for me. When I turned my head slightly, Kim Hunsung came into view. This guy's expression looked a bit dazed. Let's go in together, Hunsung SSI. I might be outside for a while longer. You can head in first. He seemed to be preoccupied with his thoughts. The same was true for me. However, right now, I needed to keep my conversation with this guy going. That would be more effective. Did you know that person? I'm just asking because for some reason or other, the look on your face makes it seem like you do. His expression was a bit concerned, but he soon nodded and continued to speak. A little. You're correct to think that I know him. I'd bet that he probably doesn't know me. I only had a brief brush with him once, a very long time ago. You have that kind of relationship. It has nothing to do with fate. That one encounter was literally all I've seen of him. To Jung Jihye SSI, 1. Yeah, I won't mention it. 2. The most important thing when counseling was to keep things confidential. I spoke again with an indifferent expression on my face. It had seemed in the beginning to also be informal speech. At my words, perhaps that guy realized I had also been impolite. 3. So I hurried to continue speaking. My mind that had run away from me returned as I came back to my senses. I had thought you would be fine, but you really came back. It really is incredible. 4. No, I was lucky. It was a bit tough, but I was able to come back because I detoured as much as possible. Come to think of it, it's a relief that Kyung SSI was also fortunate. Did you have any trouble returning here? Actually, there's something I would like to talk about with you. Yes, Hayan SSI is dead. If I was going to get hit anyway, it was better to strike first. Rather, in the present situation, it was most reasonable to bring up the problem of Jung Jihye that had forced my brain to work in overdrive. His face looked a bit shocked, but this fucker was used to people dying, so he nodded slowly. Fortunately, he didn't show any signs that he was suspicious of me. Kim Hunsung hadn't checked Park Hae-young's body, so he couldn't have known if there were any issues before. I see. How? It was magic. Sorry, it was an unknown magic. It was magic, yes, I then said, it's likely the case. My level is still low, so I can't judge precisely what it was, but it was definitely magic. I don't know whether there was any residual mana left, but... While Dioku and I were hurrying back, I noticed that Hayan SSI and Haeyang SSI had been separated from us. In that situation, I was concentrating on casting a spell, so I wasn't able to keep track of what was going on around me. At the time, maintaining the spell I had cast was my limit. I see. I arrived too late, and found Haeyang SSI dying with her limbs cut off. It felt as though there was something magical in the area and, I was somehow able to find Hayani nearby. She didn't seem to know the details. You're saying her limbs were cut off? Yes, she had been dismembered. I'm thinking it was a dungeon trap that did it, it's just. There hadn't been anything like a trap. The guy who was well aware of that mused over my words once again. A trap, yes. Honestly speaking, I wanted to bring Haeyang's body with us, but we didn't even have time to think. Rather than letting her be eaten by monsters, I thought it was better to burn it. So, he should understand what I was talking about. I had burned Park Haeyang's body. I see. It must have been difficult. It was best to speak as sincerely as possible. Things had changed from the day before. Rather than our gentle, well-behaved, and meek young Hayan, a better suspect had appeared. I murmured once again in my mind. Thanks, Battle Mage Jung Jihye. The criminal had been decided. Psychotic killer Jung Jihye, this bastard would be the culprit. Only, one for this exchange to make sense, you need to know that the Korean language uses several different ways of speaking, which vary in levels of politeness and formality. The first sentence Kim Hunsung uses here is in very formal and polite speech, used between people you're not familiar with such as colleagues, and is the normal way he speaks with Lee Ki-young. However, the second sentence uses polite but less formal speech. Using that form is not in itself a disrespectful thing. Park Dioku, Lee Jihye and Jung Hayan use this form Hayoch when speaking with Lee Ki-young, and it's completely normal. Hayoch is also a common way of speaking between strangers. However, Kim Hunsung and Lee Ki-young aren't that close and they've been using the more formal level all this time, so a sudden change is a bit disrespectful. If you want to know more about Korean forms of speech, here's a handy link. Return to text. 2. Lee Ki-young matches Kim Hunsung's speech and slips into informal language. Return to text. 3. Again, Lee Ki-young refers to the change in speech. Return to text. For Lee Ki-young basically does the opposite of what Kim Hun-sung did earlier, using polite plus informal speech in the first sentence, then polite plus formal in the second. Both of them use this speech level for the rest of their conversation. Return to text.